Okay, so we'll officially open the meeting, councillors, and thank you for your attendance. I'd like to take this opportunity to respectfully acknowledge the Dirrumbal people, the traditional custodians of the land on which we're gathering today, and pay respects to their elders past, present and emerging, and pay respects to all Indigenous cultures within our community because they are what makes us Livingstone. We have a full attendance, including Councillor Bello today, who's not here physically because he is unwell, but he is linking in via video conference. So we're endeavouring to get the link to all of you so you can see Councillor Bello, but at the moment he's on the computer in front of me and the CEO, and notwithstanding the fact that he will eventually be spread hopefully to all of you, he has the unfortunate displeasure, I suppose, of seeing my ugly face for the rest of the meeting only. So apologies, Councillor Bello, on that one. We have no leave of absences. We have confirmation of minutes from the previous meeting. So we've got the minutes of the ordinary meeting held on the 17th of August 2021. The recommendation is that they be taken as read and adopted as a correct record. Councillor Mather?
A correction to that, please, Mr Mayor.
Yes, what's the correction, Councillor?
The correction on page 31 as it stands, there's just one extra word too many. That council to resolve to receive the report.
So council resolves?
That council resolve to receive the report. Cut out the to after the word council.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Mather. Can we make that amendment? Thanks, Justine.
.12.
Okay. Thank you. Any other amendments to those minutes? All right. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please, as that correct record?
Happy
Thank you. Councillor Mather, seconded Councillor Friend. And the minutes of the special meeting held on the 26th of August 2021. Again, the recommendation is that those minutes be taken as read and adopted as a correct record. Moved Councillor Hutton, thank you. Seconded Councillor Mather. All in favour? Thank you, councillors. For both, thank you. Carried unanimously. Item 5, declarations of interest in matters on the agenda. Councillors, obviously I'm going to declare a conflict of interest in relation to the walkway on Matthew Flinders Drive, and I will vacate the meeting at the time. Now, given we're having audio difficulties with Councillor Bello, Councillor Bello, do you want to chair that, or you want me to nominate another member of council or seek for nominations for another chair for that particular item? Oh, you're declaring a conflict? Of course you are. I beg your pardon. Yep. All right. So, Councillors Ireland, Bello, and Eastwood will be declaring a conflict on Matthew Flinders Drive walkway. So, councillors, you'll have to elect a chairperson. All right. Oh, well, hang on. We'll deal with Councillor Hutton. All right, so we've got a nomination from Councillor Mather first for Councillor Hutton. All in favour? One, okay. No, we don't. We can sort it out now. Those against? All right. No, that motion's lost. Nomination's lost. We've got a motion for Councillor Friend, the chair, moved by Councillor Watson. All in favour? Okay, so carried. You're the chair, councillor, for that particular item, Councillor Friend.
Thank you, Mr Mayor.
I also, when we get to the Great Keppel Island matter, I have to leave.
Okay, so Councillor Watson's declaring an interest on the Great Keppel Island matter. Any other conflicts, councillors?
There's one later on, Mr Mayor, and in relation to the Roebuck subdivision, I will declare an interest at that time.
All right. So conflict of interest for Councillor Watson on the GKI. Sure. Did you want to ask the table for direction, councillor, or are you going to, Councillor Mather, or are you going to leave the room?
There was some discussion, brief discussion with the CEO before the meeting commenced, Mr Mayor.
Yep.
And I think I'd rather wait till we got some further discussion on that with the E CEO.
I'm not sure what that means.
Mr Mayor, this was brought to my attention just a matter of minutes before the commencement of the meeting. I gave an immediate reaction that I think the conflict for councillors Eastwood and Mather is probably a long bow, but just on the understanding that it will probably be the afternoon session before the item's considered, I said I'd make some more inquiry over the lunch break.
All right, thank you. We'll deal with it then. Any other conflicts, councillors? All right.
And apologies, Mr Mayor, not that I have a statutory obligation to oblige, but the item relating to the sale of the Gateway properties in closed session this afternoon, one of those offers is from my sister and brother-in-law, so I will absent myself during the closed session and a subsequent consideration of that matter in open session this afternoon.
All right. Okay. All right. Thank you, councillors. Those are noted. Item 6, there are no public forums or deputations. Item 7, business arising or outstanding from previous meetings. Mr CEO.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So 3 items that have been considered at earlier meetings and were laid on the table for some further work to be done. Each of those items is on today's agenda. Thomas Street, Emu Park, matter the Adelaide Street parking and traffic issues matter, and the Regional Queensland Council of Mayors invitation. And the 4th item being the Audit and Risk Committee terms of reference.
Okay. Right, so I'm just trying to find my place. Apologies, councillors. So the normal table of outstanding items, Mr CEO, we have the officers go through that as well.
Indeed, Mr Mayor, I'll ask Brett and Dan. Councillors know Dan Pearce, I think, who's relieving for Michael Creederman at this meeting. Michael's taking the opportunity for some leave on the school holidays.
We will, yes. I'm just getting to that, council. I've just momentarily lost my electronics here. So, councillors, we are, as per the CEO's comments a moment ago, lifting a number of those matters off the table. So they are nominated there on the screen for you. The application for permanent road closure, Thomas Street, response to notice of motion, Adelaide Street, Yeppoon, parking and traffic issues, invitation to join the Regional Queensland Council of Mayors and the Audit Risk and Improvement Committee terms of reference. So can I get a mover and a seconder for those? Thank you. Councillor Bello, do you want to move those? Thank you. So moved Councillor Bello, seconded Councillor Mather. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. All right, so the remainder of the items outstanding, Mr CEO.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Conscious of time today, we'll move through these reasonably quickly, and I'll ask Brett and Dan for assistance.
So the first item on the business outstanding table relates to the former Catholic Church building in Marlborough. So thank you, Councillor Mather, for providing those details.
I'm glad you got it.
And I think one of the team has been in touch with Michelle up there this morning, so we'll follow through on where that lands.
Yes. Just to say, Mr Mayor, to put in the picture, Dan's just given the end result. The director rang me the other day and said, what about those people who still may be interested in Marlborough? So it took me 2 days to locate them, and they eventually came back and said they're interested in purchasing. So that's where Dan comes in on this one.
All right, thanks for your involvement there, Councillor Mather.
Councillors, the Yeppoon Inlet Association and the lease with that, Council provided the claimants formal advice in August regarding how the lease and sublease will be structured. Officers have subsequently met with the Inlet Association representatives and also Department of Resources to progress the matter. Those discussions are ongoing, and I guess the only observation we make there is that we can only proceed as fast as the slowest person as such, and we're taking our time to make sure that all members are fully appraised of the information and are comfortable with how we progress.
Item 3, notice of motion from Councillor Mather, Adelaide Street parking, traffic issues. Report is tabled for this today. Notice of motion, Councillor Friend, management plan for managing traffic issues. Community engagement meeting has been undertaken on the 11th of September to discuss the options, and council officers will bring a report back in the October ordinary council meeting for further discussion.
Item 5, the residential housing market. The report is currently being prepared for presentation at the briefing session of 5 October. Item 6, which is the tenancy at the hub. It had been hoped to have a response back to the draft lease on the 17th of September. However, due to some personal issues which are very valid on behalf of the prospective tenant, that's been delayed by a week or so, but we expect that to be back on track again. That would be one of mine. That report was presented to the 17th of August council meeting. The local law review, we're currently chasing up the additional local laws from the consultant that's been charged with preparing those. Officers contacting them regularly in an attempt to get the balance of those local laws back so we can review them internally before bringing them to council for a workshop. The notice of motion regarding tree protection and replanting. The projects that this report will build upon are currently afoot, and it's anticipated that we'll be in a position to provide something to council by the end of 2021. The native title claim, council's joined that as a respondent party. There's a termination hearing scheduled to take place on the 3rd of December. Given that the resolution was about being a party to those proceedings, that matter could now be considered closed because we have acted in accordance with the resolution, and the process now just has to follow its natural course. The notice of motion regarding beach matting on coastal beaches. There has been some consultation undertaken with disability advocates and the Emu Park Surf Lifesaving Club, which has been able to obtain some grant funding for that, and there was a briefing report which was presented, well, it was intended to be presented on the 14th of September briefing session. I think it was presented to the subsequent one because we ran out of time on the first.
Response to petition for access to Long Beach at Joscally Road. A report's being tabled today regarding that matter.
The Livingstone Shire boundary signs, I have been advised, will be erected this week.
Notice of motion, Rec Point Walkway. Again, report's being tabled at today's meeting for that topic. Pacific Heights road traffic issues. Again, a report's being tabled for that today as well.
The lease to the Bureau of Meteorology. The draft is currently being reviewed by its legal team. However, we have been provided with an amended site plan late last week by the Bureau, and that is now with Water and Waste for comment and approval today. The Yeppoon Showgrounds Council is expecting development application to be lodged with the relevant supporting reports. The time for that we can't say. That's dependent upon the consultants who are being employed by the Show Society.
Question, councillor?
With the application that's pending for the showgrounds, has any consideration been given to, or perhaps we could consider it, whether we could refund those fees? I'm not asking for a decision now, I'm just saying we might give it some consideration.
All right, thank you. We will.
Notice of motion, councillor May, that the Tookers Road monitoring the soil binder trial continues and results are not expected for upwards of 12 months. Notice of motion, Mayor Island road maintenance equipment report will be tabled on that topic today.
Lot 6 at the gateway has now settled, so that matter can now be completed.
Proposed road opening, Stanage Bay Road, application submitted on the 23rd of August 2021 in regard to that matter.
Dealings with the Department of Resources regarding the land adjoining the stopover area at Gamba. Officers spoke with the Department of Transport and Main Roads about its plans for upgrading the rest stop. At this stage, there are some preliminary plans. We've been advised by that department, but there's been no budget allocated for that specific site as yet. Officers are awaiting contact details of another officer in that department who may be able to provide more information, particularly around when they will be focusing on that site.
Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor, to Mr Bacon. I've read what you've just noted, Mr Bacon, yet our minutes for that particular item were that the matter lay on the table, obviously, pending further investigation with the organisation, which you're doing, and further information in relation to traffic data and to return to the council. Is there any further information in relation to traffic data?
I would have to take that question on notice, Councillor. I'm not aware of that being done at this juncture, but I'll find out from the officers.
Thank you. It was just through resolution. Thank you.
I have a question too, Mr Mayor, through to Brett. Could we, I guess, emphasise to Main Roads how important it is for us to work together on this one? Because the way I see it, that even though Main Roads or the state may own the land, and whatever they actually expand to will be picked up by us in the long term. So I think we need to know exactly what they're doing and who's going to be responsible for what. So if we could ask them to liaise closely with us as to the progress and responsibilities of this.
Yeah, I'll go to the officers on that one, Councillor.
Yeah.
Yes, Councillor, and that's why the officers are endeavouring to find that further contact within the department, because rather than just accepting that, yes, at this juncture they have some preliminary plans, but there's no budget allocation, we're trying to run that to ground with further detail.
I understand that, and that sort of brings me back to the old motion this morning that we really need to work closely with these departments when they're doing things. Yeah. Thanks, Brett.
Thanks, Councillor.
Application for permanent road closure, Thomas Street. Report being tabled today for that topic.
Item 24, I believe, is being lifted from the table today, and there will be a report for Council.
Yes.
Mr Mayor, item 25 was laid on the table but considered later at that same meeting, so Pacifica have been appointed formally. There are two other internal audit items on today's agenda in relation to the terms of reference.
Thank you, Mr CEO.
Item 26, which is the Resources Community Infrastructure Funding Application. Officers submitted funding applications for two of the three projects. One was the bicycle racks and the other one was the extension to the rail trail. As identified in the risk component of the previous report, or in the previous report at least, submission of all three projects were going to be dependent upon resourcing. They were tight timelines. The Bar-Marie project was left out in the end for a few reasons. A, the resourcing in order to get that application in. Secondly, the other two projects more aligned with the funding criteria once they delved into the particular application process. And in addition, the Bar-Marie Multisports matter will also be the subject of a funding application through the Black Summers. So on that basis, we proceeded with two, but we couldn't get that third one across the line. The notice of motion regarding the costings on the upgrading refurbishment of chairs within the Yeppoon Town Hall. A report has been completed for that. I don't have the timeline from those officers as to when that will come to council, but I would anticipate it would be sometime this calendar year. The hazard reduction Resolution, item number 28, there is a report on today's agenda regarding that matter. Item 29, the event support for the Capricorn Coast Netball, that's been referred to events and engagement, and it will proceed with the payment of that in due course. Proposal of sale of land in Burnett Street, that contract has been provided to the purchaser. There was one clause there just around some complexity involving leases, etc., given that the tenant is also the lessee. That is just being finalised by solicitors now, so instead of being completed by close of business last week, it'll probably be the next couple of weeks. Sale of lot 12 at the Gateway, that offer is sitting with the purchasers waiting for them to sign it to return to council for signing. And the Black Summer Bushfire Recovery Grants, which is item 32 and also 33. Officers are working on those applications now. Just as a bit of advice for councillors, when you do the application, it is online and it gives you an idea of how many other applications have been, are currently being worked on across Australia. And there's one of the applications we're currently working on is numbered 1041. So I think there's going to be a fair bit of competition for that money across Australia. Not all of those obviously will get concluded, but a good portion of the 1,000 will go through.
All right. Thank you to the officers. Thank you, Mr. CEO. So we've got a resolution, a recommendation in front of us, I beg your pardon, councillors, that the business outstanding table for the ordinary council meeting be received. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Moved, I beg your pardon, Councillor Watson. Seconded, Councillor Friend. Thank you. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Okay, so we are now at (9.1) Community Voice Panel Organisational Performance. Given that the Deputy Mayor is online and is probably limited in terms of audio ability, I'm just going to ask councillors for any questions on this one, and we will just go to the resolution if that's all right, councillors. Any questions on the report, councillors? All right. So we've got the recommendation that council receives the Organisational Performance Community Voice Panel. Councillor Bello, you're voting in favour? He's moving. So Councillor Bello is moving that the council receives the Organisational Performance Community Voice Panel update from the meeting held on the 16th of August. Seconded, Councillor Eastwood. All right, all in favour? Thank you, councillors. Carried unanimously. So moving now to the Audit and Risk Improvement Committee reports, and we go to 10.1 and welcome the Chief Financial Officers to the table, and I'll pass the floor to you.
Thank you, Mayor. So there's two items under the Audit, Risk and Improvement Committee reports for consideration on the table today. The first one is closing out the terms of reference that have been heavily discussed through for the past 12 months, also with the Audit Committee, and the last point was really around the timeframe or exclusion period for new members. So that was discussed with the Audit Committee at its most recent, and their appetite was to remove that paragraph altogether. So usually we wouldn't include the marked up version of a policy in the formal council reports, but because there has been such substantial change over a long period of time with discussions, we have enclosed or attached the marked up version as well as the clean version, which is attachment 1, to close out the revised terms of reference for the Audit Committee.
Any questions, councillors? All right, Councillor Bello, do you want to move this one, your portfolio? Okay, moved Councillor Bello, thank you. Seconded, Councillor Friend. Okay, all in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. 10.2, Madam CFO.
Thank you, Mayor. So, councillors, these are the resolutions from the Audit Committee meeting held on the 30th of August 2021. The structure of the agenda has slightly changed under the leadership of Kerry Phillips, who is the current chair of the committee. And the committee have determined that there are 3 strategic imperatives that they would like to focus on at each of the meetings. So the initial reports in section 6 of the resolutions reflect their appetite to dive into these critical matters in a bit more detail. And then we had our general suite of our usual officer reports for all of that. For the brevity of today's conversation, I realise you have a large number of items on your agenda. I'm happy to take the report as read and also answer any questions that councillors may have.
Any questions, councillors? All right, Councillor Bello, would you like to move this one as well? Moved. I'm happy to second. Thank you. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We're now on to the reports, and it is 11.1, the Corporate Management Report, Office of the CEO. Mr. CEO.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is the second in sequence of management reports that we intend to present quarterly by different parts of the organisation. So councillors would recall Michael Creedeman presenting the infrastructure report at last meeting. Today it's the Office of the CEO, comprising the finance and business excellence, our people and culture and information communication technology parts of the organisation. The intent of these is to provide councillors exposure to more of the mechanics of the organisation, get a better understanding of performance in a number of areas. I realise that there is a lot of information contained here, but I will ask the lead officers to provide a bit of a highlights package in turn for each of you, and then obviously we'd welcome questions, but we're conscious that there is a lot here, as there is on the balance of your agenda today. So I might kick off. There's nothing really to point to in relation to executive support, other than the volume of requests that come through that office, as you would anticipate. And I might get Andrea to take you through finance and business excellence.
Thank you, Cale. Councillors, there is a lot of detail in here, and I won't and I have consciously chosen not to dive too much into the financial side of things, so I get that opportunity on a monthly basis to talk to you about that. My team is about 30 FTE in total, and whilst we support council's $150 million budget, we account for about 4% of that spend overall. There are some quite big achievements that sort of go unnoticed, and that's some of the volume of data and transactions that we have to deal with. For example, in the accounts payable space, we processed last year almost 15,000 invoices with a team of 1.6 individuals, and that's $58 million worth of invoices that were processed just in one financial year alone. So that's a huge amount of work that the officers do within that space. Similarly, we've also introduced over the past couple of years purchase cards. We have about 150 purchase cards that are for low value, low risk spend items, and that has accounted, I had to double check this, but over 7,000 transactions were paid for using our purchase cards, and that's estimated to be saving the organisation around $200,000 just in time efficiencies alone, so to avoid having to raise purchase orders in the first place. Similarly with procurement, the team also manage about 4,000 purchase orders that the organisation raise, and one of the really good news stories is that over the past few years we've had a very conscious effort to improve our compliance with our purchasing rules. So we went from a stage of about 56%, so 1 in 2 purchase orders were compliant with our rules, to almost having 100%, so it's about 97%, and that's just an outstanding achievement that reflects on the improved procurement behaviour across the organisation. And our stores team, once again, they should be proud of the work that they do. It's a very small stock item, but they issued almost 20,000 items from that store that we have at the Cordingley Street depot. I'm just moving down to the rates and revenue team, and some of the numbers of what these guys have to deal with is quite phenomenal. So they managed 2,645 property change of ownerships in last financial year, and you can see that in the graph that's attached to that, that's a 62% increase on the previous year with no extra resources within that team. They've also had concerted efforts in supporting those that are finding it difficult to pay the rates, and our target was 5% of rates outstanding. We want it to be less than that. So the team, through all of their wonderful efforts and with the support of the community, have been able to achieve 4.81% on last year. And with the other non-financial side of things is within the governance space. So the organisational council as a whole has 79 acts or pieces of legislation that we have to comply with, and this team certainly supports that. They're supporting the organisation, ensuring timely review of all of our policies. They're also the administrators or oversight review of our administrative action complaints, and these are also disclosed in our annual report as well. They also manage the public interest disclosures, right to information and information privacy, and we also have to submit an annual report to the OIC in that as well. Council has delegated 2,870 delegations to the CEO, and he of course has sub-delegated some of those down to officers where appropriate. This is also subject to an annual review with councillors. There is a concerted piece of work being undertaken at the moment within the governance team, looking at reviewing our risk registers, and you can see that we have a summary of that risk register. We will be coming back to have further conversations with the councils in terms of risk tolerance and risk appetite, but we just wanted to make sure that the organisation was well aware and had the appropriate risks and mitigation strategies covered. We also have a number of insurance policies as one of those levers that we do to manage our risks, and we have a summary of the information there around our claim management, so that's also managed by the governance team. The other component to reflect upon is within that we also provide the support for the internal audit function, and the organisation as a whole has done a remarkable effort of closing out our outstanding audit actions. So June 2020 there was 40 open audit actions, and 30th of June 21 there was 14 outstanding. It also is noticed that we also did not complete our internal audit program in full last year, with one being completed in full and one in progress at 30th of June. And lastly, within my team, we also look after the project management office and the business transformation team. No surprise to councillors that we didn't deliver our capital works program in full on time within last financial year, and you'll note that in the monthly financial report there's some additional things for councils to consider for this year. One of the things that we do have in place though is our portfolio governance group, which provides that additional oversight, and we're looking to seek some more timely information to councils for decision making in regards to budgets. And also the other component that is a recent initiative is the introduction of the service level discussions on a routine and regular basis with the councillors, rather than waiting until budget workshops. So that team also, the team of one person at present, is facilitating all of that. So some of the risks that my team have experienced has largely been around the secondment of resources to Project Merlin, and so that is a risk that we were not able to backfill in a timely manner, so that there's significant budget savings or budget not spent in those spaces. So the plus side is I have also 4 people within my team who have leadership development opportunities in that space, and other 4 people getting some new skills, knowledge and experience of being seconded to Merlin.
Through you, Mr Mayor, understanding that we need to be brief today because of the size of the agenda, it's also very important that our community also understand exactly what Project Merlin is. And in the report on page 40 and 41, it does touch on the actual project that councillors undertaking. It does tell us that it's a standardised business practice supported by shared data. And on page 41, it gives us a graph that to May 2024, the forecast to complete the project is just shy of $12 million. And that's quite a lot of money. And the community might like, in layman's terms, for Mr Wilcox to explain what Project Merlin actually is.
I will cover that in my report, Councillor.
Mr Mayor, if there's any other questions for Andrea?
Councillor Hutton.
Yes, I did have one question in regards to the administrative action complaints. I know that in the annual report it provides a framework of about 6 different categories under which the administrative complaints are reviewed. Would there be an opportunity potentially at a council workshop just to have a look at some of those in a little bit more detail to get a flavour of what we're looking at in terms of the number of complaints we've dealt with?
Yeah, most certainly, councillor.
And a question from me, Mr CEO. I note just above people and culture at the completion of the CFO's report, you've identified there's a total of $300,000 in efficiency savings. Perhaps at a workshop we could have a look at what some of those were, please.
Mr Mr Mayor, if there's no other questions for Andrea, we might move into the people and culture. Oh, sorry, Councillor Mather may have had a
Just a
question.
quick one to Andrea. Thank you, Andrea. I can see where all your time is going, sorting out all of these things. Just going back to page 21, you mentioned the 62% increase in number of property change of ownerships. I was looking at the graph. While I see the 2,500, that's in the 2021. Why has it gone down to 500 in the 21-22?
So that's just all the team have processed in 2 months. So in 21-22, that's just year to date. So that just reflects July and August.
Okay. Okay. So we'll have to watch the next one.
Yep. So I'll certainly include that in,
Yes.
if it's not already, in my monthly
Because
financial
I thought that
report.
was a big drop. Thinking that was a peak, that people get all excited.
Yeah, my apologies, Council. That's just the year to date. So
Yeah.
the 500, almost 500 reflects only 2 months
Yes. Okay.
into the
Thank you.
financial year.
Thank you. That line might alter next time. Thank you.
Mr Mayor, I'm sure Councillor Eastwood would understand that a IT outage generally causes some outrage, but I'm sure that that's intended to be outage.
Christy over there.
If there's no other questions for Andrea, then Christy Mansfield, Chief HR Officer.
Thank you, Mr CEO. So our people and culture team is quite a small team. We consist of around 15 people. And really our whole aim of our team is to ensure the excellence in the organisation through developing and implementing a range of different strategies that really focus on enabling our people to create a really engaging and high-performing culture. So some of the primary functions within our people and culture team, just to give you some insights in there, is that we cover human resources, organisational development, training, our payroll team, as well as workplace health and safety. So just providing some key level highlights, I suppose, throughout the people and culture report. I wanted to provide some insights in terms of our workforce profile across council. So across each of our different portfolios of Office CEO, infrastructure and livability and wellbeing. So across the council and in its entirety, we have 356 FTE, which is our full-time equivalent number, or a head count in terms of 411. And the table there provides a breakdown with the vast majority of our workforce being within the infrastructure portfolio or our livability and wellbeing team. I've also provided a couple of graphs here just to really give a representation in terms of our work profile in terms of our gender. So across Livingstone Shire Council, we have 55% of our workforce are male employees and 45% of them are female employees. When we actually have a look at the age of our workforce, we do have quite a significant ageing workforce with around about 79 employees, or 19% of our workforce that are over the age of 60 years of age. So you can see that, over the coming years, we've actually got quite a significant challenge that we'll be actually working through around a range of different strategies as to how we can address that. Even when we have a bit of a look at that in terms of our age bracket of 50 to 59 years, we still do have quite a significant portion, which is around about 119 of our employees. So you can really see that over the coming 8 or so years, it's going to be really important for us as a council in terms of how we actually address that. Our longest serving employee has an average length of service of 7.8 years. We do have an average age of our employees of around 47 years. Our youngest serving employee is 14 years. And when we do have a look at our longest serving employee, is 44 years they've actually been with council, which is quite a significant milestone. So providing a little bit of a summary in terms of recruitment. So obviously we are very committed in terms of our commitments under our enterprise agreement and ensuring that we fully utilise our employees prior to the engagement of contractors. There are some situations, especially for short-term situations, where we might need to actually go and engage a labour hire to be able to undertake some short-term work. At the time of preparing the report, we had 5 labour hires within council, and really for the purposes of those was mainly around short-term employee backfill. One of the other really important things for us when we look at in terms of efficiencies around our recruitment process, a great way of us being able to identify how efficient we are is around measuring our time to fill. So we've actually introduced some KPIs in terms of that. So there's a whole range of different ways as to how you can measure time to fill, but from a council's point of view, we actually measure that from when the date that the advertisement closes to when we actually are issuing the letter of offer or the contract of employment. So I'm pleased to report that during the period of May through to July, during the last three months, council's recruited 38 roles, in which 76% of those roles were filled within the 30 business days, which is achieving our KPI target, which is great to see. 63% of those roles were temporarily recruited, however 37% of those were for permanent opportunities. Just quickly looking on down in terms of our human resources investigation. So obviously we have a key responsibility in creating and maintaining a safe environment for our employees. During the 3-month period of May to July, we had 5 matters that reported through to our HR team that required investigation. In terms of those, 2 were internally raised and the remaining 3 were received through external resources. So of those matters, and taking into consideration the nature of the allegations as well as the investigation findings, appropriate management action was taken by council in regards to those, which included termination, written warning, as well as resetting of expectations. So we try to ensure that we appropriately manage the time taken to investigate and close out those matters. And during that period that we're reporting on average it took 4 weeks to close out those matters. In terms of payroll, so we have a very small payroll team, 3 people. But during that time, they have extensive experience in delivering really accurate and timely payroll services to on average 404 employees every fortnight. During the period, there were 7 pay cycles with a total labour expenditure totalling $9.8 million for the 3 months. So we had a number of new employees had joined the business during that period of time, as well as a number of cessations. Just very quickly in terms of our engagement survey, so employee engagement is a very critical driver for us as a business, especially in terms of today's competitive market. It also helps promote our attraction but also retention of our talent, delivers greater customer and community experiences when we have highly engaged employees, helps to foster innovation as well as diverse thinking. So in September of 2020, Council undertook its first annual employee engagement survey, and it was subsequently followed by a pulse survey in March of earlier this year. So there is some great information there in terms of some of the work that has been done in terms of those engagement survey results. We can see that a 63% engagement level across our employees were in favour when we undertook the survey back in September of 2020. This increased to 76% 6 months later during our pulse survey. So this is a really great indication in terms, especially as an organisation who's going through a significant period of change. It's important that we understand how our employees are feeling and how engaged they are, and what are some of the things that we can be actually doing to help to continue to drive that level of engagement across our teams. We've been undertaking a range of different action planning as a result of that, so listening to the feedback of our employees and really delving into, I suppose, well, what are some of the trends that we're seeing, what are some of the things that we can do proactively to help to shift and ensure that that positive engagement continues to happen. In recognition of how important employee engagement actually is for us, I'm pleased to actually share with Council that we have just launched our next annual engagement survey. It was open for a period of 2 weeks and it just closed on Friday the 17th of September. So we'll be working busily in terms of compiling and analysing those engagement results and starting to work with not only our employees but also with Council in terms of the results of that and some of those key things that we'll be doing as a result of it. We are also very keen in terms of understanding the importance around learning and development and making sure that our employees have the necessary skills in order for them to be able to undertake their work. By demonstrating this during the reporting period, we had 260 staff attend various coordinated training courses, workshops, forums, with the majority of them attendance being compliance related in terms of the roles that they undertake. We're also very pleased for the fifth consecutive year for us to be part of Skilling Queensland for Work initiative. So this is about helping to increase workforce participation and driving job growth and strengthening the performance of our local community and our economy. So we would actually be looking at commencing, we've actually looked at putting in our most recent bid in terms of for our 2022 year. But I am pleased that this year, 2021, was the largest group of people that we actually brought on into council as part of this initiative, which raised from business trainees, civil construction trainees, horticulture trainees and local laws, as well as library trainees as well. So, yes, Councillor.
Through the chair, with the SKU funding, did we actually employ any of those people that went through that funding? As in full-time, or you actually have a role afterwards?
There is certainly the possibility for them to be able to do that. I do understand that in particular with some of these areas, it's also being identifying, well, what are some of the areas where we may actually need to be looking at filling gaps into the future, especially if we have an ageing workforce, or what we actually consider to be some critical roles. So certainly once the trainees are able to complete those roles, we have had success in them being able to seek to obtain permanent employment within council. So just talking around that, workforce planning is a very critical part for us in helping to make really informed staffing decisions. So we actually have a workforce plan from 2019 to 2024 with a range of different strategies that are in place to help us to manage those. When we actually apply our risk framework that we have within council against some of the information that we have through our workforce planning, we do see that there are a number of risks that have been identified, with ageing workforce certainly being one of those. So at the moment, council are going through and we are currently working and having a look at a range of different strategies, but also looking at where we need to maybe adjust some of those strategies to ensure that we're appropriately mitigating some of those risks for us in the future. Leadership capabilities is another really important part for us as a business as we continue to evolve in terms of our leadership and our culture within council. And we recognise that certainly every staff member, whether you're a leader and managing a group of people or whether you're an employee, every day we do demonstrate leadership qualities. So we're actually undertaking some work in developing a leadership capability framework that really helps to describe what good leadership looks like. And this really will help us and support our leaders in being able to hone in their own leadership skills in terms of what are our expectations here at council as well. This is really great in also identifying, I suppose, some of those things that we can incorporate as part of when we go through our recruitment processes. How we can actually, through performance review conversations, those type of things, and how we can actually embed those capabilities. So there'll be that work will continue to evolve. Just in terms of very important things from a workplace health and safety point of view, certainly we take safety very seriously within council, but it's also about not only ensuring the health and safety of our work environment, both physically but as well as psychologically. So we actually offer a range of different programs available to a number of our employees, and we work really closely with not only our workplace health and safety team but our workplace health and safety representatives and managers, as well as all staff across council, in order to be able to achieve that. So we do have a range of different proactive rehabilitation and return to work programs, whether a person is unfortunately has an incident at work or whether it actually be a non-work related injury. We actually have a range of different programs to actually help to support that employee back into the workplace as quickly and as safely as possible. There's a number of different incident reports there. During the period, we had 42 incidents that were reported during the May to July. 18 of those incidents were reported in May, 14 in June and 10 in July. A vast majority of our incidents during that period, or 40% of those, are due to motor vehicle damage, property and equipment damage as well. 21% of those incidents were report only, so there was no further medical treatment or other action that was required. When we actually do some comparisons in terms of how do we actually compare against some other councils, it is pleasing to actually know that in terms of, this is on page 31, just as a reference, our compensatable lost time injury frequency rate comparison chart. So Livingstone Shire Council, for those 3 months that we're reporting on, is significantly lower than a group of other councils of a similar size and shire. We are continuing to do health and wellbeing initiatives. We had 152 employees receive their flu vaccinations. We've had 24 employees had their audiometric testing. We've also looked at a number of increased interest and support from people requesting information about a fitness passport, and obviously assisting and keeping in contact with our people who are working from home for a number of different reasons. We are continuing some work in developing a 3-year safety strategy, and this is really to help further build and drive our safety culture, as well as our leadership safety culture at Council. We're undertaking some desktop audits to review the status of our current safety management system, and making sure that we're in alignment with our standards ahead of some audits that's going to be taking place next year. And we also have completed a successful trial using tablets around inspection checklists while on site. So it's pleasing that from July we actually started to undertake those workplace inspections now, and carrying those out on a tablet device as well, which has created some efficiencies. Any questions at all from councillors?
Councillor Watson?
I was just wondering about the drug and alcohol testing. Has there been anyone caught with drugs in the system?
No, we've actually had some really good stats in terms of that, councillor. So not long ago we actually changed the method in which we were doing our drug and alcohol. So we've actually significantly increased the number. I think off the top of my head, during the past 12 months, we have undertaken just over 400 drug and alcohol tests, and it was only one that has been confirmed during that time, but it was due to some other reasons as well.
You stole my question.
That's a good question.
How do you, we went all through it, we all had our test. How do you sort of pick a gang, or do you randomly pick with the marbles? How do you do it? How do you
so we
identify?
do a random selection method. So basically there is marbles, and basically you pick out one of the colours, and if it's that colour, then you undertake the drug test. And there is groups. The way in which we do it is that it's not actually looking at a group of people, anyone that's at that particular site. So even though it might not be your home work location, if you're visiting that site, then you would undertake that testing if that testing is happening on that day. Yes, Councillor.
You probably just answered it. So when you pick the marble, how long between the marble being picked and the test being done?
It's a relatively short period of time to be able to do that. Oh, that day, within hours.
You don't let them out of your site?
No, our provider comes on site, and it's done pretty much within the hours.
I note that you take into account the number of people who've had the flu vax.
Yes.
The flu vax. Is there any reason for that?
So basically, it's part of our health and wellbeing initiatives that anyone who wishes to participate in that program and have a flu vaccination, then we support that, and that's purely about capturing, I suppose, the number of employees who wish to take up that option.
So they go to their own GP to have that done?
I
Do
can
we
answer
provide
that.
for that?
I can answer
Yeah.
that. Thank you, through you, Mr Mayor. So it's not just for employees. Councillors are also able to have this done through council, as I have in this last year. And there is a particular provider. In this case, I believe it might have been, I'm unsure if I can say who it is, the Cedar Turtle Health Medical Centre, and they came to the offices, and people just come for their appointment with them, so they come to the actual staff to have their injections, and so it was very well worthwhile in my case this year.
But
Thank
you
you.
did get sick afterwards, didn't you? No, good.
All right, any other questions of Christy,
Thank you.
councillors? Councillor Hutton.
Because there's a lot of information needs to be ticked off. A lot of work.
Yeah,
Councillor May, the councillor friend. Councillor Hutton has the floor. Thank you.
my apologies. I just wanted to ask a question in regards to the permanent workforce number versus any surge workforce, so it's, you say that we have 5 labour hires, does that mean all contracts, is that a total number, or do we actually have a...
So labour hires are different to contractors in terms of that. So labour hires is where we might temporarily bring in someone for a very short period of time. A contractor is more about providing a service. Council wishes to access a service for them to undertake for us. So usually a labour hire could be a labourer, for instance, or a admin person might temporarily come in for a short period of time.
Okay, so our permanent workforce number is that 3, 5...
That's our permanent workforce establishment.
And so what's our current workforce on top of it? Is there any workforce on top of that? And
Yes.
I suppose
So in terms of employees that are paid by council, we have, during this reporting period, 411.
okay, so that's the difference between the FT. Like, I took that to be an awful lot of part-time or casual positions where it was, but that actually incorporates also people who have been put on as contract rather than
Fixed term contract.
fixed term
Yes,
contract.
exactly
Yeah,
right.
okay, cool. Thank you, sorry.
No. Thank you for the question.
Okay.
And finally, Matt Wilcox with Information Communication Technology, Mr Mayor.
Thank you all. Just an effort to keep this brief. I know there's a lot of detail here, and I'm sure you all know I can speak to this for days on end. But the couple of big ones that we sort of put in this report was around our ICT security. Our service desk is the help arm we provide to the rest of the organisation. Our data backups are key and something that you all should be aware of. Our portable and attractive asset management, our ICT projects, and our maintenance. So the background of the firewall, the stats there are key to us. That firewall in the last 12 months has blocked around 80,000 security attempts. So that is sort of an unsung hero of our staff. We're providing this level of security and support to the organisation that if one of them gets through, becomes a major issue for us. So it's a little thing that we don't really sort of proactively advertise, but this is an opportunity to sort of recognise that effort that goes into this. So the firewall is one of them. The Cisco Meraki that we use has certainly helped not just the mobile devices that we've got now, around the 300, but with Project Merlin coming online, those mobile tablets will sort of swell out probably another 100 odd devices. The move to work from home is big for us. Cisco Meraki provides a lot of that security where people are logging in from their own remote machines. So that's a big point to us. The public Wi-Fi, it's a interesting stats. They are community organisations, our community facilities that provide public Wi-Fi. Those stats there are how many people have connected to it, the average use of it. It's something that depends who you ask. We think it's either going up or reducing. But it's interesting to see.
Excuse me, Matt, sorry, I'm getting an echo from somebody here. Sorry, Councillor Bella, what was the sign again, sorry? Right, now you're on mute, Councillor Bello, at the moment.
Yep.
Right, sorry, Matt,
No, you're right. So Cisco Umbrella,
I'm still getting it. We'll try that again, sorry.
yep. So that also covers our staff when they are working from home. They remote into our system. We cover them to stop their personal machines while they're using them for business. CrowdStrike Falcon is our next generation antivirus. It is another huge part of our security defence. Gartner recognised in their Magic Quadrant for 2021 as one of those leaders. We put this in there to sort of give you that confidence that the systems we've put in place in the background, not only by us and our sort of recognition of that software, but Gartner, the industry leaders, also look at that. Microsoft 365 has been a push over the last couple of years. We are now using that for a number of scenarios inside the organisation. Exchange, email, you're all users of that. Our Microsoft Teams came online with COVID quite rapidly. but it's now being used across the organisation. SharePoint, OneDrive project, we're heavily in that 365 ecosystem. Reduces a lot of the burden on our IT staff, also provides that next level of sort of software as a service. Our friendly phishing is another method that we undertake to upskill our staff. The old everybody clicks on an email and that attempts to change that. I know you've all been access to that. It's a quite a well-received piece of software for us. A couple of stats there. Considerably down on when we first started. Again, I'll update you these every quarter as this report comes out. The Trust Wave is our sort of gateway protection system. It looks after emails before and after they leave your inboxes. Anything it seems as suspicious, it will quarantine. It protects everyone in our organisation. And that sort of sums up how much work really goes into security that we don't normally see. There's a lot of work goes on, a lot of the officers are professionals in this field, and it takes quite a lot of time that we hope we never have to discuss, but the recognition certainly needs to be there. The service desk is our support, help desk arm of our organisation. There's traditionally 2 FTE in that team. There is a temporary trainee. So between the 3 of them, those numbers there, they're sorting around 7,000 requests per year. It's a large body of work. Those requests can sometimes be small, but others can be up to a month long. In an effort of driving performance in that team, we've got a first call recognition, which is an attempt to have that technician answer that call on the first response. So where somebody comes to them or phones them, you can see that number increasing. That's our key to that team. The more training we can provide them, the more they see across these systems, the better that becomes. And then the other one, that our customer satisfaction rating is huge to us. That is how we are responded to through an internal survey. As we close requests, those users can submit a response. It's a KPI that the way they're tracking, we're going to have trouble dealing with in another couple of years when it hits that 100%, but the team's doing a fantastic job in that space. Data backups, we run a couple of different systems for that. It's a key risk area for us, ensuring that it's right. We've got a number of strategies in place. The replication means every day we copy it to our off-site location. Should something happen, like the old usual fires or floods, we have nightly backups that back it up to a third location that protects against some of the crypto locker type antiviruses we've got. We've then got the old tape system for any other data that's longer term storage. It is good. It's very difficult to recover from in a timely matter because it takes so much time to spin it off. And our Microsoft Clouds ecosystem, so our Team SharePoint online services, are all backed up back here on-premise to council. A key part of that, and before we do anything, is every day we run a manual check to ensure that those processes are completed. That forms the basis for our decisions for that day. If those backups have not correctly functioned, we will adjust our day's work to ensure that we're not taking any risks. So that's quite a large body of work for the guys every day. Printing statistics are something that is just an interest. As we track into the digital world, those numbers should come down. They are quite high when you consider the amount of environment and everything that goes into it. But it is a baseline there for councillors to start seeing, and every quarter we will update that as our initiatives go to continually roll those numbers down.
Through the chair, just wondering, with our printing costs, are we in the tens of thousands each month, or hundreds of thousands?
Oh no, we're about $70,000 a year.
We do a lot of colour printing, I notice, that's all.
We do.
Is there any room there for us to reduce that cost?
There's a couple of strategies we've got in place. So we've just rolled out a new fleet of printers. We're going to put on those RFID tokens. So as people print, the machine doesn't print until they go and swipe. So if anyone accidentally hits print, or they say print and it's in colour, and they can go and actually cancel it before the job comes out. The new printers are a little bit more efficient. We get a better cost price with them. we'll put in stage a new, where the default setting is grayscale, so anybody who just hits print, unless they manually change it to colour, there's a couple of strategies we're putting in place with this new printer fleet that only rolled out in the last couple of weeks.
So we're spending sort of in the vicinity of $1 million a year in printing, is that right?
Oh no, 70,000 a year.
Oh, a year. Oh, sorry. I was going to say, holy crap. All right, thank you.
Our portable attractive assets, they're all of our laptops, tablets, phones. These things are now expensive. Our corporate fleet after COVID has moved away from the desktop. We're now into the mobile devices such as laptops. There's a lot of attractive items there, but we've now got a damaged assets report that is further down the line. While we don't have a lot, it's certainly something that we keep an eye on, and it's something that we can provide to you guys as a internal workflow. Our ICT projects, so a couple of big network switching upgrades, our printer replacement program, our telephony and call centre replacement is a large body of work that we're about to undertake. The preventative maintenance is always quite large, and Project Merlin, which covers very shortly. We're a stakeholder to a lot of projects, so the fibre optic extension for our DR business continuity planning, the CCTV extension. We do a lot of work around the hub building and the satellite system. We've just received a grant to include some sort of storm disaster recovery ability for that. A couple of the big things that the team have done is the Microsoft Teams rollout. The council live streaming platform was all done in-house. That did not go to contractors or consultants. And our big firewall upgrades were done in-house as well. That brings us to our biggest project, which is Project Merlin. And to answer off the earlier question from the councillor, it's a integrated business solution, so enterprise resource planning, where we used to have disparate, separate silos of information. A lot of efficiency comes from the reporting and use of that information by not being in separate systems. The sooner we can get this project running, the better. There is, while it is $12 million over the 3 or 4 years, that licensing cost is replacing other software that we've previously licensed. So it's not an additional $12 million, it's a replacement of. The efficiency and sort of efficacy of that coming out of it will be huge for the business. We'll see that as it comes along. We're currently in phase 1. We've seconded around 12 subject matter experts from the business. Those guys are neck deep in this project. They are absolutely killing it. It has changed in the last week. Our project control group met last week. That date in the report for the phase 1 go live of November 21 has been pushed for quality reasons out to March 22. There is a cost of those subject matter experts extending on. We're still doing that sums, and I'll bring that back to you. But we've looked at it, and the business readiness, our training to the organisation has gone all the way back to here's how to use a mobile phone. Because we'll be issuing it to all our staff and saying to them, from now on, you don't have to do handwritten timesheets. Here is your standard work. We're training people, we're going and ensuring that by taking those extra couple of months, we've got our consultants, our delivery partners, Oracle themselves supporting us in this, and by extending that extra couple of months, we believe the quality will be far more exceptional than what we could have done by the end of November. So it has changed only last week. But other than that, the progress update is the same. We're still expecting phase 2 to go live or to start that phase in March 22 before the end of this, so there'll be about a month cut over. But we don't anticipate any problems in that space at the moment. Other than that, the budget is on track. The next big one is our system uptime and maintenance, or our IT outrage. That is running at 99.96%. That is a credit to the guys in ICT. A lot of that table, as you can see, is planned maintenance. That is work that the guys cannot do while the business is functioning. So a lot of that is overtime. There's some large bodies of work in there that go sort of unnoticed to the organisation, so it's good to be able to publish this. The unplanned maintenance is the things we look to avoid. That table, there's a couple of things in there. So Pathway going down for 12 hours, Chameleon down for 96 hours, those are KPIs that we need to focus on. But that is what it is, and it's something that we plan to do better on year. And a lot of those are outside of our control, but managed by the bigger partners. So things like Microsoft Teams, when they go down, it's a Australia-wide issue, it's not just Livingstone. The big risk for us, Project Merlin coming in, that's going to change the way we do business, not just for our team, but the organisation. It'll increase the service desk tickets that we get because it's a brand new system to our 350 staff. And the tracking of those portable attractive assets is another key hurdle that we need to overcome. The new system relies heavily on the ability for GIS and GPS settings for those devices to work, and that's something we have to focus on for the next little while. I know it's a very quick overview. Is there any questions? Anything I can...
One from me. What is there that will give councillors comfort that the outcomes intended from Merlin are being achieved and that we have a system that meets expectations?
So the business case that we originally wrote for the system back in 2018...
We didn't see that, Matt.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we haven't seen any of that. So, and please don't take this the wrong way, but we're going on faith in you and the project team that we're going to get what we need. But ultimately, how can councillors be assured of that? You understand what I'm saying, Mr. CEO?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, the realisable benefits is what you're after. As I understand it, the business case identified those things and they're measurable. So as we continue to report to you over time, we will report the measurable benefits to you as well. There will be occasions, as Matt's done today, where there's been some stumbles in the project, so we'll report those to you as well.
Because ultimately what I think we as councillors are looking at the eventual outcomes and having the system that meets the expectations that you originally set and we kind of expect for the money that we're spending.
Yeah, I will track that and provide a report back, because it's not just financial, it's the efficiency savings inside the organisation
Indeed.
that we'll also track.
Yep, indeed. Okay, thank you. Councillor Watson.
Sorry, through the chair. Matt, does Merlin have a life? Like, as in, I don't mean social. I mean, as in, is there a time frame when it will no longer be valid and we have to look at something else?
That's one of the key drivers of the software, is traditionally the old best of breed, where we'd have a system to do a singular thing, and then we had integrations to map those systems together. That worked for quite a period of time, until each of those individual systems attempted to become what they call evergreen, where they continually add and upgrade and add extra little product suites in, until they each become essentially an ERP of their own. Merlin is the implementation of the Oracle ecosystem of that. So what the plan for Oracle is to continually keep that system current and add any other little pieces into it. So no, we're looking at over a decade of life. There should be no real reason, as long as they keep that software running, that we need to move away from it. But this deactivates a couple of other systems that are ERPs that we currently run.
I know when I was getting my initial training, you mentioned that when you get all this up and running, other councils are looking at our system because we're one of the first to do this, and there's going to be saleable items of it. Is that still the case?
Yeah, we are still one of the only councils to implement such a large ERP from Oracle. We have the backing of Oracle Australia, and their US experts are coming in to help us. It's certainly, we're on the teat of that running now.
Thank you.
Through the chair, this is more of a statement than a question. Just letting everyone in this room and the community know that our IT department has had a huge overhaul since Mr. Wilcox has joined the team. I cannot commend the staff enough for helping the internal stakeholders, every staff member, friendly, assisting them, educating the staff on how to use all of the systems. And I'd just like to commend all of you, all of your staff, and especially yourself, Mr. Wilcox, because you have it as a smooth running department now, where it was in the past and historically it hasn't been so. So thank you very much.
Any other questions, Councillor Watson?
No, I'll agree with that. It's been fantastic since I got here.
Right, thank you. Back to you, Mr. CEO.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just in wrapping up, so necessarily the introduction from these three today was foundational, provided some context and probably necessarily a little more information than you might expect each subsequent quarter, but hopefully that gave you an introduction to these parts of the business and a bit of an insight into the information that we'll provide to you now quarterly from this point forward. There is a recommendation to simply receive that report for that period if councillors are comfortable to do so.
All right. Can I have a mover, please, Councillor? Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Seconded, Councillor Mather. All in favour? Carried unanimously.
Question to the CEO. Does that mean we're getting a report or reports in this depth every quarter?
Mr. Mayor, as I said, I think there was a little more depth to today's because it was the introduction and provided that context. I'd anticipate into the future we'll refine these things in response to feedback from councillors. But as I said at the outset, we're trying to provide you a bit of a window into parts of the organisation that you perhaps haven't had, which can give you the comfort around the areas of performance that you think are really important.
I know, because, I mean, I'm no IT guru. Do you do house calls, mate? A lot of that went over my head, and I appreciate the depth that you've gone to, and obviously you're in the right space to be able to put it all together. I'm just wondering how much of it is absorbed on a quarterly basis. That's what I'm saying. If you're going to refine it, so keep it that we understand where the parts fit and how it all comes together. I'm not talking to Matt, but what the CEO is requiring.
Understood, Mr. Mayor. On the back of infrastructure last month, the corporate services today, livability and wellbeing will be next month, and then we'll get back into that cycle. Yes. But we take your
otherwise we'll be spending 3 days reading, and nothing else will get done.
Understand.
Thank you.
Councillors, we'll get back on the agenda. We're up to 11.2, thank you, and that's the monthly. We've just voted on that one. Seconded, carried unanimously. Yep. All right, 11.2. Councillors, it's the monthly financial report for August. Over to you, Madam CFO.
Thank you, Mayor. So, councillors, today I'm presenting the monthly financial report for the year-to-date results ending August. So we've maintained or kept the format consistent with the previous month. So you recall that the July report we had some changes. You'll also see in the recommendation there's some additional requests for consideration of council in regards to capital. So I will come back to that in a moment. So overall the results for the month and year-to-date are slightly favourable against the year-to-date budget expectations. We do have some unfavourable results against materials and services, but that's predominantly because when we pay for things like our insurances in June, we then have to release that, and that comes as a big hit in July or August whenever we do all of that. And at this stage, all of the adjustments for last year accounts have been finalised, and audit are in their final week of that work, so this should reflect the year-end close from the previous year as well. So things are generally consistent with how they have been in previous months. I do apologise around the quality of some of the graphs that have come through, so I'll look to make those a little bit bigger in the next month. They haven't come across as quite clear images, so I'll look to improve on that in the next month. Our cash position is still quite strong. You might think that our loan borrowings have gone up, but that's only because we are charged interest on a monthly basis but only make our repayments on a quarterly basis. So in those intervening months, the total borrowings value will just go up slightly just to reflect the interest that is charged. But we don't have any budget provision for additional debt. The plan is to pay down debt in accordance with the budget that has been adopted by council. The other larger liability that we do have on there is in regards to contract liabilities. So contract liabilities are essentially all of the grants that we receive from our capital projects that we haven't yet spent the money on for the capital. So we can only release that as revenue when we are in proportion with the spend rate of those particular projects. So at the moment we essentially have $10 million on our balance sheet that there is a potential that the funder, although highly unlikely, the funder might ask us to pay back if we don't complete those projects. So it just reflects that the departments like to pay us substantial sums of money, generally at the first milestone, and then we'll release that as the projects are executed. Yes, Councillor Mather.
Thanks, Andrea. Obviously, there'll be a timeline on that spending, otherwise they'll be taking it back. Are we watching that timeline? Now, if we've got money in the tin to spend it, obviously it's a timeline attached
It's all
to
in
it.
accordance with the budget that's been adopted by council.
Yes, yes.
And each grant funding has different milestones and different end dates. All of that is being closely monitored by the project managers. We're still generating, positive return on our cash investments. Once again, we're still holding the larger proportion of our funds with CBA, as they are offering a better return than other money instruments. Overall, our outstanding rates are slightly less than the previous month and are slightly less than the same period in previous years. So that's a positive sign. Councils would also be aware of the resolution from last month that the notice of intention to sell letters have been issued to those ratepayers where the resolution was made by council. And our procurement spend within local businesses, so about just over $3 million year to date, has been spent purely on businesses located within Livingstone Shire Council parameters. And that doesn't include what we also allocate on salaries and wages. So then when I'm talking about the capital program, so we took this opportunity this month to firstly identify what are additional carryovers. So those are projects that were approved through the budget processes last financial year, that once we had finished all of the accounting adjustments required for year end, that there was identified just under $2.8 million of previously approved capital budget that hadn't been allocated to this financial year. So that's the first, the second part of the resolution there, and they specifically identified if the project is over $100,000 in attachment 1 to the report. So that I think brings up total carryovers in this year's capital budget to around $8 million. So we had identified about $6 million through our budget preparation process already with last year. And then through the portfolio governance group, there is an identified for the 4 projects as listed in the resolution, being $117,000 in additional funds for 4 projects. So one of those, the first is for to address some workplace health and safety requirements, which is quite important. And the last 3, so Keppel Sands Caravan Park, the 2 footpath projects, essentially reflect the market rates of materials and supplies that are increasing above what construction estimates were at the commencement of the projects. So once again, it's quite a detailed report, councillors. I'll stop at this point.
Any questions?
Any questions?
Councillor Friend.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. I have 2 questions and only 2. So the first one is on page 2 of the attachment, asset sustainability ratio. The cross obviously indicates a major negative variance of 5.7%, and the explanation is estimate of the spend year to date only. What is the sweet spot of that percentage? If that's a major negative variance, what would then not be a major negative variance? Sorry, I was reading it and saw that.
I guess, legislation prescribes that it's greater than 90%. Okay. And that is why I'm very interested to see what the consultation will look like in terms of the changes or amendments or additional guidance in regards to the sustainability ratios that the department are currently undertaking. Mm-hmm. So at this stage, there isn't a sweet spot prescribed for Livingstone Shire Council.
Yeah, yep. Yeah. Thank you so much, Andrea. And my second question's on page 11, and I'm just scrolling down to it. Thank you for your patience. Under construction and maintenance, we see that Keppel Sands Pathway, Horry Twiner Street, is in the red, and also by 26, and also the Caves footpath is in the red by 14. Could you please explain that to me? Because from that, I found that it indicated there wasn't enough remaining funds in the budget. Is that correct?
That would be a correct interpretation of that. So in red, it means essentially there's an overspend on the allocated budget for those two projects.
Okay, thank you.
Madam CFO, just a minor correction. I'm on page 45 of the report and 47 of the agenda down the bottom. The following projects have been endorsed by the Portfolio Governance Group. On D, you've got 17,000 Byfield footpath, budget estimate of 60k versus finalised construction costing. That should be 77k, I'm assuming.
Sorry, Mayor.
You're right, 45 of the report.
Yes, not $77.
Yeah. Just a minor amendment. Councillor Hutton, question? No? Okay. Any other
Can I
questions,
just
Councillor?
get that clarified, please? The D.
Yeah.
The D.
On D.
17,000 Byfield footpath.
Yeah, budget estimate of 60k
Yes.
versus finalised construction costing of, it's just got $77. I'm assuming that should be 77k.
Yeah, oh yeah, yes, the K in the dots, yeah, yeah. How come I
Yes.
didn't pick that up? Cordingley Street, Andrea, what was the story there?
You're on pot, C, number C,
Yes,
Councillor?
yes,
Right,
please,
on the
yes.
same page?
So it's a similar story to quite a lot of our projects at the moment, Councillor. There's high demand for materials across the board, and this project is no different to others. So we're seeing price increases with a lot of our materials and services, so this is just reflecting that. I can assure you that project managers, where possible, are trying to review scopes of projects to still meet within overall budget parameters, but that is becoming increasingly difficult in the current market.
I think we need to, I know it's difficult because it's a moving target all the time, I know that, and the availability of supply. But I think we need to have more of a marker as to how different it is, what's caused it. Is it all steel, is it all cement? Or is it the fact we took our eye off the ball, which I don't think is the case, but it could be in occasions. How do we apportion that?
Can I ask a question, Councillor? Of what value is that information really? I mean, if you wanted to know whether you've overspent on steel or concrete or what?
Whether the estimates were bad in the first place, whether we had a business case, whether we misjudged what we expected to get out of it, whether we were keeping our eye on the ball, don't know. Because you see so much of it from time to time, and I know that prices change whenever you buy it, prices always change. But if the estimates are not right, you see so much of it.
Well, I don't know that we do, but ultimately,
I always worry because
I don't know that for a fact, Councillor, but
we've got so
ultimately,
many carryovers, like from last year, we're going to have more carryovers this year. We're not really going to be able to gauge at any one time where we're at.
but we know why we've got carryovers from the previous financial year, Councillor, and that's because we didn't have a sufficient number of project managers to keep our projects alive in a sense. So we've got that carry forward now that we've got a full team, but unfortunately, I think we'll probably have a visit from the officers before too much longer in relation to the capital works program. So,
Well, that was my next question.
well,
Maybe perhaps we're too ambitious.
you can expect that, Councillor, and they will come to us at some stage in the future about that. But ultimately, at this point in time, I don't know there's any value in breaking down where the overspend is by particular commodity type, whether it's steel or whatever. I mean, ultimately, I think you've just got a situation where, on average, raw materials for a product have gone up in excess of 17%, according to the builders that I'm talking to.
Yeah. In pockets, we could see that. But overall, I mean, is it just one spot that it's happening? We're not talking steel on all of these areas that we're doing work on. Is it something that's familiar with all of these areas where the projects are taking place, or is it just as a matter of supply?
Mayor?
Yeah,
Through the Mayor?
please.
To be quite honest, Councillor May, that it's everything. Everything is costing more at the moment. And supplies are limited with some of the components that we do need. And where there is opportunities to buy well in advance of projects, project managers are taking advantage of that right now. So it's not just one thing, unfortunately, it's everything, and we are competing with the tradespeople for these scarce resources as well.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
so that's that. And then the other point I would just like to make out is whilst, $8 million is quite a large sum of money to have as carryovers, it's actually quite substantially less than what the carryovers have been in previous years, in comparison with previous years. Yeah.
Thanks, Anne.
Thank you, Madam CFO. And Councillor, I think you'll probably see evidence of somewhat, I won't say uncontrollable, but certainly heightened cost increases when we come to look at two particular bridges later on too. All right, councillors, we've got a recommendation from the Chief Financial Officer there on the screen that Council 1 receives the monthly financial report for the period ending 31st of August 2021. Secondly, approves the allocation of $2.757 million in unspent capital budget from the previous financial year, as identified in the capital projects greater than $100,000. Expenditure summary with attachment 1. And 3, approve the project governance group endorsement of those particular budgets as listed. I'm happy to move that. Councillors, can I get a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Mather. Oh, Councillor Bello, I beg your pardon. So, Councillor Bello seconded. Happy to do that? Beautiful. All right. Sorry, Councillor Mather, you've been trumped. All in favour? Those against? Thank you, councillors. That's carried. Thank you, Madam CFO. 11.3, councillors' invitation to join the Regional Queensland Council of Mayors. Mr CEO, this one's yours.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. This is a return of an item from the last meeting that was laid on the table to enable further discussions at CQ Rock in Gladstone a few weeks ago, where it was signalled by at least Central Highlands and Gladstone that they wouldn't be joining the Regional Queensland Council of Mayors. Rockhampton had already indicated that they were doing so but are reconsidering that position, and Banana were yet to determine their position. My apologies, I haven't followed up to see if that's yet been done, but in any event my recommendation remains consistent as it was last meeting, that we decline that offer.
Councillor Hutton.
Happy to move the officer's recommendation.
Thank you. Any questions of the CFO, councillors? Councillor Bello, I think, all right, excellent. All right, so councillors, we've got a mover in Councillor Hutton. Can I get a seconder, please? Councillor Watson, thank you. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, Councillor. I'm sorry? No. You're against? Okay, thank you. Councillor Hutton, did you wish to speak to your motion? Yeah, we have. I'm sorry, Councillor. Yeah, we voted on it. All right. Now I've just lost my place. There we go. 11.4. Council Facilities and Expenses Policy. Mr. CEO.
Mr Mayor, I've invited Amanda to come and join us to present. It's her work today. It comes in two parts. We'll just quickly introduce that to you.
Councillors, we've brought today the Council of Facilities and Expense Policy again, just to do some minor adjustments. The policy itself was endorsed on the 18th of August in its current form. And today the only adjustments we're looking at changing are on page 7 of the policy, 5.9.11, and it's just to include the council name badge and the provision of 2 uniform shirts, either blouse or polo shirts. And the second part of that is just to endorse the actions of the CEO to approve the councillor's claim for vehicle mileage submitted on the 12th of June for a period of 12 January to 12 June. And the only reason we're requesting that is because it falls outside the 3-month provision of payment for council facilities. And that's the only change we're making today. Questions?
We are indeed.
And I think, Mr Mayor, and I'm probably guilty of it as well, that we must be mindful that we get our mileage in on time, which is monthly. 3 months.
We can only reimburse a councillor 3 months for an expense within that 3 months. Anything outside of that would then obviously need your approval as you approve the policy guidelines
So
after 3 months.
or if we just keep up to date monthly and just keep putting it in, and you can sort the rest out from there.
Correct, we can.
Yeah. I think we need to be very mindful of that. What?
Yep, councillor.
Through the chair, Amanda, when I read that about the shirts, are we supposed to get shirts, are we?
So the current policy stands that you'll be issued with a blazer and safety equipment. It was felt in previous months, I believe, early into the election, that it would be nice for councillors to have a shirt, uniform shirt, council logo. So that was the provision to include this. And it has been brought to the table once before, but there has been other issues with other sections of the policy, and therefore it didn't get voted upon on that day.
Thanks.
Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Bell, are you clear on what we're doing at the moment? Excellent. Councillor Hutton.
We can.
Yeah, all right. Councillor Bella, we're going to dial you in separately.
Councillor Bello, it's Amanda. You're on speakerphone in the chambers now.
Can you hear me clear enough?
Perfectly, thank you.
Okay. So I'll put on mute this third one, so you don't get the background and just use the photo.
Yep, perfect.
Okay, thank you.
That's all right. So if you keep your phone on speaker, Councillor Bella, you shouldn't need to hold it up to your ear. Yep.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions on this one, councillors? Councillor Hutton.
Yeah, just two. I wondered, with the opportunity to review this, whether we would consider looking at some other changes. The first one being in regards to the mobile phone policy. So the policy as it stands says that councillors will be provided with a mobile phone and with limited personal use, or will be paid back per council cost of call. I wondered whether we would, for ease of access, allow a councillor, as recognising that we don't actually transfer numbers at the end of a councillor's term, so they end up losing their phone number anyway, that whether it's easier for a councillor to use their own personal phone and just have a contribution made the same way that we contribute towards their car costs, instead of providing a phone as a secondary phone to them.
Can I suggest that that's probably not as simple as it sounds? Can we get take that on notice, Mr. CEO? You'll probably need to talk to the information technology people on
Yeah,
that.
happy to, Mr Mayor. In principle, I don't see any difficulty with it, but as the Mayor points out, we probably should just think through the detail of just how that happens so we can provide some confident recommendations to you.
And the other one that I wanted to just quickly ask about was in regards to the vehicle expenses. I know that when we adopted it last August, we said that we were going to do a review of it to make sure that the costs were relevant or were going to be picking up at the right point, because at that point I think we were just kind of guessing, well, an educated guesstimate. And I just wondered if that action had been taken, recognising that we're renewing this beyond a year after that first crack at this.
We're happy to undertake, Mr Mayor. I wasn't aware we were doing that, but we certainly can.
All right, thank you. So this will come back again with different iterations on it at some stage.
Council's happy to determine the one today and then
Yep.
those others back.
We're going to vote today at this stage, unless there's a contrary view around the table, but I mean, the proposal is to vote on the policy with this particular change around uniforms, and the officers will then bring back a revised policy later on around mobile phones and vehicle expenses. Correct. Everyone clear on what we're doing, councillors? Just
Dealing with the
this
matter
one.
in front of us today.
That's correct, councillor.
Yeah.
Councillor Hutton?
Yeah, I just wanted to apologise, recognising that because of the fact that these aren't able to come to workshop, that's why these questions couldn't be dealt with prior to it being addressed in a council meeting. It would seem a bit untidy for us to be raising new issues in the public forum of a council meeting going, well, why didn't you get the policy sorted before you brought it? But the reality is that these things can't be dealt with outside of a public meeting, and that's why we weren't able to have this level of contact or conversation around what we would like to review outside of this forum.
All right. So, Councillor Bello, any questions?
No, no, mine, thank you, Mr Chair.
All right. So, councillors, we've got a recommendation that council resolves to adopt the revised council facilities and expenses policy as presented, and 2, endorse the actions of the Chief Executive Officer in approving a councillor's claim for vehicle mileage submitted 21st of June 2021 for the period 12 of January 21 to 17 June 21. All right. Councillor Mather, you moving? All right. Can I get a seconder, please? Councillor Watson. Councillor Mather would like to speak to the report.
No, Mr Mayor, I think it's been adequately explained.
All right. Thank you. Anyone speaking against? Trying to. Well, it should be enough on, or off rather.
Thank you, that one's better. Look, I don't have any problem with the recommendations, but the only reason I'm speaking against the report because I just don't agree with the disparities in the motor vehicle policy between the Mayor and Council is having such a great disparity, and I guess if I vote for the report, I'm actually voting for the whole report, so I'll just have to vote against. Thank you.
All right. Anyone speaking for? Anyone else speak against? All right, we'll wrap up debate then, councillors. We've got a mover in Councillor Mather, a seconder in Councillor Watson. Notwithstanding this, we'll come back again with some revisions. All in favour? Councillor Bello, no. All right, those against? Okay, motion, sorry, Councillor Mather.
Thinking of my next move, Mr Mayor.
Right, now I'm confused. I'm going to go back to the vote again. So all in favour, please. Okay, those against? The motion's carried.
Mr Mayor, I was thinking the matters that Councillor Hutton raised,
They can't, councillor.
they can't?
It's a policy. Policies don't come to briefing sessions.
Okay.
Yep. All right. Back to the agenda. 11.5, policy review. Councillor interaction with the organisation. Mr CEO.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I previously signalled to councillors that I wanted to do some work around this particular policy in the main to regularise what is already the practices in our organisation. So the origins of the interaction with the organisation policy go back to 2014 when Livingstone Shire was returned. There has been some amendments, some minor amendments to things in 2016 and a couple of times in 2018, but the policy is largely unchanged in that over 7 year, approaching 8 year period. What I'm proposing to do is actually that the current policy comes in 6 parts, and I probably only see benefit in 2 of those parts, and therefore I'm proposing that the policy in its current form be repealed in its entirety and be replaced with 2 replacement policies that I will outline to you. Just stepping through the existing, there is a context element which is part 1, which I don't know that adds a lot of value other than being just that. It's an introduction to the policies. Late last year, almost 12 months ago, the state mandated a council code of conduct. So our own code of conduct, while there's nothing preventing council from having its own that might be complementary to the state mandated code of conduct, but it would be somewhat of a duplication, so I don't see the value in retaining council's own code of conduct when that is now mandated by the state. Likewise, part 3 dealt with confidential information and certainly did go into some more detail than that spelt out in the relevant statute, which is section 171 of the Local Government Act, providing councillors are comfortable that the statute actually provides sufficient guidance as to the management of of confidential information. Likewise, I don't see the need for a complementary or subsequent policy to be retained by the council.
Excuse me, Mr Mayor, Mr CEO. I feel compelled to raise at this time that perhaps I shouldn't be sitting here while we're discussing this policy, because this is a matter that's being looked at, shall we say, in relation to matters that are outstanding.
I'm not.
And I'm just wondering whether this should lie on the table until after lunch when we get some further clarification on a separate matter, because they are related.
Through you, Mr Mayor, I've already had discussion with the CEO. My advice so far is that we'll be able to even speak on this.
So you're referring to some of these matters in relation
Yes,
to the OIA,
this exactly
Councillor?
policy, yes.
Right.
Was this very policy that was in question?
Yeah, well, certainly the CEO and I had the discussion around this yesterday, Councillor, and I don't think there's a conflict of interest here, as has been advised to Councillor Eastwood at this point in time. Mr CEO, I'm going to hand over to you on this one.
Indeed, Mr Mayor, that was my advice to Councillor Eastwood yesterday, and likewise to Councillor Mather. Now, the determination of policy itself, whilst there might have been a matter historically that has raised potential breach of former policy, this is proposing to set new policy. I don't see that there's a conflict for you in that regard.
I'd like to leave the room, please, while this is under discussion.
Your choice, Councillor.
Yes, thank you.
All right.
As long as someone comes and gets me.
I'll make that undertaking, Councillor. Yeah, never a problem. All right. Back to you, Mr CEO.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. So just moving along, that's the confidential information component. Part 4, which is about, so there is a statutory requirement for acceptable requests guidelines, and this has been commonplace now for a number of years, which is to provide guidance around the way in which councillors interact with the organisation, well-established principles of councillors not being able to direct staff in their duties, but certainly an expectation that requests for information and advice will flow readily both ways. I'm proposing a new acceptable requests guidelines policy to replace what is currently Part 4 of existing policy. It's based principally on the NUSA equivalent, which provides a lot, places, I guess, a lot of faith in councillors and officers encouraging that sort of interaction, but placing some ring fences around no-go areas. Separate to that is but embedded in that proposed new policy is the requests for service, as distinct from requests for information. This is things that will end up as customer service requests, and you'll see the policy really seeks out by default a self-service approach to things, and then to have the balance of requests channelled through the Executive Office, as in the main is the current practice. And finally, the councillor contact with lobbyists, Part 6, whilst there are some elements of that that I might question from time to time, my recommendation at this stage is simply to retain it in its current form. I haven't done the work to propose an alternative to it at this stage. So my recommendation is, Mr Mayor, to repeal the current policy. Note that there is a statutory code of conduct which will replace Part 2. There are statutory obligations for councillors in relation to the handling of confidential information, which will satisfy previous Part 3, and adopt new policies, acceptable requests guidelines, and councillor contact with lobbyist developers and submitter, which is unchanged from the current policy.
All right. Thank you, Mr CEO. Any questions, councillors? All right. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? All right. I'll move. Get the debate going. Can I get a seconder, please? Councillor Friend, thank you. All right. Councillors, in speaking to this, all I see it as is a tidying up of the current interaction with the organisation policy. I think it's removing a lot of superfluous red tape in the existing council policy, such that it becomes more streamlined in terms of how we interact with the organisation and particular officers and how we seek information. Anyone speaking against? Councillor Eastwood.
Yes, Mr Mayor, I'm just speaking against the council interaction with the organisation policy part of this in relation to section 5.3, exchanges with developers, lobbyists or submitters in the post-application stage. Personally, I believe that it should be the same as in the pre-application phase. This actual section has been described as being ambiguous, and I'm certainly of that belief, and so I would like a bit of work to be done in relation to it, so that we might make it a lot easier not only to understand but to, I think it would be better for our public, our submitters and for our councillors.
Right, thank you, Councillor Eastwood. Anyone speaking for? Anyone else speaking against?
I'd like to speak against it, if it's clear enough to hear.
Yep, clear, Councillor Bello, thank you.
Yes, similarly to Councillor Eastwood there, I share a strong opinion that in the current format, councillors are not able to meet with developers after the application is submitted, and taking into account the development is basically anybody who wants an application or development application form. It could be the Soon Show Society, for example, is being a developer. So it's not just property developers. And essentially, that policy was drafted by King & Co, I believe, through Tim Collins-Clinton, and it was primarily to ensure that councils receive balanced information after the application was put forward. It has nothing to do with trying to prevent corruption. It's more about ensuring that councils get the appropriate information from both the council and the developer. I believe that onus is on councillors, irrespective of whether this policy is in place or not. It would be far more efficient to allow councillors the discretion to meet with whoever they believe is going to provide the information that they need, and if they need to cross-reference the information with council officers after a meeting with the developer, that would be showing a level of professionalism that the community would expect. On those bases, I would like to see a change to allow that flexibility. Perhaps something like, if it's more suitable or appropriate for councillors to have an officer, but notwithstanding that, councillors will use their own discretion as to who they meet with and when they meet. Something along those lines. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bello. Anyone speaking for? Councillor Friend.
Yes, certainly. Thank you, Mr Mayor, through you. So we're looking at 5.3 exchanges with developers at the moment as it stands. Once a development application has been submitted, councillors may meet with the developer with an officer attending also. And having the officer attend has an advantage to enable those that are not town planners, if you're a councillor, to understand the issues at hand. And I don't see that there's an issue, at least given 7 days notice in advance, should be given to all parties with councillors and officers attending. So I think it does actually have an advantage to have an officer attend once a development application has been submitted, to give that information that as lay people and not town planners, we councillors may be able to understand the development completely. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Anyone else speaking against? All right, so we'll wrap up debate, councillors, and I'll make some closing remarks on this one. Whereas I understand the position of Councillors Eastwood and Bello on this, I concur with Councillor Friend. The opportunity is available to all councillors to have an officer accompany them. And the proposal here does not preclude councillors from dealing with developers. It's just at the moment you are required to have an officer attend with you. And from my personal point of view, and having been involved in a meeting this week with a developer, I beg your pardon, I found the attendance of the officers to be very beneficial, because obviously they were able to provide a perspective which, as Councillor Friend says, from a planning point of view, I didn't necessarily have. All right, councillors, so we've got a mover in.
Mr Mayor, am I able to wrap up?
No, you're not,
No.
councillor.
Just wondering if there is the prospect that voting 1, 3, 5, because of item 5, should item 5 be dealt with separately? Otherwise, we end up having the rest of it down as well.
Let's see.
And the other is to provide insurance to councillors as to their own we have all we're doing is retaining policy that's been around for nearly 8 years. If we want to separately plan that paddock and another
Right.
thing we can do.
Would you want to split the resolution?
I'm just thinking it might be safer for option 5 to come out.
Yeah. All right, the suggestion's been made by the CEO that we split the recommendation there, councillors, and we separate out recommendation number 5 and we vote on that separately. So that means ultimately the debate around meeting with developers becomes a separate recommendation in its own right. All right, now, Mr CEO, do we need a council resolution to do that, to separate it out?
Not particularly, Mr Mayor, if the mover and seconder are happy to just consider items 1 through 4
Fine, yeah.
initially, make that amendment, put that to the meeting, and then that balance item, seek a proposer for that.
All right. I'm happy, councillor Friend. All right, okay. So councillors will vote on points 1 through 4 initially, as soon as we get that sorted. All right, so... Okay, so that's that one there. So you got a mover and myself, seconded councillor Friend. All in favour? You, okay, you're not voting against this one, for this one, councillor Eastwood, notwithstanding, we're voting on 1 to 4. Not 5, yeah, all right. So councillor Bello, you're in favour of this one as well, voting for, carried unanimously, thank you. All right, now we're voting on point 5 as a separate recommendation. Okay, moved councillor Friend, seconded councillor Watson. All right, now councillor Friend, did you want to speak to this again, given it's a separate...
Thank you. No, not necessarily, Mr Mayor. I've already said my piece.
Yes, correct. Friend and Watson. Sounds like a law firm. All right. I'm just going to throw the floor open on this one, councillors. Does anyone else wish to make any comments around this before we vote on it?
Yeah.
Councillor Bello?
In the absence of anybody else, I will thank you, Mr Chair. So, speaking against it, as I said previously there, I agree that having an officer there from the planning department would be advantageous, it's beneficial. But what this policy does is it locks you up that you cannot meet with the developer without an officer. And currently, if you do, other
Thank you, Councillor Bello. Anyone speaking for?
I'll just speak for Mr Mayor
Yeah.
and once again reiterate that having a...
Sorry, Councillor Fenner, do you want to use your right to wrap up at the end?
Yes,
All right.
thank you.
Okay. Anyone else speaking for? Anyone else against? Councillor Eastwood?
Mr. Mayor, I just want to speak against this, and I just, before I do, I want to be pulled up if I'm going beyond my bounds. We had a discussion this morning with the LGAQ in relation to nearly people being afraid of the whole conflict of interest thing, people being afraid to voice or even stay in the room maybe to vote. And I think this is a really good example in relation to that, where we've had a councillor have to leave because of this through fear of getting themselves in deep water. And so, I don't know which way that councillor might vote. I have absolutely no idea. However, I guess the point I'm trying to make is it makes, and this is where I might be going out of bounds a little bit, it nearly makes the system unfair. Mr CEO, is that okay for me to state that? Just an opinion?
You're well entitled to have an opinion on the policy you're considering, Councillor.
Exactly.
Eastwood.
And so, anyway, that's really all I wanted to say. I really have strong opinions in relation to this policy and the freedom of councillors. We are adults. If we do the wrong thing, we are going to wear the consequences of that. And so, and the policy, as Councillor Bello has already stated, wasn't written to stop paper bag affairs. It was written to give us more information, which we can get regardless of whether we have the people on site. We still have the opportunity. We still can take them on site. So I think the ambiguity, I think the problems with this actually stops us making good decisions rather than helps us to. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Eastwood. Anyone else wish to speak? Councillor Hutton.
In speaking on this, I acknowledge I actually am one of the councillors who lives in fear. I live in fear of having a complaint put in, and that the black and white writing of a policy, meaning that in the most innocent of circumstances you find yourself having breached rules and having either integrity concerns raised, or you have financial burdens placed upon you in defending yourself through a process that is not timely, it's not efficient, and not necessarily fair. Every one of us, apart from perhaps our newest councillor, has on at least one occasion been on a site where, unbeknownst to us, a development application has been before council. We did not know it was in the decision-making phase or the post phase. We went there for innocuous reasons, unrelated to this entirely, but every one of us, according to this policy, was acting in breach of it. Every one of us is eligible and liable to be put up for attendance at an event that was unconnected with people who were not even talking about it. And that concerns me, is that we can today write into rules things that seem very black and white and very easy to understand, but the fear that it makes that you don't wish to speak to developers or submitters for fear of putting yourself in a situation where you are going to be up to report means that we do need to be careful with this. And if, for the benefit of councillors, we need to take some more time to look at this and check the writing to make sure that it provides both a level of security, and maybe it's talking about knowingly having conversations in regards to people, in regards to things that have been submitted, as opposed to unknowingly. I'm not sure if I was trying to think of wording how to fix it on the way, Councillor Eastwood, but I didn't quite get there. So my suggestion, I would like to lay this item on the table so that councillors can have an opportunity to actually deal with it in a workshop and have a look at how do we write this to provide some more security to councillors so that they are empowered to complete their role and to speak up on behalf of their community, to engage with community, but also provide the level of transparency that both the state government and the community expect around development processes. So I'd like to move that procedural motion, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. All right, so we have a procedural motion that this lay on the table, councillors, pending further review of the policy in relation to Councillor Bellows voting in favour. In relation to the matter in relation to meeting with developers. I'll leave the wording to you, Mr. CEO, to make that a little bit more elaborate. Yep. All right, so I got that, Councillor. I'm just sort of waiting on Justine to catch up.
Can I just say, it was incredibly low risk, but just pointing out that for that period of time, there won't be a policy, so it's been repealed as part of the early month. I don't see that as a risk, but the intention, my intention in recommending was to repeal and replace with the policy that's existed for the last 8 years. It is low risk, but just the councillors are aware when they're voting that for that period of time there will be a policy back in that area.
Okay, so councillors, we all understand what the procedural motion is? All right, so all those in favour? Okay, 1, 2. Lay on the table, pending further review. Yeah. All right, sorry. Okay. It's a procedural motion, doesn't need a seconder. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. All right. So those in favour? Councillor Eastwood, Councillor Bellow. Those against? Yeah, against. So the motion is lost. So we go back to the resolution or the recommendation in front of you, councillors, that point 5, council adopt the council contact with lobbyists, developers and submitters policy. So is debate wrapped up on that now, councillors? Councillor Friend, did you want to close on that one?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll close on this one. I actually believe it's advantageous for councillors to have an officer on site with them. The state government representatives also are under similar legislation in relation to developers. When we visit a developer, or perhaps we've asked to visit a developer and we don't know if a development application has been submitted, what I personally do is I ask the CEO, I ask the officers, has one been submitted before I commit myself to an appointment? Yes, there is a certain amount of fear for each councillor under the legislation that we are bound to be under. However, in this particular circumstance, I personally don't have fear because I check before I make that appointment, and it's really quite easy to do. And therefore, I do believe that it's better to have an officer on site and to be able to answer all questions, one who is professional, one who understands the zoning, one who understands the overlays, one who understands the contours of the land, and therefore I submit this to the table.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. All right, councillors, we're going to go to the vote now. We've got a mover in Councillor Friend, a seconder in Councillor Watson, that council adopt the council conduct with lobbyists, developers and submitters policy. All in favour? Those against? Okay, so we've got 3 all at this stage in the absence of Councillor Mather. So I'll use my casting vote in the affirmative. So the motion is carried. Okay, so we're up to 11.6, councillors, the procurement policy. And we welcome the CFO and the coordinator of procurement, Naomi. Ladies, over to you. Councillor Mather, welcome back.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, councillors, Mount Island. Today we are presenting, I am presenting with Andrea Sculp, the procurement policy for review and adoption by the council. This is a policy that's required to be reviewed annually. We did bring it to a council briefing session in March and again in July, I think. And I also took it to the Community Voice Panel for Organisational Development Performance in August. So I'd like to lay it on the table now.
Okay. Any questions, councillors?
I have a brief question. Thank you so much. Thanks, Naomi. In the attachment, under giving us the actual procurement policies, there's no amendments or addendums, no words are crossed out. Is that usual if we're just reviewing the policy, or is this a completely brand new policy?
It's the clean version. It's the clean version of the policy, so we didn't include the track changes with this one.
All right. Any other questions, councillors? All right, we've got a mover in Councillor Hutton. Thank you. Can I get a seconder? Councillor Eastwood. Councillor Hutton, did you wish to speak to it?
Yes, please. I just wanted to take the opportunity to thank the officers for the level of detail they've gone into, not only engaging with the council table, but also the community voice panel in regards to how this policy applies to local procurement and local engagement by council in the projects that council works. We heard earlier today that a team of 1.6 officers processes a massive number of invoices equating to up to $58 million last year. The more of that buy that we can have local, the better. I've previously expressed that I think our intention's really positive here. My fear is that there always has to be a balance between what the administrative load we attach to our officers in trying to achieve a local outcome, whether we actually end up losing the financial incentive that we achieve for the community by an inefficiency that we create for the organisation. But recognising that this is a policy that does come annually to the council table means that we can now live it and breathe it. We can see where, if any, challenges come up, but also see where it really works. And I just admire the intent and the vision that's been shown in dealing with this in a way that promotes local buy, promotes local investment, and I'm sure that the community will really, really appreciate the effort that's gone to go above and beyond what other people in the sector are doing.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. All right, anyone speaking against? Would anyone else like to speak for? All right, we'll wrap it up then. We've got a mover in Councillor Hutton, a seconder in Councillor Eastwood. Councillor Hutton, you want to wrap up all? Okay. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
11.7, road lighting policy and road lighting procedure. And we have Mr. Lau with us this afternoon. Over to you to present your report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this policy, it's an update to an existing policy, first adopted in 2016. And so since then, there's been changes to the Australian standards. So all officers are seeking is to bring council policy and procedure in line with current standards. And also there was the other part is to simplify the procedure, and I believe to separate the road lighting in road reserves and from lighting in council properties, etc. So simplifies and updates. That's all. All right. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions, councillors? Councillor Mather.
Thank you, Tony. Under the commentary, the documents have had significant amendments made and been renamed to reflect that they apply only to roads. Are we determining which roads that they be? Like, would you, sorry? Yes. I mean, they wouldn't be highways, they'd be our council roads. But what about if you had a long road and a street light at the end and there was nothing in the middle, if it felt warranted, put it that way?
Yes, councillor. So yes, they are referred to all council controlled roads, and the procedure simplifies it in that there's certain criteria that that you have to meet in order to provide lighting, and so for your example, if it meets the warrants, then yes, by all means, we will provide it. Yes.
Okay, thank you. And I was really pleased to see that we actually addressed the shading of the lights. Yes, because that's where my big bone comes in. I've had a couple of those over time, mainly elderly people who have been really affected by it, so I'm pleased to see that's in. Thank you.
Yes, Councillor, just to further explain, there's been, like I said, there's changes to the Australian standards, but also the energy providers who install the lights, their policies have changed as well. And my understanding is when they provide the shading and when they don't, there's new technologies for the type of the lights as well, so it focuses the glare and reduces the spread and everything, so everything just brings up, it brings everything up to date with modern standards and technology.
And really, this is all about things that have come in where people have been aggrieved, and we're just rectifying all of that and streamlining it after that. So that's what policies are all about. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Any other questions, councillors? All right. Councillor Watson.
Does this also include what we spoke about with the lights that have the sensors and that sort of thing, street light sensors?
No, Councillor, this is more of the standard street lighting for, say, for a V or P category lighting, for example. So vehicle lighting or pedestrian lighting for travel, roadways, pathways, etc. Yeah, for safety reasons.
All right. Any other questions, councillors? All right. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Mather, would you like to move? Thank you. Seconder, Councillor Bello, would you like to move that one? Thank you very much. Councillor Bello seconding. Councillor Mather, do you wish to speak to the report?
Thank you, Tony, and I think we've captured this quite well.
Awesome.
If we find anything else that's missing, we'll certainly come back with it. We hope we've covered it all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Anyone speaking against? All right. Anyone else like to speak for? Councillor Bello? All right. Okay, we'll wrap up debate then, councillors. We've got a mover in Councillor Mather, seconder in Councillor Bello, all in favour. Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors.
Yours is on.
Thank you, gentlemen. Short, sharp and sweet.
You're on. You're on.
Yeah, you think?
It's 59. Yes.
We might tackle the easy one first, the collection policy, if that's all right. We might break for lunch after that. All right, so 11.8, councillors, the waste and recycling collection policy, etc. Over to Mr. Deakin.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Mayor. So I gave a briefing on this amended policy earlier in the month. There are a couple of changes made to that policy as a briefing. The most significant one was the fact that we said that item 4, this is under 5.1.5 of the expanded area policy. Item 4 has been added, changed, sorry, to state that a failure to respond will be interpreted as a vote in the negative. So that's in the event that we go to survey a proposed expansion area, then as the Hartman passed that we won't clear, and so we'll also include that in the correspondence when we survey the affected residents. We'll add as well under 5.1.5, but we've also added an additional point there, B, which is that we won't undertake a survey in the same area within a 3-year period, so that we don't unnecessarily start council resources. Probably the main thing to point out is that in an area. All right.
Yep, that's it. Yeah.
Sorry. Sorry, and would point out that probably the main thing is once we've surveyed an area, we're looking for that 80% support, and that means that we can at least guarantee that no more than 20% of people who get included in an expanded waste collection area will be dissatisfied by it. I think those are the key changes, and I believe we already pointed out that we'd updated the overall waste policy and the waste collection policies, but mainly they were administrative changes just to bring the language into common in line with other policies. And so the recommendation is that we adopt this procedure and the new policies.
All right. Thank you. Any questions, councillors? All right. Councillor Hutton.
Yeah, my apologies. So can you just confirm for me that we're using the absence of response is considered a negative as opposed to the positive?
Yeah, that's exactly right. So that's that, and I'd like to avoid those by saying the failure to respond would be interpreted as
All right, Councillor Friend, are you moving this one? Thank you. Second, thank you. Councillor Mather. Councillor Friend, did you wish to speak to the policy?
I'll sum up, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. All right. Anyone speaking against? Anyone wishing to speak for? Councillor Mather?
Yeah, fine.
Okay. All right. Well, in the absence of any hands going up, Councillor Friend, would you like to wrap up?
Thank you, Mr Mayor, through you. As the portfolio holder of waste, residents who wish for a waste collection service outside of the designated serviceable areas have contacted me on numerous occasions. This policy and expansion procedure is the first steps taken to initiate this expansion of the serviceable areas. Surveys, as Mr Deakin has said, may be undertaken to educate and note the interest and affirmation of that particular community. As we know, waste services come at a cost to the ratepayers and are firmly entwined in the user pays format. Council will endeavour to contact residents in these areas and will only proceed with a service if 80% of the residents wish to obtain the service. The collection of both general waste and recycling is mandatory, and residents cannot have one without the other. Of course, there is the possibility of 20% of the people not wishing to pay for this service, and perhaps they don't require it. However, in a serviceable area, it will be all households and the charges will be issued on their rates notice. Once an area is surveyed, I strongly urge all residents to have their say, as this will affect those residents financially twice per year. I commend Livingstone's Waste Department on listening to our constituents and for undertaking this very important policy and procedure. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. All right, we'll wrap up debate, councillors. We've got a mover in Councillor Friend, a seconder in Councillor Mather. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. I'm going to move a procedural motion that we break for lunch, councillors, and can we be back by 12, please? All in favour? Sorry?
12.
My watch. I beg your pardon.
1.
Yeah, ready? All right, welcome back, councillors. Welcome back to members of our community viewing in on live stream. We're up to 11.9, which is the recycled water issue for Emu Park Golf Club. And we're over to you, Mr. Deacon.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So, yeah, this concerns the recently introduced new charges for recycled water applying to Emu Park Golf Club. Previously, Emu Park Golf Club hasn't paid anything for recycled water, and having been included in the latest update to recycled water charges, which were adopted as part of the last budget, the club was previously informed that it would have a financial impact on them, and they've come back to suggest that they'd like not to pay those fees, or at least to pay a reduced form of those fees with some rebate from council. Previously briefed council on the recycled water schemes we run, which is one in Yeppoon and one in Emu Park. Both of them collectively provide water to a number of schools, public parks and gardens, plus various not-for-profit clubs, and in very rare cases commercial users. The biggest commercial user is Iwasaki, and Iwasaki has negotiated a special rate in relation to their supply. Other than that, there's no special rates going forward. So that means we've been able to address some clubs in the past that were not-for-profits were actually paying the full commercial fee incorrectly. So that's been addressed, and others were paying nil fee. I think Emu Park Golf Club and the Racecourse are the only two that were paying nil fee. So they've requested either a total remission, I think they've requested a total remission of charges in year one, and that some sort of gradual introduction of fees as time goes on. We've put together some modelling which is based on, I think, 350 kilolitres per day, which seems to be the average over that sort of last 12-month period. It varies greatly year to year depending on what the actual rainfall is. Obviously, they've got 2 dams on site, and they've got good collection areas on site. So when there's plenty of stormwater, pardon me, when there's plenty of stormwater, they can use their dams. They don't use any recycled water, and it goes in the ocean. When there's no rainfall, then obviously their dams start to go down, and that's when they use recycled water. The only other user from the Emu Park sewage treatment plant is the Hartley Street Sports Grounds. Sorry, there were a couple of questions specifically from Councillor Mather. Is that not working? Sorry. Yeah. There were a couple of questions specifically from Councillor Mather in regard to this item. So, a list of expenses to council to operate the plant. So I assume this is limited to just the recycled water system, but the main ones are power. There's a pump station which pumps water from the sewage treatment plant lagoons up to the first dam in the golf course. There's a second pump station, major pump station, within the golf course site, adjacent to that dam, which council also pays the power bills for, etc. And that only circulates dam water or recycled water that's filled the dam around the golf course. There's some filtration works that we have at our lagoons which have to be maintained on a regular basis. Obviously both of those pump stations have regular preventative maintenance. They're part of our fortnightly cycle. And then there's just ongoing repairs and renewals. So those are the major items. We already said that in our accounts, we don't show the 2 pump stations separately. The 2 recycled water schemes separately. So in total, to run the Yeppoon recycled water scheme and the Emu Park recycled water scheme costs about $350,000 per year. The estimated split between those 2 systems is around $227,000 per year for the Yeppoon recycled water system, and around $123,000 for the Emu Park system. But note that that excludes, the depreciation on a significant amount of plant involved in recycled water. So in total, that's about currently I think it's 215,000 a year, and once we have completed the recycled water scheme upgrade in Yeppoon, it will be about 250,000 a year. So that's on top of the 350,000. We also reported previously that the revenue from both schemes is around about $100,000 per year, with a significant proportion of that $100,000 actually coming from council by the way of the commercial charge for parks and gardens.
Mr Mayor, can I call for suspension of standing orders on this one, please? Because I think there's going to be a little bit of interaction.
Yes, sure. You going to move that, councillor?
Yes, thank you, Mayor.
All right. So Councillor Mather's moved a procedural motion to suspend standing orders to discuss this matter more openly. All in favour? Carried. Thank you very much. Thank you, Councillor Bello.
Yeah.
A question to Nigel, please, Mayor. You say at the moment the two schemes are costing us collectively $350,000. I'm just curious to see what is our contribution, not for the water, for the cost of the water, but for the pumping. And I understand that we actually pay for the replacement of the sprinklers as well.
We have done in the past, that's correct, yes.
In the past, like up until now?
Yes. We replaced them. Yeah, we replaced the sprinklers. We replaced these sprinklers, I think around 5 months ago. Since I've been here, we provided new sprinklers to the club.
So I think they're not cheap either. I don't know the particular price.
I can't tell you exactly how, but it was, in the thousands of dollars.
Yeah, that's what I thought. They're not cheap. So we've been paying for those, and we've been paying for power. Would that account for the $123,000? Would there be other expenses that add up to that sort of money?
Yeah, we have to attend and turn the pumps on and off, so we've got operator costs, and obviously the operators are all based in Yeppoon, so they then mobilise to Yeppoon. Hopefully, the times when we have to do things for the golf club align with times when we have to do things for the sewage treatment plant, but not always.
So would it be a fair statement to say that the balance of the ratepayers will subsidise the golf club to the tune of $123,000 a year?
It wouldn't be the ratepayers, it would be the people that pay water and sewage
On the
charges.
water and sewage, yes. So, well, obviously we've got to turn that around. We've got to turn it around. Not knowing what their capacity to pay is or the number of patrons at that club, because let's face it, the viability of the club will tell us where they're going in the future. I've got a thought. I mean, they've been having it pretty good for a long time, but I think too that they've done a service to the community as well. So, because this is the first year, personally, I'd like to see them be warned to say, okay, no charge for water this year, but we have to build it up. The cost that the other people, the other ratepayers
Councillor,
are subsidising.
you're getting into debate at the moment.
Yes.
So, I mean, this is a roundabout question.
Yes, it is. But that's just my picture of how I see it going. If we can actually build up a case to get them to where we want to be.
Yeah.
I don't know
Have you got a question for the officer?
Well, I've just identified what it's costing the other ratepayers on the scheme.
All right. Okay. I'm going to go.
The $123,000.
All right. I'm going to go to Councillor Friend now. Got a question.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Through you to Nige. So, council has an obligation to treat the wastewater at the Emu Park sewage plant. It has an obligation under the regulation. Is that correct? We have.
Oh, what's going on? Oh, no, it's good, it's good. Yeah, I've lost my train. Yeah, so we've got a licence to discharge at Emu Park, and we can discharge everything that we produce from the plant.
So if Emu Park Golf Club decided never to take another litre of this recycled water, then we still have an obligation to treat it, and therefore we still have the cost of actually using the pumps and using the equipment there and treating it, etc., etc.
Using some of sorry, using some of it. So we've got, a second pump station which exists only to distribute effluent around the golf course. That pump station would be written off, we'd get rid of it, and we wouldn't pay for any electricity on it.
Sure.
The first pump station would continue to be in use, but it would be pumping for a lower head. That means that it would be using less energy.
And one last question: given that the sprinklers have just been replaced at council cost, if the club were to take on the maintenance of the sprinklers, how much would that cost per annum approximately?
Look, I don't have exact numbers on that. We've been replacing sprinklers or providing new sprinkler heads every year, as far as I can see, for many years. So it's an ongoing cost. I'm not able to give you exact numbers, but I can tell you that over the past sort of 8 years, we've typically had 2 work orders a year dealing with reactive works to the pump station. We've had 20 in total between 2013 and 2020. That's 3 a year dealing with civil repairs. That means pipe breaks and things like that. At the golf course, we've had 22 work orders between 2014 and 2019 dealing with electrical issues at the golf course. So that's average 4 a year. And then we've had mechanical issues between 2014 and 2019, average of 5 a year, 25 in total. So there is, significant maintenance involved in the assets that really just service the golf course.
Certainly, we're getting our money's worth as far as Hartley Street is concerned. Is that, we're paying for that, for Hartley Street, or are the sports clubs paying for it?
No. Hartley Street Council pays the commercial fee for any water that goes there. We need to make some improvements to it to make sure that we can operate the system automatically. At the moment, it's quite manual, but it's working well. They're getting the water they need. It just needs more manual intervention than we'd like.
Certainly. I have an alternative motion, Mr. Mayor.
All right, I'm going to go to Councillor Watson. Thank you. Yeah.
Sorry, through Chair Nige. With the Emu Park Golf Course, do you feel that they're using more water than they need and they can be doing more water conservation or anything like that? I've got 2 questions, by the way.
Okay, on that one, when we first visited them, it was in relation to what we call a recycled water management plan. So that's council satisfying its duty of care to make sure when it gives potentially contaminated recycled water to end users, that they do the right thing to inform people. So, for instance, on the golf course, there's signage up everywhere saying recycled water. When we did that, the club made clear that they were quite keen to have more water, at certain times of the year. It's obviously it's scarcity value that's important. When it's raining outside, nobody wants recycled water, and that's when we have to put it in the ocean anyway. When it's very dry, then obviously everyone wants recycled water. But they indicated that time that they were keen to increase their usage, but there's limitations in their own irrigation system, their sprinklers, etc., that prevent that.
Okay. The other question is, the Yeppoon Golf Course, do we supply anywhere near the same sort of service in the way of heads and all these other things like we're doing at Emu Park?
No, none of that at all. I mean, with Yeppoon, it's strictly in accordance with the supply agreements, and they pay. I think previously they were actually charged the commercial rate, but they are registered with council as a not-for-profit, and that's been corrected. They don't use anywhere near as much water, possibly because they've always paid for it, and so they have a more economical outlook on how they should use it.
So we need to re-educate the people at Emu Park, basically. Or what are we going to do with the excess water?
Exactly. We either need to educate them or make them accept that to have a very, very green course, it does come at a cost, albeit it's only a quarter of the cost to the water and waste customers, because we're only covering 8 cents out of an estimated 36 cents per kilolitre.
Yeah. And we don't have any other customers that we can pipe to?
We don't. As I said in the report, there's only one genuine commercial customer that's active. They're quite a small user. Other than that, our biggest customer is Emu Park, and then Iwasaki, and then council's collection of parks and gardens and a couple of schools.
Just one other question. Do we have a pipeline that goes towards the bicentennial ground where the swamp is there? Sorry? Archer Street, yeah. Yeah, where the dam is, the swamp is there at the bottom of Bicentennial Ground, Emu Park? But I'm just wondering, it's so often that it's empty these days because many years ago, council took the clay level out of it and the water didn't stay there like it used to, like when I was a kid.
Sorry, it is a very restricted network in your park. Really, it was, it just goes to the golf course, and we then had to extend it to Hartley Street.
Yeah, okay. No, I just thought if it was there, we could keep water in that place, that's all. Because the old fellas over there believe we pulled the plug out and that's why the water goes away now.
Not guilty.
Councillor Hutton.
Yeah, I just wanted to get some feedback. I know that as part of the budget discussions, there was an acceptance and an understanding around the direction that council needed to go in terms of collecting income as well as equalising the expenditure. At that time, there was a substantial discussion around looking at a price path to get Emu Park Golf Course to where we wanted them to be. And obviously at this point, the officer's recommendations, rather than using a price path, saying that instead the recommendation is for it just to be set fee as per everyone else. What's the grounds upon which a price path, I suppose, wasn't deemed to be the appropriate methodology from the officer's recommendation?
I'm not sure. It certainly was, talked about at the briefing session, and then it didn't, we did sort of say at the time that was a possibility, but it didn't get pursued, and it was adopted as two charges, either commercial or not for profit, as part of council's budget process.
Any other questions, Councillor Eastwood?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, to Nigel. So if the officer's recommendation does get knocked back today, is there the option to, well, obviously there can be the option, but I noticed that the discount options for consideration are in the report. We can vote upon one of those options.
Correct. And I think Councillor Friend may have an alternate motion in mind around that. Any other questions, councillors? All right.
I move that we resume standing orders.
Thank you. All in favour? Carried unanimously. All right. So, councillors, in the order of being tidy about this, I might go to the particular recommendation here, see whether it gets any support, and then we'll deal with Councillor Friend's alternate motion. You put your mic on, Councillor. Yeah.
I'm just thinking, should we hear all the options together before we vote?
The options are in the
Yes.
report, Councillor.
The options, which includes Councillor Friends.
Well,
Because I'd hate to sort of
yeah.
option 4.
Well, I'm happy to entertain the foreshadow. Excuse me, councillors. Can we not have separate conversations going on, please, councillors and officers? Having trouble enough hearing as it is. Councillor Friend, would you like to give me your alternate motion, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That council resolves to, we say A or 1? A, place full responsibility and cost for maintenance of the sprinkler system located at the Emu Park Golf Club. Place full responsibility and cost for the maintenance of the sprinkler system with Emu Park Golf Club. B, implement an 100% offset in the financial year 2021 with the increase in costing based on non-for-profit charges in the following financial year.
Could we hear that second one again? Sorry, I just didn't understand it.
Implement a 100% offset in the financial year 2021 to 2022 with the increase in costing based on non-for-profit charges in the following financial year. So what I'm trying to ask is, within this financial year, 0, not charging them for water, but implement a charge in the following financial year. So that gives them plenty of time to work out their own costings, etc. So basically, I'm agreeing with what you had to say earlier.
Oh, hang on, no, you can't. Just a minute, please. Yeah. All right. So we got that sorted, Mr. CEO?
Just jump through now, Mr. Mayor.
Righto. All right. So councillor Friend's foreshadowed motion is about to come up. But essentially what she's asking or proposing is that no charges be levied in the 2021 year and that full charges be implemented in the following year, councillor Friend.
That's what I have suggested, but other councillors are now saying a graduated increase, and I will also agree with that.
All right. Well, 21, 22, we give that. Yeah. Yeah. Yep.
Could I suggest we look at option 4?
Option
added
4.
to that for the graduation.
All right. So now.
Graduation, so it steps it up.
All right. So we now have another foreshadowed motion.
No, just to add.
No, that's what you're putting up, councillor, is another foreshadowed motion is option 4.
Mr Mayor, do we?
Mr Mayor, may I amend that particular?
You may amend that, councillor.
Thank you. Implement a 100% offset in the financial year 2021-22 with the graduated increase in costings based on non-for-profit organisations in the following financial 4 years. I'd be happy with that.
Well, you won't be able to implement a 100% offset in the 2021 and 22 year and then have it graduated forward. You're going to have to specify a percentage going forward, councillor. You understand what I'm saying?
Okay.
You've said there, point 2, implement a 100% offset in the financial year 21-22. That means that's it. But if you want to have a graduated implementation, then I'll just take the 100% out and reword it.
Yes.
So
Thank you.
a graduated offset program commencing 21-22 or something along
For
those lines.
22-23.
Councillor Hutton.
Alternatively, to extend it would be to implement the 100% offset in the year financial year 21-22, a 75% offset in the year 22-23, 50-25. So and that's what the mayor's saying is it's missing that explicitity.
Yes.
And I think if we do, so I'd leave.
Thanks,
100%
Councillor
and
Hutton.
add in those.
I agree.
We're getting there.
Could we add something to the words of offering them support on how to reduce their water usage as well?
That could come as a thing afterwards.
Three, 24. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you, councillors, for your assistance in that. I'm happy with that. No, but I'm still thankful. Thank you.
But that was everybody's intention.
And councillor Friend, did you want to accommodate councillor Watson's request in a point 3 that officers work with the Emu Park Golf Club to assist in water economy?
Most certainly.
All right.
Everybody gets a chop at it. Everybody gets a chop at it. Yes.
Councillors
Yeah, we
full responsibility, just making sure that application was put addressed from which was to exclude the reconciling of the system. There are some exclusions in the front.
No, so it's not full responsibility.
Just want to make sure that people, that's what the intent was.
So I saw the solenoids, I saw the other areas that were excluded, but are they still part of the sprinkler system itself?
The sprinkler system, is based around a computerised controller which is actually situated within council's building on the sewage treatment plant site. That unit itself is worth tens of thousands of dollars, and that's the thing that will definitely need replacing perhaps in the next year or so. So council needs to be aware if it's proposing to fund the replacement of that when it finally fails again.
Question to Nigel. Does that service other, through you, Mr. Mayor, does that service other customers as well?
No, that unit is exclusively servicing the golf course, and it allows you to, if you like, rotate around different groups of sprinkler heads to water different greens and different fairways.
Okay.
So-
Maybe we can deal with that when the time comes.
Thank you. Through to you, Mr. Mayor, and to Mr. CEO. Perhaps we should just add in that, as the CEO has kindly pointed out, excluding the ring main up to the solenoids, control system and network access. I'll just read it again.
Sorry, yeah, can you just explain that?
I am just reading this particular letter that was in our attachment, and it says here, the maintenance of the sprinkler system, excluding the ring main up to the solenoids, control system, sorry, I thought Justine was typing, control system and network access system pumps and operational costs for pumping.
What can we?
So the intention there, councillor, is for us to take responsibility for that substantial piece of equipment? Yep.
Yes. At
Right,
this
is that
stage,
it?
until we review it.
Let's have a look at this before we. So, 1, place full responsibility and cost for the maintenance of the sprinkler system, excluding the ring main up to the solenoids, control system and network access, system pumps and operational costs for pumping located at the Emu Park Golf Club. Mr Deacon, is that what the intent is here? Sorry, that's the relevant equipment, I should say.
Sorry, that's what the golf club have asked for.
Right.
So they want to exclude from their responsibility their maintenance and their operating costs, all of those items.
Right.
So they want the ring main to be running with council. That means if you get any leaks anywhere across the course, then council's going to go dig it up and repair it. Means if the solenoids fail, which are the electrically controlled valves that operate to open up any particular sprinkler head, then council needs to provide those significant costly items. The control system I already mentioned, which is tens of thousands of dollars, and the network access is to enable this computerised irrigation system to be accessed from a mobile phone or mobile device. The system pumps is the part that council was proposing to retain, which would mean we keep the main pump station from the lagoons. We'd also keep ownership and maintenance and power cost responsibility for the second pump station located within the golf course adjacent to their main dam.
All right. Councillor Hutton.
Can I just suggest that we take out the word full, because by the list of our exclusions we have in true form really removed full responsibility, but we are placing responsibility and cost for the maintenance of the sprinkler system on them. However, we're excluding the just, it seems like a bit of a superfluous word in that.
And Councillor Friend, with your indulgence, could I also suggest a point 4 that this arrangement be reviewed within a certain time frame, because
Certainly.
we don't want to get stuck with it forever.
Yeah, that's right. Okay. So I'm happy to put in a point 4 for it to be reviewed. But I will look to the officer as in a time frame for the review. So
Yes. 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 No, we're not.
That is the request from the club for all of those things. Officers weren't anticipating being that generous, perhaps, and passing and having the club retain some of that responsibility. Nigel pointed those things out, so we would recommend some exclusions from their exclusions, but it is entirely up to council to be as generous as it chooses.
That was my question before, ultimately, and what we're going to accept responsibility for, and what your recommendation is.
Yes, so clearly our recommendation is only to accept responsibility for the rising main that goes from the sewage pump station, main pump station, up to the first dam, and the second pump station, rising main, which distributes to the irrigation system, but not to accept responsibility for any of those items, including solenoids, control system, network access. So that should be funded by the golf course. Otherwise, historically, it appears that the solenoids have been variously supplied by council, installed by the club. The sprinkler heads have been supplied by council, installed by the club. Leaks to various irrigation mains across the course seem to have been variously fixed by council under those civil work orders I mentioned earlier.
Sorry, Councillor Hutton, I think Councillor Westwood had a question, did you?
I think that actually got answered then, Mr Mayor. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Hutton.
So I'm aware that when we've spoken to the club, we have advised them in regards to the costings. So saying that we believe that it's going to, if we had no discount, that it would cost $10,500 this year for water, $12,000 next year, $13,500 in the third year of the process, and hence why their desire is to see some subsidisation in regards to that. The information provided today that suggests that there's some sort of system that within a year is going to need replacing that has a cost of some $10,000 or so. Was that advice ever provided to them as well?
Only certainly when I met with the club, they said, "Oh, by the way, the irrigation controller is getting very old. You know, it'd be good to get a new one soon." And I think they'd had a failure where one of the cards in that particular controller had burned out. Apparently, it took a long time to fix. I know that we employed a skilled consultant to go down there and do some fault finding on it to work out what was wrong. It's a complex computer.
Just excuse me for a second. Mr Deputy, would you mind chairing for a second? Thank you.
thank you through the chair, Councillor Bello. So.
Procedural motion to appoint a chair in the absence of the chair and deputy. And I guess based on earlier advice, it would be someone proposing Councillor Friend as chair for the time being. Someone prepared to propose that. Thank you, Councillor Watson.
Thank you.
All in favour? Thank you. Done. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So let's just go back to what council actually does. So if we go back to the alternative motion and we look at the sprinkler system itself and what they've asked for excluding, the ring main up to the solenoid. So that's on their property. Is that correct?
So there's lots of solenoids, you know, on each particular fairway and green. There would perhaps be 6 or 7 individual sprinkler heads. Each one may have an individual solenoid, or it may be that solenoid valve controls a group of sprinkler heads. But so there's lots of those. All of the solenoids have an electrical wire that runs all the way back down to this controller. which is actually located in our crib room at Emu Park.
Okay, so in the past we have had the control of the controller.
Although it's in our crib room, we've had to give the groundsman a key, and they come and go as they like inside the sewage treatment plant site.
Yes, Councillor Hutton.
I would like to foreshadow a further alternate motion in regards to this. So I'd like to see us deal with point 2 in terms of your recommendation, Councillor Friend, and then have a second point whereby we actually have a further discussion and get costings on the maintenance and the costs of this below ground and in ground things. I think we're making a bit of we're at risk of making a decision without that level of detail to help inform that part of the conversation, where I believe we can deal with the costings of water today, but I would like to see us not rush off onto the other. And so I'm just foreshadowing that I'll move an alternate recommendation to this, which will deal with the offset as per your recommendation, but we'll actually ask that we have a further report to discuss responsibility and maintenance of all of those items, their costings, and the likelihood of replacement in the near future.
Certainly.
Madam Chair,
yes.
I just need to remind the table that we've actually resumed standing orders, and we're supposed to be in formal debate. I know that, but we seem to be going backwards and forwards here with questions, and we don't have the information, as the good councillor says. And I don't know if the club members are aware of the information that we're discussing. So I think we need to look at all options as far as getting the information. And that means combining the two. That's fine.
Thank you.
But I just need to remind you, we're supposed to be in formal debate.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. I do agree with your foreshadowed motion, and that we should certainly look at that separately, with the addition of, to provide a report to council to come back to us.
And Madam Chair, if you're happy to take my alternate motion, I'm happy to move that now if we wanted to.
Certainly. So, yes, Councillor Hutton's moving that. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Eastwood, thank you so much. Councillor Hutton, would you like to speak to this?
Yeah, very quickly. I think that we've identified in our budget debates, and then again further today through our discussions and the correspondence we've had from the group, that there is a need for a pathway to get them to paying full price. To go from 0 to 7 cents is a bit fast, and the challenge that provides for the club has been outlined by them. I think ultimately we all believe that they need to have some responsibility, and today what we've been trying to negotiate in the forms of a current meeting is to, well, what bits do they own, which bits do they maintain, which bits do council own. I think that for the time being, providing stability and line of sight in terms of the cost of water gives them some guidance as to where they need to go. An expectation of finding $10,000 that they weren't expecting up until March of this year is a big step to take. So by providing some guidance saying, hey, yeah, you are going to pay some for your water, and it's going to be about $2,800 we provide, gives them some guidance. But taking that second step of actually having a conversation around, well, what are the assets, what is their maintenance and life, and what are the costs associated with that? Because I'd hate for us to today either burden them with an asset that we believe is going to cost $10,000 that's going to need replacing next year, or alternatively, for the fear of burdening them with a $10,000 asset that may not need replacing next year, end up taking that burden upon the council and community, when we know that over time that it would be great for the club to be able to stand on its own 2 feet, and this is about taking that pathway towards sustainability. So I recommend it to the table.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Is there anybody speaking against this motion?
I just need some clarification, because what's happened? Officers provide a report to council in relation to the other items attached to the responsibility of ownership. Now, when the club gets the message on number 1, they have no idea we're coming back with the possibility of further costs at a later date when they're reviewed. So I'm just thinking that they need to be told that we will the officers provide a report to council, and the club be advised that further discussions will take place on other parts of infrastructure. I don't know how you want to frame it, but I think the club needs to be aware that we're coming back to talk to other matters that still may be shared.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Mr Mayor, are you taking over as chair?
Yeah, I will for the time being, thank you.
Thank you.
Mhm. Well, I guess it's up to Councillor Hutton and Eastwood if they're prepared for the amendment. Councillor Hutton?
Yeah, and that the club be advised accordingly.
Yeah.
For that addition.
Right, Councillor Eastwood, you happy? Yeah. Awesome, okay. All right, so we've got a mover in Councillor Eastwood, a seconder in Councillor, sorry, try that again. A mover in Councillor Hutton, a seconder in Councillor Eastwood. Councillor Hutton, would you like to speak to? You've spoken to it, right. Anyone speaking against? All right, Councillor Eastwood, would you like to speak to it?
Oh, yes, Mr Mayor, just that clubs like the Emu Park Golf Club are the lifeblood of our coastline and, in fact, our whole community, and they need to be looked after, and we need to make sure that they're looked after, but we also need to make sure that they do pull their weight. I've great affinity for that club. It's a small country club with lots of volunteers, and I think that we've done well to be able to give them such a discount and to allow them in, and it's been good to have supported them for the last number of years. But there comes a time, and the time has come, that we do get some financial offset for the amount of money that we put into the water supply there. So I'm happy to recommend the motion, Mr Mayor.
Awesome, okay. Anyone else speaking against? Councillor Mather, your fingers poised. I take it you're speaking for.
If I may say a few words, Mr Mayor. I believe that the club will be happy with the outcome here today, and I believe that they would see it as fair, because they've, I wouldn't say had it good for a long time, but certainly they've had the benefit of the generosity to the rest of the users. And I think they'd realise now that nothing's for free. And although they're providing a wonderful service to the community and tourism as well, they'll see it's time that they have to just spend that little bit more to share the load from everybody. But I'm sure on a whole that they'll be happy, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Councillor Friend, were you wanting to say something?
No, thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm very happy with the outcome.
Okay. All right, we'll wrap up debate then, councillors. We've got a mover in Councillor Hutton, a seconder in Councillor Eastwood. All in favour? Those against? Thank you. I see you, Councillor Bello. Carried unanimously. Brings us to 11:10, which is the application for a permanent road closure at Thomas Street, Emu Park. Welcome back to the table, Mr Lau.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Council, this report was tabled initially and left on the table pending councillors visiting the site. So I believe most councillors have visited the site, so officers are just seeking direction from council on how to proceed now.
On councillors, the recommendation is that council resolves to advise the applicant it does not object to the proposal to permanently close part of the Thomas Street Road Reserve, subject to the dedication of a 4 metre wide public utility easement for sewer purposes, which is to be registered over the existing sewer main in favour of council, and B, reference council's standard easement terms. and authorise the Chief Executive Officer to sign a statement in relation to an application under the Land Act 1994 over State Land Part C, advising the Department of Resources that Council's Road Manager does not object to the proposal to permanently close part of Thomas Street Road Reserve. In a nutshell.
Happy to move the recommendation. Following questions, Mr Mayor?
No other questions, councillors, on this one? All right, so mover and Councillor Mather, seconder and Councillor Friend. Councillor Mather, do you want to speak to the
Just very
report?
briefly, Mr Mayor. The Director and I visited the site and actually spoke to the neighbour, and I'm very happy with the outcome there, what's proposed. What we did find, the land next door was probably a good potential for subdivision too, if it belongs to council. So we sort of had that in our mind as well. But I'm happy with that, Mr Mayor, thank you.
All right, thank you, councillor. Anyone speaking against? Anyone else speaking for? All right, we'll wrap up debate. We've got a mover and Councillor Mather, a seconder and Councillor Friend, all in favour. Carried unanimously. Thank you, Councillor Bello. 11.11. Response to notice of motion and in regard to road maintenance equipment. Mr Carter, welcome to the table.
I had a look into the equipment that was shown in the YouTube video. I suppose there's a couple of technical things that have to say first with the equipment. Apparently, the road appears to be a mobile road, a laneway, and when you further look at the site and some of the comments, it's actually a private driveway. The soil has to be between 12 and 1500 mils long, wide, which is important for an alternative that I'll mention later. The video shows the cut's only been about 20 feet deep, which means that to get a good thickness of about 75 to 100 mils, that be multiple passes. The existing pavement appears to be cement stabilised, which may admit that the cuts have to be fairly shallow because it's quite hard. There was no traffic control present. I noticed in the video that there was a sign saying shared zone 10 miles per hour, which probably supports the laneway or driveway theory. And there was no compaction undertaken in the material, which the company that were promoting the attachment acknowledged in some of the feedback to people on their video. In assessing the suitability equipment, we made some inquiries with suppliers, and their advice that the attachment was sold as a landscaping tool, and it's intended for wind rolling debris, site preparation, turf removal, and surface levelling. The suppliers advised that they would not recommend using it for any road or construction maintenance purposes. Whilst the scarifier depicted in the video is not suitable for unsealed road maintenance, we currently do a similar process with a scarifier that's specifically designed for hard materials such as asphalt or steel concrete, and even concrete itself, albeit a bit narrow, about half the width, 600 mil wide. The advantage with that profile is because it's meant for harder materials, it can go to 200 mil deep in one pass. So productivity-wise, double the width, smaller depth of cut is equaled by a narrow width but a much deeper length of cut. In doing some work on Tooker's Road for the bit of seal at the start of the road, we used it to reshape 250 square metres of the road before we put the seal on. That took about half a day to do, which when you extrapolate out to a day's work, you'd get a productivity of about 500 square metres a day. Based on a 5 metre wide road, you're looking at 100 linear metres a day with this type of machine. At the higher rate of $130 an hour, that equates to about $1,000 for your 500 square metres. If you took that out to a kilometre, you're looking at 10 days to do a kilometre, $10,000. Currently, using a grading crew is around about $5,000 a kilometre, so you're talking twice the cost and about 1/10 the productivity. It's also noted that a grading crew attends to the roadside drainage and that as well, which this machine doesn't at the time that it works. while saying all that, we do currently use a profiler to do isolated repairs on unsealed roads, be it crossroad scours, scours on steeper sections of road, it works out efficient because it can mean that the period between full maintenance is extended. We've found that probably up to about 100 metres in length, so a day's work for this type of machine is about the limit where it's cost effective. So, I suppose in summing up, the use of a skid steer loader with profile attachment an important tool in effective maintenance of unsealed roads when used to address isolated defects, but it's not a cost-effective solution for broad-scale maintenance of unsealed roads.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So with that in mind, do you see any application or potential application for those short components of a road that do require attention?
We do that now.
Yeah,
we do attend to that sort of thing now. Quite often it's only a 20 or 30 metre long by 5 metre long defect. Occasionally it'd be much longer and narrower if it's on a steep section of road and it's a isolated longitudinal scour. So yeah, at the moment we're using it, and as I said, it proves cost effective because it might mean the difference between putting a grading crew to grade the whole road, because we're there, compared to probably giving us 2 or 3, 4 months before we have to go there because the rest of the road's in quite good condition. Plus we've got an obligation to address those safety defects, the really bad scours, not just a rough road, but those dangerous defects, which we do.
And do any other councils use this equipment?
Not that I know of the one shown in the video, but I believe there's other councils that address isolated defects with similar profiling equipment.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Thank you. All right. Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Friend.
Yes, through you to Ms Carter. When you talk about using this equipment, and council already does this, do we use a contractor and their equipment?
Yes, we do use a contractor.
Okay.
Yes.
I understand that council owns some skid steer loaders.
Yes, that's right.
And have we? There was those particular specifications within this report. That have you approached CAT to find out, how much the costings are for those attachments, etc., etc.?
I'll have to check that. I believe we may even have one that our bitumen crew uses to do sealed pavement repairs. What we tend to find, but from memory, is that it's reasonably busy with that sort of work, so we supplement with the contractor as well. But I would have to look into that a bit further.
If you could take that on notice, that would be great. Thank you.
Any other questions, councillors? All right, so we're receiving the report and note the research and analysis undertaken in assessing the effectiveness of the skid steer loader power rake.
So moved, Mr Mayor.
Okay, moved Councillor Mather, seconded, thank you. Councillor Watson. Okay, Councillor Mather, do you want to speak to the report at all?
And no, Mr Mayor, except to say that I understand that there are always small sections that need to be done in isolated areas, but I imagine when maintenance is done, we sweep the area for the roads that need to be done while the machinery is in that area, rather than be transporting smaller pieces of equipment to one area for a one-off basis. Because that, as the officer says, it's twice the price.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Mather. Anyone speaking against? Anyone else wish to speak for? Councillor Watson.
Through the chair, I'd just like it that if we can, in the future, when we do have to do this work, try and use our own equipment instead of bringing contractors in to do it, that's all. If it's available, of course.
It's a balancing act between how many times we have to do it and the cost of the machine.
I'm just thinking if we've got the gear, we should be trying to use our own gear, that's all.
Yeah, we do utilise it when we can,
Yeah,
But
what
you may find is, even though we do have a profiling wheel, and I'll have to check that for sure, I know we did have one years ago, but our bobcats may be fully occupied doing other works, and we tend not to hire a bobcat and put one of our attachments on, we hire it as a whole. In this particular case, the contractor that comes with us also comes with a small pedestrian type roller, drum roller, so he's geared up to do that sort of work. So he'll, because he does a lot of small asphalting work as well for other companies and for ourselves. So he's got a roller and the Bobcat profile attachment and water facilities as well.
So it's a complete package, yeah.
All right, so we've got a mover in Councillor Mather, a seconder in Councillor Watson. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, Jeff.
Thanks.
All right, so we're on to 11.12, councillors, which is in relation to the notice of motion for Rec Point walking trails. As I indicated at the beginning of the meeting, I have a conflict of interest on this one. Councillor Eastwood does, Councillor Bello does as well. So I'm going to absent myself from the room, as is no doubt Councillor Eastwood. And Councillor Bello will probably go and do other things. Okay.
Oh, yeah, exactly, Mr Chair, thank you.
Councillor Friend, over to you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you, Mr Mayor, officers and councillors. So this is in response to a notice of motion in relation to Rec Point walking trails. I'm going to hand over to Mr Lau and Mr Pearce in relation to your report, please.
Thank you, Councillor. So, as Council is aware, this one has been presented to Council a number of times, and the latest addition to the report was to include the results from the recent community engagement, and so I won't read through the report. There's too much involved, but I think the summary is that from the majority of respondents have indicated they support a two-way traffic option and with the boardwalk. And so from the engineering and transport planning perspective, officers' recommendation remains the same in that officers' preference is the one-way option with a shared path. But we recognise that the community, the respondents might have a different opinion, councillors might have a different opinion, and so what officers are seeking now is direction from council on how to proceed. Yes.
Lovely. Well, we'll open it up to questions, councillors.
Madam Chair, might I suspend standing orders, please move for the suspension so that we can have thoughts on this, because we're not ready to go to debate this, I don't think.
Yes, so we'll suspend standing orders. All those in favour? Thank you.
What's that?
Thank you.
Getting slack, aren't we?
I'm learning.
A question, first question. It's not for you to write down. When we're talking about a walking trail or a, what's the other one? Sorry? The boardwalk, yes. We're talking about a 3.5 metre.
So I can further explain, and I did put a bit in the report, in that normally our shared paths are 2.5 metres.
The shared path, that's the word I was looking.
But in this instance, we've updated our plan in that we need to, in order to fit a bike lane in, continue the bike lane, a cycle lane all along Matthew Corners Drive and then up around Rec Point. But there's just not enough room to fit the bike lane in. So we have transitioned the separate bike lane on the side of the traffic lane, transition it over to into the shared path, and so that's why we need to bring it wider by a metre. So that's why there's a 3.5 metre shared path now.
That worried me a bit because it really dictates what you can do with your road. And that would be the reason, from what I see, that causes the one way, because we need the 3.5 of the bikeway. What if we were to do away with if we had a walkway, you could carry your bike, you could walk your bike up there for that steep incline, narrow the walkway or the shared path to a walkway, which would give you more room for two-way traffic.
Yes, I see your point, councillor. I guess it's to be consistent with our transport planning in that we want to create a cycleway network where we have the serious riders on the road, separate from the casual riders. But however, in this instance, because of the tight restrictions we have, officers deem that it's more appropriate to transition the serious riders onto the shared path. And because we have cycle link, the cycle lane link to the north and to the south, or we want to continue to the south, that's why we want to make it a continuous link. That's what
We could almost call this like a bottleneck, so to speak.
so to speak, yes.
Because the one-way traffic intent was to match up with Daniel Park, the master plan of Daniel Park. This is a restricted area in as such as the confinement of it all. And I think we need to look at it a little differently. Unlike Daniel Park, unlike the southern section, I think we need to give it a special attention to see what we can do with what we've got. And it's my preference is a two-way street. And that is obviously very strongly pronounced with the people in the area. Not because they said so, because I know what would happen. We would have World War III on our hands as a community, as a council. It could make or break a council. So I think that's only my thought, that we should look at this section of roadway a little different to what we would normally because of the confines.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Councillor Watson?
Thank you. Through the chair. Tony, if we went 3.5 metres wide, how long are these replas sleepers that you're talking about using?
So they're long as in, if it was a boardwalk style.
Yeah.
You mean?
Do they go all the way across, or do we have a join in the middle?
Yeah, so you can see it in the diagram. It's 3.5 metres full width of the boardwalk.
But the reblast comes in a 3.5 metre length?
I'm not sure, to be honest. I'm sure they can custom make something.
Okay. Because I was speaking with a fella from Queensland Parks and Wildlife who uses a lot, and he said, up this way, the replast stuff doesn't last because of the UV, because how hot it is and everything. I'm just wondering if you've done any research on that. Because we're relying on this material, and I just said I was talking to him, and he said he uses it or used to use it regularly, but up here he's finding that it's breaking down.
Mr. Pearce?
Yeah, through the chair, just to address that, not necessarily replast, but the materials we've used over at the lagoon and down at the in front of the Kraken, both from a recycled material. The lagoon's been in operation for 3.5 years now, gets significant use, and there's been no failure there from that perspective, and very, very little maintenance. So I think what we propose there will be a good outcome.
I have after you.
Just the other one was when we spoke last time, we sort of came to the conclusion that we don't know what's in the rock to attach to, and this could blow out. Do we have any closer ideas on how that may go?
At this stage, no, councillor. You need significant geotechnical investigations to determine that. So we're not at that stage yet, but when we do proceed, yes, we will engage the suitably qualified geotechnical engineers to carry out the investigation for us.
Thank you. I have a question. Understanding that 55% of the people who were surveyed, or 104 people, have indicated that they want the boardwalk rather than a shared path, what would be the maintenance cost on a boardwalk per annum, per se?
Through the chair, councillor friend, I suppose given what we see around with some of the other timber boardwalks that we've got, it depends on the product that we use. Take the Emu Park Memorial Boardwalk, for instance. It's stained timber, as are the deckings down at the Kraken. They require oiling probably 3 times a year at a significant cost. So when you're talking something like this that's 3.5 metres long, wide, by that length, you are looking at significant maintenance and upkeep costs on running it. if we use the recycled product. As I said, we've got the materials that we've used elsewhere around the lagoon. Probably a little bit more expensive to buy, but very low maintenance.
Certainly. And what would be the lifespan of a typical boardwalk?
Oh, look, that's a tough one. It could be probably 25, 30 years, depending on the maintenance.
Certainly.
Maintenance requirements.
What would be the typical lifespan of a concrete footpath?
80 to 100 years.
Okay. I suspect that because we're under suspended standing orders, I think that we as councillors should decide what option we should discuss in relation to option A, B or C. The people have spoken and the residents say that they wish for the boardwalk and a two-way street, and so they've had their say. The majority of those people surveyed, that's what was said. So perhaps if I go around the table to each of the councillors sitting here so we can come to some conclusion while we're in suspended standing orders of the option that we would wish to take. May I start with Councillor Hutton? Yes. So there were 3 options within the report. I'll just go back to them. Page 78. So option 1 was one-way traffic with shared pathway. Option 2 was two-way traffic with shared pathway. And option 3 was two-way traffic with boardwalk. And keeping in mind that we have just been told that a concrete footpath would last 80 to 100 years, and perhaps a boardwalk would last approximately 30 years with annual ongoing maintenance costs. And we don't know really how much it will cost to construct a boardwalk into the cliff face. So perhaps... Yes. May I ask Councillor Hutton what your thoughts are with the options that you're thinking?
Yeah, well, it'd be my intention to move an alternate motion to the officer's recommendation and put forward option 2 as my preference for both longevity as well as ongoing maintenance.
So that's an alternative motion, and so we can do that once suspended standing orders are finished. Yours, Councillor Watson?
I'm just, I mean, the people are asking for the boardwalk, and I'm thinking that there's been high-rises built with concrete slabs poking out. I can't leave it over for many years, and I'm wondering if that's the way we should look at this. And possibly, I don't know what a cost would be, obviously, because that's not my thing, but I'm just thinking going with the boardwalk, we don't really know what's there, whereas if we could put it on there and we can't leave it from the outside, it might be I'm just concerned about the blowout. I mean, looking at 6.2 million. And it's very difficult to make a decision on something that's $6 million and you have no idea if it's going to be 10 million. Because we certainly don't know that sort of money. Yeah, that's my real concern on this. Oh, sorry.
Could you just repeat your option, please?
I can't remember what I said. Look, I'm concerned at the $6.2 million when we don't even know how much the boardwalk will cost, because it could be a total blowout. We have no idea of that, and I'm wondering whether we should be looking at a concrete cantilevered boardwalk, similar to houses being built with concrete high rises and everything else. I'm just wondering if that, and again, it's the 80, 100-year life that we're speaking of, because 6.2 million is hard when we don't have any idea what the rock surface is going to be like.
Thank you, Councillor Watson. So what was your option out of those 3 options?
Well, it doesn't fit into any of those. None of the above. That's the problem.
Okay.
I mean, I like the idea of a two-way traffic with a boardwalk, but I just don't know if the boardwalk is what we can afford. Because otherwise it could turn into $10 million, and we certainly don't have that sort of money.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Watson. Councillor Mather?
Two-way traffic, that's my preference here. Definitely two-way traffic. I'm not sure of the boardwalk either. All I know is that we've got $600,000 and it's not going to take us very far. We need to know how far will that get us? What options do we have with that sort of money? And whatever the outcome, whatever the two-way traffic and another option, not a boardwalk, not a shed, I'm looking at a walkway. Minimum. We have to compromise given the restriction of that particular part of the coastline. And what sort of money would that bring us? Where could we do it? Can we do it? Is it physically possible engineering-wise?
Certainly, Councillor Watson.
Sorry, through the chair, Tony, I know I think I've asked the question already, but on the other side we've got the rock from the hill. Is that a possibility of digging that out and moving it across that way to make it, because that could be cheaper than there's other alternative, because we know what's there, sort of thing, you know.
Yes, Councillor. So if you have a look at those diagrams, the officers, what we're proposing is trying to balance out the cutting and the filling, and so there is a proposal to carry the roadworks. We need to cut back into the existing into the natural surface there. Yeah, so the problem is there are houses there, and it's similar to the Statue Bay situation where the further you cut in, that's right. So it's possible that so when officers carry out the geotechnical investigation for if the proposal is to proceed with the boardwalk, they also do carry out some geotechnical investigation on the other side to see how far in we can cut. Obviously, if it's really hard rock and it's going to cost a fortune to excavate through the rock, then we might go out further. And so the issue, I guess, was depending on how close the houses are and depending on the slope stability analysis, determines how far can we dig in before we start jeopardising before we start imposing risks onto the foundations of the existing houses.
So I've had a crazy idea. Are we able to forget the road that's there and pour a slab that we drop in or with a crane or wherever it is, it goes the full width, 6 metres of road, 3 metres, which means you've got to cantilever it, and we put it into the ground so we end up with one full slab that goes out, so you don't have to worry about all that. Is it possible? Is it ridiculous cost?
So, speaking as an engineer, we can engineer anything. And I imagine something like that would be far more expensive. Yes, concrete slab, that's why flexible pavements using gravel, it's much more cheaper than concrete pavement. So if you're talking about concrete slabs that are cantilevered, they've got to be thicker and a lot of steel, it's far more expensive. Yeah.
Certainly. Well, thank you, councillors, thank you, officers. My option would be option 2 for a footpath area, because this is going to last the distance for future generations and not be such a drain on the council finances in the long run or even in the construction. So that's what my option would be. So I'll make a procedural motion to come out of Councillor Watson. Councillor Watson.
Got another question, Madam Chair.
So, through the chair, Tony, with the $1.8 million option, that's not doing any roadworks. That's just working on the cantilever, isn't it?
That's right. So you can see in the in that table, the two-way option on the boardwalk.
Yep.
In the black is the $1.8 million. That's just the boardwalk, and to upgrade the road in grey below it is $4.3 million.
And so, in other words, the road would be untouched.
Yes.
In the way that it is now.
Yes.
Later on, we could go back and do
That's
it.
right. That's right. Yeah. So the intention is to, if we were to proceed with that option, it'd be to construct the boardwalk now, and then later on, when the road needs it, then we'd upgrade the road.
It needs it now, though. That's the problem.
Thank you. Councillor Mather was next.
How bad is that road, though? How hard is it to redo that road?
So that section of the road, I don't think is as bad as the current section where we're reconstructing now. But if eventually this section of road around Wreck Point, I can't recall what Jeff said. I think it's within 5 years still. So yeah. Yeah.
Can I just ask, like Emu Park's just had that strip of bitumen put into town there. I believe it was 6 inches thick or something. Is that a fix, or is that something they've just done to band-aid that situation up there? Because I'm wondering if that could be the same sort of thing, because it's a beautiful surface.
I'm not sure what Emu Park.
Yeah, Patterson Street.
Councillor Watson, I believe the issues over with Matthew Flinders Drive come down to the pavement. The pavement needs to be redone on it. So I think it's a bigger issue than what they've dealt with over at Emu
It's
Park.
a whole reconstruct job.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Mather, you're
Thank
next,
you.
and then
Thank
Councillor
you.
Hutton.
My concern is we've got 600,000. We've got to go back and ask, we'll get the approval for the authority to change the scope of the works. Have we done that? And they've looked at it so far in a positive mode. Is that how it goes? Just need to establish where we're at.
Yes, so I've outlined in the report that I have made contact with the QRA, the funding body, and the indication they've given me is they can't see any big hurdles. They're largely led by council.
Not an everyday thing, but
That's
we
right.
don't see any problems. Yeah, okay. And now, what was the scenario we put to them? We are only moving from the rocks onto the land. Is that all they know at this point in time? They don't know exactly what the land will take shape.
So, Councillor, I guess the way when I spoke to the QRA, the way they put it to me was the funding has been approved. The person didn't put it in these words, but I got the impression that what we do with it is up to us, and they will be led by what we decide based on, but it has to be related to this.
Yes.
But the finer details on which side is, it's not something that's going to be a big hurdle for them.
But there's no more money. That's what you've got, and that's what you have to deal with.
That's right.
That's right.
Yes.
So now we've got 600,000. If we did a two-way, was that well? Okay. These figures here are based on what you think the one-way or the two-way and so forth. If we were to have a two-way, would we have room for a walkway on the existing pavement without going into the hillside? Have you looked at that at all?
So
I'm not looking at it.
maintaining the two-way traffic
Yes.
and constructing a shared pathway beside the
A walkway. A walkway.
road. A walkway. Oh,
Yes.
You mean a boardwalk?
Not a boardwalk, a walkway.
So 1.8 metre.
Yeah, concrete boardwalk.
Okay, 1.2 metre or
Yes.
yes.
Have you looked at
no.
that? Have you done those figures at all?
I can't recall, to be honest, Councillor, but
Okay.
it's not
Because
consistent with.
if we can fit in a walkway
Hmm.
beside a two-way traffic lane, that would give us scope to move with the 600,000.
Yes, I guess it's not consistent with our planning, our transport
Are
planning.
you planning with
Councillor?
Daniel Park? Is that what you're saying?
No, our planning as in we want to extend a shared pathway network, and we see, and so depending on the destinations, officers would deem that this is a potentially tourist destination.
Yes.
Children, there's people with mobility aids, there's people would like to have a leisurely stroll with their kids on their push bikes, etc. And so the purpose of this pathway, officers deem, would be a shared pathway, not a footpath. Footpath is if you're only catering for people people walking, basically, yeah.
I've got to say that some people have got to use common sense too. We can't make everything available for everybody. What we're looking at is a constrained area and constrained finances.
Yeah.
We can't give everybody what we'd like to give them,
Yeah.
sadly.
So, Council, I believe that a narrower, say, a footpath, or even 1.2 or 1.5 metre concrete pathway would still require significant work to meet the current standards and the current road width requirements. I believe that we still need to do significant work, which is similar to this, but instead of the 3.5 metre path, we can narrow it back down.
to one
but
and
you
a
still
half
need
metres?
to do a fair bit of embankment.
Of course,
works,
of
yes.
course. Nobody said it's going to be cheap or easy. But if we can't do something on this particular part of our coastline, we shouldn't be in the business. That's my thought. This is going to take an engineering discovery, right?
That's right.
And I'm hoping you're going to be able to find it.
Yes, trust me, Councillor, I'm an engineer.
Because well, you have to show me. Yeah. As long as you would have used car salesman before.
Do you have any other questions, Councillor
Yes,
Mather?
I do, but sorry, Madam Chair. But this is important, this one. We're only going to get one chance to get it right. Can you, Madam, through you, have a look at two-way traffic and a 1.5 metre walkway? Can we have a look at that? And let's look at those costs and the other question is, where are you going to get the extra money from over and above the 600,000? What was the plan for that?
Yeah, so as outlined in this report, there is a budget item in a future budget, and so
Because we've got how long to spend this money?
that's right, $600,000. I can't recall, to be honest.
Is it June next year?
I thought it
I
was-
don't know what the time frame is.
That's right. I thought it was June next year.
I had a feeling it was 30 June 2022.
Yeah, because we could sort of add to the next budget. And I think my last question would be that the system, part of the Matthew Flinders Drive that needs attention now, and I think we did shuffle those a little bit. It's in greater need now. I'm just wondering how long have you anticipated that the next stage would come along Matthew Flinders and we can join them both together? The construction of the road and the footpath at the same time. That would save money.
Yeah, okay, Councillor. So I guess that's what our strategy is here. So we've got so two-way traffic, shared pathway, and down the bottom, $4.91 million over a 5-year period. And in that 5 years, there's the several stages of construction to carry out the roadworks and the pathway works. So that's what officers see as it will still require bringing projects forward and increasing budgets, etc. But that's one strategy and potential.
All right, I'm just going to go to Councillor Hutton now because he's been waiting very patiently to ask a question for quite a long time now.
Oh no, my question's no longer relevant.
Okay, Councillor Watson.
I've just got one last question. Have we addressed the issue of parking at the top of Rec Point when all this starts happening and more people are up there?
So at this stage, we haven't looked at parking. So you can see the on the maps, it shows the pathways up to the lookout, and there's existing parking there already. And so there's potential to increase the parking later on, depending on which strategy council proceeds with. And there is a master plan as well. One of the attachments of the master plan. And so, yes, parking will be addressed in future.
Thank you, Mr. Lau.
Overall master plan.
Lovely. Thank you. Councillors, I will move a procedural motion to move back into debate. All in favour? Thank you. So, we're going to look at a foreshadowed motion from Councillor Hutton. Councillor Hutton, would you like to let us know what your foreshadowed motion is?
Yes, I am moving forward with a recommendation that Council endorse the two-way traffic with shared path option along Matthew Flinders Drive between Daniel Park and Gaffney Street, authorise officers to submit as per the scope, and support the preparation of a business case to fund the future project in budgets.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. I appreciate that. I now am going to ask the CEO's advice as I am learning as chair. Do we need to then vote on the first resolution, or can we move straight to a foreshadowed resolution?
Move straight to determination of Councillor Hutton's motion. The earlier is simply an officer recommendation which doesn't need to be determined one way or another.
Certainly. All right, so we'll move to Councillor Hutton's foreshadowed motion, and that is...
Sorry, can I just check in regards to that? So where it talks about the shared path option, what you're talking about is a shared zone, is that correct? So you're actually changing the designation of traffic?
So yeah, the shared zone is just at Daniel Park, yes.
Thank you. For Justine, it says officer's recommendation, so if we can certainly change that. Oh, thank you very much. Thank you. So the foreshadowed motion is that council resolves to endorse the two-way traffic with shared path option along Matthew Flinders Drive between Daniel Park and Caffney Street. 2, authorise officers to submit a request to the Queensland Reconstruction Authority to change the project scope from construction of the walking trails to the construction of a roadside shared pathway. And 3, support the preparation of a business case to deliver the project in accordance with the associated staging plan. Would Councillor Hutton, would you like to move this?
My concern relates to the shared zone, that what we ultimately are achieving is we are actually changing the road designation and changing the traffic flow with increased traffic onto both Caffney and other streets. So while we've maintained the two-way, we actually haven't achieved the outcome, which is to maintain the main traffic flow travelling along Matthew Flinders Drive with this option. So my apologies.
We'll alter it, Madam Chair.
Yeah, so my suggestion would be that we take out the shared path section, so the reference to shared path. So endorse the two-way traffic flow along Matthew Flinders Drive, and we can take out between Daniel Park and Caffney Street.
Okay, so now it reads.
Retain.
So now it reads 1, endorse the two-way traffic flow. Gentlemen, thank you. Endorse the two-way traffic flow along Matthew Flinders Drive. And 2, authorise officers to submit a request to Queensland Reconstruction Authority to change the project scope from construction of the walking trails to the construction of a roadside shared pathway. So we need to actually take that out. Is that correct? Shared pathway in number 2. Would you recommend that, Councillor Hutton?
It doesn't address the issue of the walking trail.
A pathway.
I'm wondering if it's worthwhile of us having a short break so that we can consult and then come back into the council meeting.
We've just resumed standing orders.
We are under standing orders at the moment. So what was it, Councillor Hutton, that you wanted to discuss in further?
So by having a 5-minute recess, I was hoping to seek further advice from officers in regards to getting the wording correct so that it provided for both the two-way traffic and the associated path up and down the hill. My reference to the shared pathway concerns from Daniel Park to Caffney Street, where it's that zone that is identified as actually being a reduced speed zone with shared traffic. And so how do we take out the shared traffic zone without taking out the shared pathway and getting that in the right wording? And I think in a 5-minute recess we could achieve that.
All right, Mr CEO, I'm going to ask for your advice on this.
So it appears Councillor Hutton is proposing a procedural motion to adjourn the meeting for a short period.
Certainly.
If that's supported by councillors, we'll do that.
Yes.
So will 5 minutes be enough?
Give it 10.
Certainly 5 minutes. Thank you. Who's in favour? Thank you. live stream in the community. We have come to a conclusion, and I will ask for a vote to resume standing orders. Thank you. Unanimous. So we'll just go through the resolution again. Lovely. So that Council resolves to endorse the two-way traffic flow and shared pathway along Matthew Flinders Drive, and 2, authorise officers to submit a request to the Queensland Reconstruction Authority to change the project scope from construction of the walking trails to construction of a shared roadside shared pathway. And 3, support the preparation of a business case to deliver the project in accordance with the associated staging plan. And 4, the decision contemplates no change to traffic management arrangements and road hierarchy for Matthew Flinders Drive. Councillor Hutton, would you like to move this?
Very happy to move it.
Thank you. May I have a seconder? Councillor Watson, thank you.
Madam Chair, I'm still not happy. No change to traffic management arrangements and road hierarchy for Matthew Flinders Drive. The traffic management arrangements for Matthew Flinders, is that taking Daniel Park in the master plan? Because I think that we need to go back and revise that, given the two-way traffic that we're looking at.
I believe the intention for that particular item on the agenda, on the resolution, was that the traffic hierarchy remain as it is, so that traffic is not forced into Cathany Street or surrounding streets.
I understand that, but we're not saying that. I see it as we're adopting, or semi-adopting, the Daniel Park restrictions in that area. Because there's a little cul-de-sac and everything there. I mean, it's not taking away the hierarchy, but it's not excluding that area, because we're going to have to go back and revise that with what we've got there.
Certainly. Mr CEO, I'm going to throw to you in relation to Councillor Mather's query.
I possibly misunderstood, Madam Chair, but I think this does exactly what Councillor Mather's hoping, which is sends a signal that some of those proposals around altering the configuration of Matthew Flinders Drive, this signals that this decision is made in the context that it would prefer that that didn't happen. So no construction of cul-de-sac or no
disagreement with 1, 2 and 3. Okay. I certainly was very in favour of two-way traffic. And Daniel Park was predicated on one-lane traffic. So we need to go back and revise the master plan that hasn't been formally adopted yet.
And indeed that's what point 4 is about.
1, 2 and 3.
So it perhaps doesn't say that directly, but certainly I believe Councillor Hutton's inclusion of point 4 is exactly that some of the things that were proposed around shared zones, cul-de-sacs and the like, this decision is taken on the basis that none of that will happen.
It doesn't say that, so maybe we should...
So that's why it contemplates no change to traffic management arrangements. So the current arrangements for Matthew Flinders Drive, which sees it as the higher order road, is contemplated with the choice that we're making today. It says no change to the road management or the road hierarchy, because we don't want to see more traffic on Gregory Street, more traffic on Caffney Street, Davidson Street, any of those smaller sub-streets. And so the only way for that to be achieved is for Matthew Flinders Drive to remain two-way, and for us not to put in a shared zone, which this says we're not contemplating as part of this.
Well, Mr CEO, I'd support it as long as we can come back at a later date and revise the Daniel Park road hierarchy.
I believe, Councillor Mather, that that's what the officer's intentions are, and we haven't resolved to adopt anything in relation to the Daniel Park area at the moment. So, and I do see that Councillor Hutton and Mr CEO are correct in saying that this is actually agreeing with what you're wanting.
Yes, I totally understand the principles of what we're trying to do. I support them 100%. What I also know, that if we don't have it in writing word for word, people in time get a different look at things and they stick to it, and that's the worry. But we can come back and I'll put something in to make sure that we review the master plan to fit in with what we're planning to do here. So I'll
Certainly.
Chair.
Okay, thank you. So we have a move in Councillor Hutton, seconder in Councillor Watson. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor Hutton?
Yes, thank you. I'd like to take the opportunity to thank all of the members of the community who have participated in the engagement exercises around this. Obviously, we all recognise that Cooey Bay is the first part of our community whereby we're going to see that urban renewal from small residential blocks to the potential of having multi-storey residences, having higher density achieved in that area. So Daniel Park's really, really important to that. What we also see is that those people who have bought in these sub-arterial roads, including Caffney Street, Gregory Street, Davidson Street, have chosen to be off the main drag because they did not expect or would not expect that there'd be large amounts of passing traffic. With this action, what we're doing here today is ensuring that the road prioritisation maintains that through traffic will travel on Matthew Flinders Drive with two-way traffic, but also deals with the concerns that have been raised by residents and ratepayers in regards to access up to Rec Point, the wonderful Rec Point lookout put in by the European Lions Club in conjunction with the State Government and Livingstone Shire Council, and provides for continuity of our bike access pathways. So this is a compromise to the highest voted choice, which was to see a boardwalk go in. But as a council, I think our responsibility is not just providing the most aesthetically pleasing, but also the most practical and the long-term, looking after the long-term interests of the community. By having a pathway that is not a boardwalk, we reduce the maintenance costs to the community without reducing the effectiveness of achieving the goal, which is to get mums and bubs to get bikes off the road and give them greater protection than what they currently have. So I think this is a good outcome for the community. It protects the residents of nearby streets, and it's going to be something that will continue to put Livingstone on the map.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Is there anyone here at this table speaking against? Anyone else that would like to speak for?
Just very briefly, Madam Chair. This gives the people of that area, of that suburb, surety, and which they've been wanting for some time, and security of their investment. No doubt we are torn between what we can afford, what the public expectation is, and what's physically possible. And that's where the gurus of engineering have to come up with a solution, because our expectations are high, because we need to deliver at the most affordable price. And I'm sure that some of my people in the far north would just love a little pathway like this, or even a road half as good as what we've got there now, even though it's not worth much. So I'm happy with that, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Councillor Watson, would you like to say a few words? Thank you. I think we'll take it to the vote. Okay. All in favour? Thank you. Passed unanimously.
So thank you, Mr. Mayor. So council, as you're aware, the results have come back from the recent survey community engagement from the Pacific Heights community, local community. And so this report outlines the results of that survey. And as you can see, the survey suggests that the majority of the respondents are in support of what council has currently achieved, and so sorry, I lost my page. So, and they're happy with the current speed limit, although they would requested that some repeater signs be placed, some 50k per hour repeater signs, and for council to monitor the road and the traffic movements in future, and then obviously if there's any indication that some additional traffic calming is required, then council can implement that in a future stage. And so officers now are seeking direction from council on how to proceed and to endorse the community engagement results. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just in the conclusion, the officers have completed community engagement relating to the speeds and options. The results indicate that the community do not support the reduction of posted speeds from 50 to 40 and do not see a need to install speed reduction devices. Then it goes on. Council officers recommended the speed limit is maintained at 50 and additional speed signs are installed. It's contrary. One contradicts the other.
Councillor, I can help clarify.
Yep.
And so the majority of respondents were happy with the current speed environment, with the current speed limit of 50 km per hour, and did not see the need to lower it to 40. But they also said that they would like additional signs, say, reminding people that it is 50 km an hour.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that. Mr. Mayor, through to Tony, for each time I went to a meeting up there with the residents, it was quite clear that they'd had enough of the speeding and the behaviour, and they needed something, anything, to slow these people down. Some have even left the area because nothing's happened over a number of years, and I sympathise with them. When the director and I went up there, he had ideas. I went to Tositz Road and did a bunch of photos and handed them in to show what could be done successfully and has been done successfully up there in Tositz Road for many, many years. And it seems that the people don't want anything. I find that hard to believe. So I'm just questioning now, the people who don't want anything done, where do they come from? Do they come from the road that's the subject of contention, or do they come from streets down the back where it's really not affecting them?
I suppose, Councillor Mather, just in response to that, in the commentary, there were 513 people that were provided the opportunity to participate, of which only 74 responded. Now, we don't know where those respondents have come from, but the opportunity has been provided for that community feedback, actually it does. Yes, sorry, in the attachment. Actually, you are right, Councillor Watson. But I suppose just to add to that is that opportunity has been provided for that community feedback, and only 14% of people took up the option to undertake the survey.
So, Councillor, to further add to that, I suppose, is that the initial thought, the way of thinking for officers were, let's implement the pathways and the refuge islands first, reassess, and then implement more if we need to. So I guess I'm guessing maybe the community, after council had implemented those refuge islands and the pathways, They see that it possibly is effective at calming the traffic, and maybe those responders have changed their minds. It's a possible scenario.
Just not knowing where they came.
So the red and the green dots, councillor, are all the respondents. The green dots are the yeses and the red dots are the noes. So there's a fair smattering of like fair distribution of surveys through there, including along Pacific Heights Road. Yeah, there's people along Pacific Heights Road. These are the ones, bear in mind, these are the ones that have responded. A survey was sent to all of the residents around that area, 500 odd, as the officers have pointed out. But these are the ones that have responded. And it's not a lot.
It's not a lot, but at least they respond. That's good.
That was sent by email, is that it?
No, my concern is the responses from the ones along the road that are actually affected. Well, most of these people, most of them are.
But you can't force people to respond, councillor. That's the problem. Yeah. All right, any other questions of the officers, councillors?
Yes, through you, Mr Mayor, to the officers. Could you just explain that by reducing the speed, for example, all hypothetically to 40 kilometres, how the responsibility of any accidents may occur because the speed is reduced would land on the CEO's lap, in the sense that if we were to increase the speed, say for example hypothetically to 80, then you could understand why there would be accidents. But by reducing a speed limit, what possibility is there of accidents?
Thank you, councillor. To put it in a very simple, I think, a general way, it comes down to the Professional Engineers Act and the type of decisions that are being made. If the decision is involving lowering the speed limit, then the Professional Engineers Act would deem it as an engineering decision. And so under the Act, you have to be a registered professional engineer to make an engineering decision like that, and or under the direct supervision of an RPEQ. And so it's consistent with what the advice from the 3E committee, etc., in that the CEO has the ultimate authority to decide, but to do so, there is a risk of not complying with the Professional Engineers Act unless the CEO is a registered professional engineer of Queensland, and so that's the risk, I suppose. And so for the CEO to make that decision, it's possible that if the CEO was to obtain support from a registered professional engineer of Queensland, and I think there was communication suggesting that either a speed limit review or road safety review signed and certified by an RPEQ in support of lowering the speed limit, and that would satisfy the Professional Engineers Act. And so unless you can satisfy the Professional Engineers Act, then there's always a risk to the CEO in that regard.
Councillor Watson.
Sorry, through to Tony. On table 3, question 5, 36% said leave it how it is. 29% said leave it how it is, but install physical traffic calming devices. Yeah, it may not be exactly what they're asking for in the way of leave it how it is, but wouldn't it be safer if we did put in the physical traffic calming devices? Yeah, the speed bumps to try and slow them down anyway. Is that a possibility we can look at, seeing that even though they haven't exactly asked for that, but we still look at it that way because ultimately we know there's a speeding issue.
My recollection in a meeting, I think Councillor Mather was there with me at the time, with a number of residents up there, is that they weren't seeking traffic control devices. They were actually seeking a slower speed limit. because they believed that was the solution.
But that would force the speed to be reduced.
Potentially, but then again, I mean, ultimately we're about trying to deliver what the community is asking for on Pacific Heights Road. And they were quite adamant, Councillor Mather, as you recall, that they didn't want these speed limiting devices on Pacific Heights Road.
And the point is, you can put as many speed signs up as you like. 40, 50, whatever you want to put up, doesn't say anybody's going to, you always have those factors to take advantage of the system. And big buses go through there, service vehicles, there's all sorts of people, all sorts of vehicles that go through caravans, and there's not much room.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if I may. That's another debate for another time. On the attachment, page 4, under the survey, table 4, question 3, the most people within the survey, 7 people out of the survey, asked for a traffic calming device and said that they thought it would solve the issue. Yet in the recommendation on the agenda it says we do not see a need to install a speed reduction device. So is it because of the amount of people that actually undertook the survey? Was it decided on percentages?
Yes, Councillor. So when officers summarised the results, it was largely based, yes, on percentage-wise.
Thank you. And just to follow up, the following table, table 5, question 4, are you satisfied with the completed treatment of 2 pedestrian refuges along Pacific Heights Road? And the majority of people said yes. Could you explain that to me?
Yes, that's right, Councillor. So I believe that was the question asked, and there was either 3 choices for the answers, wasn't it? Sorry? Oh, 2 choices, sorry. Yes or no. And majority said yes. So it's purely statistical.
Was that the question you were asking, Councillor? The answer?
My question really was just looking at the statistics that 60 people is 85% of those that undertook the survey, and they want 2 pedestrian refuges along Pacific Heights Road. And undertaking this survey and listening to the residents, it indicates that they actually want refuges.
Yeah, so they're the recently constructed refuge islands. So they're already constructed.
So they're already there, my apologies. Yes. Okay, thank you.
And in a sense, Councillor, they're traffic calming things in their own device, in their own way, yeah. Right, any other questions of the officers, councillors?
Just a question to Tony, Mr. Mayor, thank you. Tony, you know that there are temporary slowing devices that can be used from place to place to gauge a response. And that includes the traffic as well, as well as the people. Have we got any of those, or do we have access to any of those? And I'm talking about those platforms. They
So
probably
yeah,
won't sound the same being a plastic, but
that's right. So council, if you recall, out along Anzac Parade, there were some temporary those short speed humps, the black and yellow ones.
that wasn't what I had in
Very
mind.
very unpleasant to drive over, and very noisy, and so from the officer's perspective, any sort of speed hump is very noisy for the residents, and those temporary ones, yes, they don't tend to last very long. That's why they're temporary, I suppose. But if that's an option that council wants officers to look into, it could also give the residents an idea of how noisy it could be. That's always an option. Good point, Councillor.
I wasn't thinking of one of those. Have you been up Tozets Road?
Yes.
You go back and have another look.
So they're the permanent, raised humps. Yeah.
Have we got anything that, do we have any access to something like that? I know they're quite broad. They come up gradual, and they take a while. when they graduate down.
So
as well.
they're permanent features in that we did provide examples of, they're pretty much standard in design too, same as Livingstone's, and a flat top pump. Yeah, so they are an option if warranted, I suppose. Yeah, and so those sort of speed humps is the standard these days, not those short ones.
And they work.
Councillor Watson?
In my experience, I've covered 3 accidents in that Tozard Road section, 2 quite serious, on top of those ramps. People are still screaming across them. They're actually airballing off them because they're trying to see how fast they can go. They don't really cause... They're still going to get it. They're the ones who are going to cause the accidents, not the people who drive slowly.
Well, councillors, can I get us back a little bit on track, please? The recommendation is that council resolves to note the results of the community engagement activities, install 50 km/h speed signage along Pacific Heights Road, and monitor the traffic speeds to understand the effectiveness of the pedestrian refuge islands and additional speed signage. Part 3 there leaves the door open for future consideration of alternates if these things don't work. So we'll have traffic counts on there, and we'll obviously go back and talk to the residents in 6 months' time or some appropriate interval. Well, that's all we can do, councillor. No. So this is at least a step in a direction. We've got 50 km/h road speed signs here, and we have the pedestrian refuges in place, and we are going to monitor the effectiveness of that. So that's what we're considering, councillors, at the moment. Anything else, I guess we can bring back to the table later on after consultation happens, and we've got some road counts. Any other questions, councillors? All right. Well, I'm happy to move this, councillors. Seconded, Councillor Eastwood. I don't feel the need to speak to it. Councillors, anyone speaking against it? Councillor Eastwood, do you want to speak to it? All right. Thank you. All right. Well, we'll go to the vote on this one then, councillors, unless there's any other comments that anyone wants to make. All right. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. And thank you, Tony, for that. 11.14, response to traffic of... No, sorry. Jeez, I'm doing well today. Response to notice of motion, Adelaide Street, Yeppoon, parking and traffic issues. And this one is yours as well, Tony, I believe.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, council, once again, this one was laid on the table from the previous session, previous council meeting, in lieu of officers providing more information in response to an email one of councillors had provided to our executive director. And so officers noted that the previous engagement that was carried out was sent to the customer. We believe it was sent, even though it was noted that there's different emails that was provided. So it's possible that there's an old email, so unavoidable. However, when we added the results to the survey, there was no significant change to the survey results. And so the survey results still indicated that there was support for the officers' proposed strategy, and that they don't foresee any traffic or parking changes, issues with the changes, sorry, in future. So officers are seeking direction from council on and support from council to proceed with this project.
Questions, councillors? Councillor Watson.
Through Chair Tony, I see at the bottom we've got the use of Springhead Park as a launching facility for hang gliders, and you're looking for risks and liability council. Have we found out anything on that yet?
Sorry, yeah, that's what we got. Yeah, it's because it was raised. I guess it was. Officers aren't sure if this issue was raised in the past, but the officers perceived that there are potential risks and liabilities to council.
All right. Any other questions, councillors? Councillor
Well,
Mather?
Tony, thank you. Tony, I read somewhere, it wasn't in this report, I don't think, that there were some objections from local residents in relation to, I think the word was taking over or consuming part of the green area. What was in that?
Yeah, so councillor, it was some comments provided by the respondents, and mentioning that by providing more car parks, extending the paved area, we're reducing the green area. And officers acknowledged, yes, to formalise the car parking, we need more space, and so we're taking some of the green area.
How much green area?
In the report, it mentions their percentage.
Because I think we need to have a look at that if it's too much.
So, yes, I think there was an attachment, possibly. It shows there's a percentage of green area being taken.
On page 96, there's a map.
Okay. So I thought that we had provided sorry, councillor, I thought we had provided a map. There was a map showing on the, of the percentage of the area that was being taken. So I guess...
That's not up around the top.
No, it was down towards the south.
That end.
That's right. See, we're formalising the car park and providing the long vehicle parking there. That's what takes up the space because we need the room.
Approximately, any idea how much that you're imposing into the green?
Couldn't recall, council, maybe something like 20%
Is it a metre or is it
something.
3 metres?
A percentage of the total green space might be something like 15 to 20% or something, I can't recall.
Okay. I might have to meet you up there if it's all right, Mr Mayor, to save the debate here now, and you can show me if that's okay.
If councillor wishes, yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions, councillors? All right. So we've got the recommendation, councillors. We're noting the positive support of the community, supporting the preparation of a business case and tasking the CEO to further investigate the hang gliding activities. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Watson, do you want to move this one? No. Councillor Friend? All right, thank you. Councillor Mather seconding. All right, Councillor Friend, did you want to speak to the report?
No, thank you, Mr Mayor, except to say that in number 3, I'm happy with that. They're going to further investigate the hang gliding activities, so that's a good thing.
All right, thank you. All right. Anyone speaking against? Councillor Watson.
Nothing against Tony for this, but I still don't think we've come to an adequate answer to the people who are going to use this area. They're still not, the tradies still don't have anywhere to park up there. And I like what you've done, and you've listened and everything else, but we still don't have somewhere for the tradies to park, and we still don't have an answer about the hang gliding. And it's just when your survey was done, it wasn't done at lunchtime when these people tend to use it. That's all. So that's why I'm against it.
Just a
Councillor
question
Mather, yeah.
through you, Mr Mayor, to Councillor Watson. What do you mean by that the tradies can't use it?
Well, if they're up there with a trailer, there's nowhere for them to park. They can park on the other side, but that's not why they're there. They're there to sit up there, have their lunch.
Can they park in the bus stop at the moment?
One. What I'm getting is that area has been used many years ago, as we all know. People used to park down on the beachfront and have their lunch, and we've been taking up more and more space along the beachfront as the years have gone by, and now we've forced everyone up onto the hill. Now we've forced everyone up on the hill. Let's just push the trouble up there, and because the trouble's been pushed up there, everyone's whinging about what's happening. But now there's nowhere for these people to have their lunch. There's nowhere you can go and park and eat your lunch unless you go down to Ross Creek and park on the front there where you're illegally parking anyway. There's nowhere on the coast for a tradie with a trailer on the back of their truck to pull up and have their fish and chips or whatever it happens to be. We've removed every spot that was possible.
My concern is that if they're going up there for lunch, they're not there for any length of time, are they?
Well, 10, 15 minutes. But there's only one spot there, so you're going to allow for one tradie, or you're going to
Well,
allow
I mean,
it to...
are we making provision for more tradies?
Well, there's not there now.
I mean, we don't know what the demand is as far as
Well, we
tradies
don't
go.
because the survey wasn't done at the time when there's lunch on. It was done in the afternoons
Okay.
and the mornings and that. It wasn't done when these people were up there.
All right.
Mr Mayor, do you think that we should lay this on the table and have another look at it at lunchtime?
Yeah, Councillor Mather, I think we've got 3 points here to consider. We're noting the positive support from the community. We're supporting the preparation of a business case to upgrade the car parking, and one would hope that out of that business case may come some more information in relation to perhaps what's going on with the tradies, and that can be built into the business case. And we're also tasking the Chief Executive Officer to investigate the hang gliding activities. So I'm hoping that some of Councillor Watson's concerns maybe could have wrapped up in point 2 and 3.
Look, at the same time, we do know that the young fellas are going up there and they're roaring up the street and they're tearing up everything. I've gone up to watch them.
Yeah.
And they do it every afternoon, you know.
Indeed.
They call it Chill Hill these days, by the way.
So what's happening about them through you, Mr Mayor?
Well,
These people who are
the
roaring
hope
up
is
the
that
side.
with Tony's design that these people will park the proper way, but you're never going to stop them from roaring up the hill with their vehicles, because again, they haven't got anywhere else to go. If they want to go and have their lunch or do whatever they do,
Are
when
these
they
the
meet,
tradies roaring up the
no,
hill?
it's not the tradies. It's the young fellas and their 4-wheel drives and everything else, which is what's caused this whole issue in the first place, because they didn't have anywhere to go.
Councillors, can I take us back to the resolution, please? All right, so we've got a mover in Councillor Friend, a seconder in Councillor Mather. Anyone else wishing to speak to the resolution before I put it to the vote? All right. Councillor Mather.
Just that I'm sure that once we do the business case, Tony will give us an undertaking that you'll go up there and have a look and see what's going on at lunchtime.
Yes, Councillor.
So we can
Yes.
satisfy Councillor Watson's concerns,
Yes, I'll
that
provide
we
that
know
commitment,
exactly what
Councillor.
we're dealing with.
Yes.
Thanks.
All right. So going to the vote now, councillors. Mover Councillor Friend, seconder Councillor Mather, all in favour? Those against? Motion, Councillor Bello, sorry I missed you. Yep. Thank you. Motion is carried. Councillor Bello's affirmative. $11.15, response to petition for access to Long Beach at Joscalee Road. You've been heavily involved in this one, Tony.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, Council, as you're aware, the previous community consultation out at Joscalee resulted in some fairly strong support from the Joscalee community for council to carry out some works, and so I suggested to the attendees that the team will look at a staging plan and to deliver the preferred option, and that was a series of boardwalks and pathways and natural sand, etc. And then the long-term plan was, can council afford, is it feasible to extend the boardwalk all the way through? And so officers have devised a strategy that we think this might be something that's affordable, and so it's not too much of a burden on the budget over an 8-year plan, and eventually at the end of the 8 years, officers are suggesting parking space on the roadside, near the road, and then eventually extend the boardwalk all the way to Long Beach. And so, but understanding that it's a staged strategy, officers are suggesting we have the preference from the community for of what that option that we proposed to the community, and that was construction of the gravel pathways and some boardwalks and little bridges to cross the creek. That was over a 3-year plan, its officers is suggesting after that we reevaluate. If the community still wishes to proceed with extending the boardwalks, then there's a potential another 5 years of work that will accomplish that. So officers, I said, seeking support from council and seeking some direction, I suppose, or do we submit a business case for the full 8-year plan? That would be officers' recommendation. Submit the 8-year plan, but with the understanding that we'll reassess and after 3 years, and whether the rest of it proceeds or not, it'll be entirely up to council. Thank you.
Questions, councillors? Councillor Friend.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To Mr. Lau, just reading through the SARA's assessment, so a state assessment and referral agency, they said that they recommend to council to produce alternative designs to not impact marine plants. That's on page 4 of the attachment. SARA also suggests to postpone works to the proposed works. They cannot comply with the accepted development. But then I'm just asking for your assistance here on page 6 of the letter or of the attachment. It has a heading of clearing native vegetation, and it then goes on to say that because Livingstone Shire Council is the applicant and the proposed vehicle tracks are to be located on an existing road on road reserve adjacent to the southern boundary of lot such and such, any clearing of native vegetation is exempt clearing work. So first they're saying that they're suggesting that we submit new proposals because it impacts the marine plant life, but then they're saying it's exempt. Why the contradiction? Do you know? And I'm asking because of your professional help and expertise, as I'm a layperson. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. So my understanding, I guess, is because we're dealing with several different types of vegetation. On one hand, you've got marine vegetation. On the other hand, you've got native vegetation. And then thrown into the mix is there's an existing track which is used by vehicles. So can be considered as a road. It's within the road reserve. And so all these things put together is when council constructs a road within the road reserve, we do have exemptions for vegetation clearing. However, when the road travels through marine environment, then we have to abide by the SARA's directions, in that if you're disturbing the marine vegetation, there's certain areas I mean, for maintenance purposes, you can disturb a certain area of marine vegetation just for general maintenance. But if you're building a new road or reconstructing, if you then you need to. That's what they mean by finding alternative designs to minimise the impact on the marine vegetation, on the waterways for fish passage, etc. So, yeah. So I think we're looking at a few different things here. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Hutton.
I'm just wondering if there's any sort of data that we have, or possibly even data that we could get in terms of the economic return on this expenditure. It has a very high price tag, and I understand its benefit to the immediate community, but my concern was around the economic return on it, and is this something that we would expect never to see an economic return, and obviously that's part of the judgment that we'd make, or is this something that we believe is going to open up new opportunities for fishing or something else that could add to the community?
In reality, again, I would hope that would come through in the business case and the officers prepare. And I would, Mr. CEO, suggest that perhaps our economic development team could provide some assistance in this regard.
Indeed, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Hutton's points are valid. This is another project to add to an already substantial capital works program. I see the origins going back to the middle of last year, and perhaps before that, but it is the case that just because someone asks doesn't mean that we commit $1.5 million to do something. So the investigations have been done. It is now that case of where does this stack up alongside the substantial number of other capital projects we have to complete.
Well, certainly, at the risk of going into debate, I don't mean to, but in response to Councillor Hutton's question on the day, or the 2 days we've had those consultation meetings, the community is very well aware that this is going to be a long, protracted process. They also did discuss the economic benefit to the Shire. They believe there is one, but I guess from their point of view, there always will be. But you know, ultimately, those are the sorts of issues I would hope would come out of the business case. Any other questions, councillors?
Yes, Mr Mayor, I'll just put my cards on the table. I don't know if we can afford it, to be quite honest. It's a nice to have, but not only would it drain the budgets in future years, knowing the projects we've got ahead of us and the commitments we've got ahead of us, and to the budgets into the next 10 years. But we've got a maintenance bill that will go with it as we go. And my real question is, are we going to allow the officers to go and do a business case? And I guess we always know at the end of the trial, but in advance, is this a good area for them to put their resources at this particular time? I mean, do we get the preliminary advice and the costings and go back to the audience and say, look, this is what it's going to cost us? And not only the community, but the whole of the Shire in the long term, not knowing what our future is either at this point in time. And tell them what the situation, let them make up their minds, as much as we'd like to do it. It might seem mean, but I think we've got to be upfront.
Yeah, you're moving into debate now, councillor. I think you went there a little while ago. But ultimately, yeah, I take the question. All right. Councillor Eastwood, sorry.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Through you, Mr Mayor. So, Tony, so how much is the business case study going to cost, as far as councillor's time, just a rough estimate?
So the business case will be prepared by internal staff.
Okay.
As in cost, it's only time, I guess.
Time is money.
And so maybe a couple of days work for one officer. Yeah, so it's not a huge expense, no.
Thank you.
Councillor Watson.
I just have I remember on the day with the boardwalks that were raised, I can't remember how wide they were. Were they 1.2 like the gravel track? I'm trying to remember what it was. Because I know that we can build a house for about $2,000 a square metre, and we're looking at 2,500 square metres and we don't have a roof. I'm just trying to work out how we spend this sort of money when, you know, we could build a lot of houses along there in the same money. You know, I was looking at national costs for housing on the weekend. It's anywhere between $1,500 and $2,500 for a 3-bedroom home. And I'm thinking, how are we getting away with between $1,200 and $2,500 for a linear metre of a boardwalk that doesn't have a roof on it? I just don't know how we come up with those sort of costs.
Yeah, so councillor, I can't. I thought we had put it in the report, to be honest. Yeah. I can't recall if it was 2 metre or 2.5 metre wide boardwalk.
I expected it was probably a normal length of a sleeper, which is 2.4, isn't it?
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, so I couldn't tell you off the top of my head, councillor. No.
Question if I could, Mr Chair.
Over to you, councillor Bello.
Thank you. If this motion was supported, item 2 is support the preparation of business case provided for walking park Long Beach. Based on that, the assumption would be that irrespective of the outcome of the business case, council would be committed to doing this project in the near to distant future. Ultimately, with this motion supported, you're basically launching the project and putting it onto your do list, whether it starts in a year or 5 years later.
I'll have a stab at that one. I wouldn't necessarily say that it's a lay-down misere that once the business case is done that we're actually committing to anything. I think the purpose of the business case, Mr Deputy, is that we actually determine what the cost is, what the economic benefit of it is, and make a decision from there, going back to the community and advising them what that is.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Just follow up. The costing's not already been provided in this report to give us an indication of generally what it goes to cost or what additional information will come from the business case.
My understanding is that those costings that we've been given they're not precise, but they are indicative. And going forward, we would be looking for precise costings, so that if this thing finds its way into the capital works program at some stage in the future, we've got a known figure to put in there.
Okay, thank you.
All right, councillors, any other questions? All right, do I have a mover and a seconder, please? Mover and Councillor Friend. Seconded Councillor Watson. This is for accepting the report, the outcome of the petition and for the business case. Yep, Councillor Friend, did you want to speak to it?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'll be very brief. The people of Joscalee have been asking for many, many years, and their requests fell on deaf ears for many, many years. We finally listened to what they're wanting. This is only for a business case at this stage. We understand the restricted finances of council, and moving into the future there are projects that have blown out to 2032. Our capital works projects have been stalled and then need to be pushed forward into the following financial year. However, every step forward is a positive step forward for the people of Joscalee to give them some hope. So this is why I'm moving this today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Anyone speaking against? Councillor Mather.
Mr Mayor, I'm not against the idea of having a boardwalk or having an access to the Long Beach, and it may have been on the wish list for the community for many, many years, but nobody has turned a blind ear to it, because the people and the council of the day and those days, those terms, have realised we did not have the money. We weren't going to give them a pipe dream. We were very honest and upright in saying, look, yes, we will do all we can to help you, but this is an impossibility at this time. And that's the matter of fact of it.
Thanks, Councillor Mather. Anyone wishing to speak for? Anyone against? Councillor Hutton.
I support the intent and obviously recognise the role that the petitioners have in saying that they are desiring this access. My concern relates to the cost efficiency of undertaking the business case, which will give us greater financial details around the costings of it. But almost from the day that business case is finished, its relevancy becomes reduced with every passing day. So if it's not put into the forward capital program within the 1 to 5 year horizon, then those financial costs are unlikely to be very substantially related to the true cost of the project when it finally comes time to do the project anyway. I do have fears, as Councillor Mather has suggested, around giving people false hope for a project that we know is unlikely to be able to be sustained at this time, and especially in that first 5 years of the project. It's something that I would like to see done, and it's something that perhaps, if there was opportunities through cultural funding from the state government, etc., that there'd be the opportunity. But my fear is that we could undertake the costings, invest the time, and then actually end up sitting on this, which we've given false hope. We're going to have to repeat the costings anyway when we finally get to a point where we are able to put it into a forward capital program, and we're not just yet. I'm not there today to say that I believe that in the next 5 years I can see this going into the program and being able to get a Guernsey when we talk about the differential between the prioritisation of the wants and the needs across the Shire. And that is hard, and I appreciate that that's not what the answer that the people from Joscalee would like to have. But I also, need to be true and honest with them.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Councillor Miller, did you wish to make any comment on this report?
Yeah, I would like to speak to the motion, Mr. Chair, but I'm speaking against it.
Okay. I'll just check the table to see if anyone else wishes to speak for. No? Okay. Speak against, Councillor Bello. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. Taking this job for the community. Certainly been walking this journey with council for quite a few months now, and what started as a petition for vehicular access, which was signed by hundreds and hundreds of people, has found its way into a potential business case for $1.5 million for a pedestrian track across to that beach. I'm a little perplexed that we would get this far with it, in all due respect. It's interesting that 20 people who are asked within that community said that they didn't support expenditure of this sort going across there, and 27 people said they did. It's quite extraordinary that in such a small community you would get such a large number, albeit not the majority, saying that actually we don't believe that that sort of money is warranted being spent here. Most small communities, you take a project to them and ask you want it done, and most of them say, yeah, spend the money. That's not the case here. And I empathise with those that are struggling to get to the beach. I think it would be a beautiful project if we were flush with money, but given the need that it's spread right across our shire, and I think it's quite Parkersville-y that the sports field there gets mowed at an intervention level of 40 centimetres because we can't afford to do it shorter, and that community then doesn't use it much because of the brown state. So the competing priorities across the shire put me in a position where I'm not prepared to support this. I understand that that'll make me unpopular with perhaps 27 people, but in the interest of the entire shire, I believe that is the right decision to make. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Bello. All right, councillors, we might wrap up debate now. Councillor Friend, did you want to wrap up at all? Oh, sorry, Councillor Eastman, beg your pardon.
The opportunity to.
Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, look, I'm going to speak against this, and that's why I just asked about the costings of doing a report up. But I guess I would follow the sentiments of Councillor Bello, Councillor Mather, and Councillor Hutton. This is a big project for a very small portion of, or a very small community, and not that. And I think I do think it would be a fantastic asset to their community. What we need to remember at the moment, these people can still access that beach area via their four-wheel drives to the back of the beach area. They can walk in good weather, and there might be a time when we may be able to afford this. But I just believe at this particular time, it's going to be very, very difficult for us. I'm not saying that we scrap this forever. It's still sitting there. I think there's going to be a time for it, and it might be. We might look at this again next year, and we might say yay. But at this stage, and it's a hard thing for me to do. I went out there at the initial meetings, went out there a few times. I've walked that track with them, but sometimes this is in council that you sometimes have to make harder decisions that aren't perhaps going to be that popular with a small amount of people, and I'm going to have to make that decision today. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Eastman. All right, councillors, we've got a mover and Councillor Friend, you're going to wrap up?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will wrap up. We're talking about a business case to give us more options looking forward for these people who took the time out of their lives to let us know what they wanted, who took the time to sign petitions, who really care for their community. Finally, they found a council that heard them, who went out and gave them perhaps even more false hope, if that's the case, by having public consultation with them. No one promised a thing. We didn't promise anything, and neither did the officers. However, it's that false hope and the perception of that false hope. Why did we not just receive the petition and then respond to that petition at the time, rather than consultation over a 12-month period? So I'm all for continuing with this business case to have a look at the different options and the costings at this time. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Councillor Friend. So we'll wrap up debate on that note and we'll go to the vote on this one, councillors. We've got a mover and Councillor Friend, second to Councillor Watson. All in favour? Those against? Motion is lost. Thank you, councillors.
Mr Mayor,
Councillor Mather.
I've just got a rough draft here. Is it possible to write to the member for Capricornia, asking for her to see if she can access suitable funding?
We might deal with that in general business, councillor, if that's all right.
Yes. Thank you.
Or urgent business. All right, 11:16. Thank you, Tony. Werribee Bridge and Doonside Bridge replacements, additional budget allocation 21-22. And we have Mr Sainsbury. Welcome, Reece. Over to you, Reece.
So this agenda item is about the Werribee Creek Bridge and Doonside Bridge replacement projects that are in this financial year's capital works program. The purpose of this item is to request that council increases the budget for Werribee and Doonside Bridge for this financial year in order to move to contract award and complete the works before our agreed milestones. I'll also add that council's also sought additional funding through the Bridges Renewal Program at this stage to cover 50% of this budget increase. Just a bit of a background, so both projects are funded through round 4 and round 5 of the Bridges Renewal Program, which is a federal government funded program. And it's to replace the last 2 timber bridges in the Shire, both of which are in very poor condition. The budgets that we did initially were preliminary estimates that we prepared. So we went out to tender for these bridges. Both bridges were packaged together for one design and construct package. We did this to maximise the value for money and to reduce the contract administration costs incurred by reducing the need to award 2 contracts and manage both. All tenders that we received were over the allocated budget for both of the projects, and these prices are included in the report. I will just note that since we are in the tender evaluation phase at the moment, tender's details aren't shown. The market is showing that the value of the work is above the preliminary budget. This is due to assuming increases in construction material costs, the remoteness of the works, and a higher standard of bridge crossing than the rate used, all being contributing factors. The evaluation panel has selected a preferred tenderer based on the tenders received, and in order to award a contract to the preferred tenderer, an additional amount of $436,476 is required, and approval of this additional funding is required prior to moving to award. Noting that there is a possibility that 50% of this is covered through the Bridges Renewal Program also. It is proposed that this additional funding comes from repurposed funds from the Lagoon Pebble Creek project, which will be deferred. I would like to just highlight the risk also, that there is obviously the risk that at this stage that additional external funding isn't granted, so the 50% isn't covered, although in discussing with the Bridges Renewal Program team, it seemed likely that there could be savings elsewhere within council projects to cover this, but there is obviously the risk at this stage that the 50% isn't covered. So.
All right. Thank you, Reece. Questions, councillors? Councillor Mather.
Thank you, mate. Thanks, Reece. You say that the authority didn't give you any encouragement about the 50% that you're looking for, the extra money that you're looking for? Did they tell you to go look for savings in your own council? Is that the indication that you got?
No, so I guess it was encouraging from the discussions that I've had.
Mm-hmm.
I think it would be irresponsible for me to say at this stage
That it's guaranteed. Yeah, no, that's fair enough. So that means if we're 400 and something short, 436, our share would be 218. We'd have to find with the Pebblecrete, if that's the way the council decided to go. Okay. Yeah, it's unfortunate. And you're looking at the second option there, even though that was dearer than option one. So, but to deal with the one person for the two projects, it would be more financially beneficial for us.
Yeah, so the evaluation panel obviously considers priced criteria and non-priced criteria. So the preferred tenderer scored higher in the non-priced criteria, which included previous experience, methodology and things, and both of those things. So.
It's probably a superfluous question, but is there any opportunity to negotiate with the tender that you're looking at?
We've asked a couple of clarifications. We asked whether there were savings to be gained through things such as design changes. Really the scope of both bridges was a minimum standard to begin with, so the likelihood of reducing the cost was fairly minimal to begin with, but we asked clarifications regarding things such as edge protection on the bridges, considering the low traffic volumes and the minimum standard that we're looking for. We asked whether there are any savings to be had there, and that's they indicated
that was the base rate, basically.
Yeah, essentially. Yeah.
Okay. At least you tried. Thank you.
Councillors, I have a question, and probably to Dan. If, on the assumption that, irrespective of whether we get 50% of this excess or not, it's coming out of the Lagoon Pebble Creek program, what potentially does that do to the lagoon itself?
Good question, Mr. Mayor. I suppose, just to give you an update on the Pebble Creek side of things, we've undertaken some on-site meetings with the contractor. We've provided video footage to them, we've provided some of the Pebble Creek pieces to them, and based on those discussions, things appeared optimistic. I walked away optimistic. However, they were taking that away to do their own testing on the glues and bits and pieces, talking to their experts in the field, talking to the subcontractors. So as I said, I did feel optimistic, but who knows where that may go. If that is not successful, we don't understand yet what the potential rectifications are for the Pebble Creek, whether it can be done in portions, whether there's another solution to it, or whether we have to empty the pool altogether and replace the whole lot. So that's where it becomes difficult. So based on that, we'd have to be looking to retrieve that portion of funding again in the following years.
Thank you. Any other questions, Councillor Watson?
I know you've already looked at this, but are there any other buckets of money we've got sitting around that could be used?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Watson, I suppose where things are at the moment and how tight supply is and the prices that we are receiving in on a lot of projects for the market, it is difficult to find buckets of money at the moment. And that one, the one that we've chosen there is I suppose, as I said, there is some optimism around that, and that's probably the least of the bad bunch, I think.
I'd suggest, Councillor Watson, we'd struggle finding small Tupperware containers of money around at the moment. Any other questions of the officers? All right.
The other thought, Mr. Mayor, was, do we have a project for this year, even though we're going to have carryovers? Do we have a project that can be set aside for the following year?
Yeah, indeed. I think we'll have more than one, Councillor. And as I said, the officers will be coming to us at some stage, possibly in October or November, with some suggestions around that, Mr. CEO. Indeed.
Just finally, Reece, when were you expecting that these jobs might start? All going well and the money was identified and the tender was identified? It's coming into wet season, I'm thinking too.
So in the program provided by the preferred tenderer, they had contract award at the beginning of September with construction completion by early December. So assuming there's a month delay, I guess, 4-week delay in the award.
Well, that's pretty good. Yes, that's pretty good. Yes, thank you. That's for both of them?
Only for the preferred tenderer.
Okay.
Yeah, for both bridges, I think.
For both bridges, yeah, correct,
Yeah.
sorry. Yeah.
Question. Councillor Watson, question?
It's more of a statement, I guess, but if we've got jobs coming back in October that we're going to be looking at, and we've got this one, why are we underestimating our jobs in the first place?
When you say underestimate,
As
you mean
in, when we're
our
putting,
ability to deliver, you mean?
No, when we're putting our estimates together, why are we so far out? Like, if it's coming back in October and everything else, are we undervaluing the work we're trying to do?
What's coming back in October, Councillor Watson, is not necessarily undervaluations, it is just our capacity to deliver, Mr. CEO. Yeah, yeah. All right. Can I get a mover and a seconder? Moving, Councillor Mather. Seconder, Councillor Watson. All right. Councillor Mather, do you want to speak to the report?
Thanks, Mayor. I'll give you a break today.
All right.
And I think that Reece is, he's got a tough job. We just set the parameters and we say, this is what we want, this is the money we've got, do the best you can. That's what he's done. So he's found an alternative at this stage, and if the people can wait till after the winter or during the winter when it's the least patronised, I think that's the best we can do until something else can be identified. Thanks, Reece.
All right. Anyone speaking against? Well, I'll speak against. I'm sorry, Councillor Mather, I know this is one of your pet projects, but we've just declined, or there was fairly strong sentiment, I suppose, in terms of the Joscali walkway, because the council at that particular discussion felt that the cost benefit for the community that's affected wasn't there. And certainly for mine, I understand that this is a significant route for cattle trucks and those sorts of things for a couple of properties at the end of the road. And my argument in my own mind is that if we're going to refuse something like Joscali, then on the same grounds, in my own mind, I have to refuse this because it benefits a couple of properties. And I just can't see, I can see the benefit of $400,000, $436,476 being used in some of our other projects that are equally as deserving, and I am also very concerned about the impact on the lagoon in terms of Pebble Creek, so I'll be voting against this one, councillors. Anyone speaking for? Anyone against? All right, I'll wrap up debate. Councillor Mayer, do you want to sum up?
Just very quickly, Mr Mayor, with due respect, I don't see the comparison between Joscali and the northern primary producers. One property alone pays $50,000 a year in rates alone. And it's not as if that they're requesting it for joy, pleasure. It's a primary production that lends towards the economy of our shire. So I'd have to say, although my heart goes out to the Joscali community and I'll assist them in any way and every way I can, we have to make decisions and these are just not comparable.
All right, thank you, councillors. All right, we'll go to the vote on this. We've got a mover and Councillor Mather, a seconder and Councillor Watson. All in favour? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. And against? Motion is carried. 11:17, Livingstone Shire Council Local Disaster Management Plan 2021. Yes, so we wanted to actually pull this report, councillors, because the operational plan attached to this needs some work. It's the old version, is it? Yeah. plan.
and could review it, but I
Mm.
wouldn't want to include next year's operational plan to see what the LDMP is actually doing.
Okay. Thank you to the officers on that one. The Ogmore Community and Recreation Committee. Mr. Bacon, over to you.
Afternoon, everyone. So this afternoon, presenting a report in regards to the Ogmore Community and Recreation Committee. As you are aware, they first entered into a 10-year agreement over a portion of Bicentennial Park in Ogmore in 2019. In early 2021, they were successful in receiving funding from the Community Benefit Fund for the purpose of building a community shed. So their lease is about to expire, and they have indicated and provided information in regards to renewal, and they would like to renew for a further 5-year period over the same area, and I'm pleased to say that the shed is in the process of being built. So officers are recommending that Council resolves to apply the exception mentioned from the local government regulation to give Ogmore Community and Recreation Committee Incorporated tenure for 5 years. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Molly. Councillor Hutton.
Yeah, thank you very much for the report. So my question is in regards to the 5 years. So recognising a lot of the reports we've had of recent times have all been limiting the term because we were looking at providing a stock standard pro forma for these agreements. Is there a reason why this one doesn't fit that same category?
Thank you. So as we are very close to the policy being brought to the table, the timing looks as if that policy will be in place before the draft of this is actually, so it will be coming in line with the new policy. So the timing has worked out in that respect.
Just for clarity, councillors, that policy and procedure, etc., will come to a briefing discussion next fortnight.
Thank you.
Question.
Any other question? Councillor
Yes,
Friend.
thanks, Mr Mayor. Molly, just does the Ogmore Community and Recreation Committee understand what will be involved with this tenure and survey plans, costings, ongoing bills, etc., and they're okay with that?
Yes, so previously their last tenure required the survey plan. So they've already completed that element of their tenure, so they will need to register it, but they're aware of those costs, and they're also aware that the policy is in development and that may have some impact. But as I said before, the timing should work out, and they will still have the opportunity not to enter into the tenure if that new policy doesn't fit with their need.
Any other questions, councillors?
They've waited a long time.
Okay, all right. So we've got a mover in Councillor Eastwood, seconder in Councillor Friend. Councillor Eastwood, do you wish to speak to it?
Yeah, only, Mr Mayor, to say that, again, our community organisations just need to be looked after, and they need to have some security in their tenures, and I think this is a good step forward in that.
Long time coming, councillor. Anyone speaking against? Councillor Friend, do you want to speak for it? Anyone else wish to speak? All right, we'll wrap up debate. We've got a mover in Councillor Eastwood, second to Councillor Friend. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, Molly.
Thank you.
So we've got 1119 councillors, which is the review of the current process for council consent to burn road reserves and other hazard reduction strategies. Mr Mazzafari, welcome back to the table.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So, in summary, this report provides information in regard to Council's processes for providing consent to hazard reduction burn on roadside reserves and other strategies for hazard reduction. This was subject to a briefing report, which we have highlighted over the last 12 months the amount of requests that have come through the system. Now, how the requests are formulated, there is an online form which can be filled out, and that online form goes to our engineering services, and then our natural resource management and others relevant will actually assess it. As you can see with the time taken business days, that's actually page 2 of the report. The longest we've had would be 13 days, and that was as a result of further consultation and appointments on site to do this. So it is the officer's recommendation that the current process providing consent for hazard reduction burns on road reserves under council control and the identification and implementation of alternate hazard reduction strategy fulfils its purpose and allows for stakeholder engagement and collaboration to achieve outcomes. Now, it's important also to note, councillors, that this has been also endorsed by our area and regional office, and to put the process through to our fire management group meeting in February and also through our local disaster management group meeting. That actually gives us as a collective approach to look at budget requests, but also to do a plan for the hazards that have been identified and the most risks. So over to you, Mr Mayor, if there's any questions.
Thank you, Dave. Any questions, councillors?
Thank you.
Councillor Friend.
Through you, Mr Mayor. So, Mr Masfari, within this report, it tells us of the ones that were actually approved. Were there any that weren't approved?
No, thank you for the question, Councillor through you, Mr Mayor. No, there was not. None was approved.
So there were absolutely none approved. Thank you so much.
And also, very remiss of me to mention...
None refused. I beg your pardon. I beg your pardon.
And also through Mr Mayor, we did a quick check this morning and there's no applications in the system for these permitted burns land applications. So.
Thank you very much. Any other questions, councillors? All right. I'm happy to move. Seconded, Councillor Friend, thank you. I don't feel the need to speak to it, councillors. Anyone wish to speak against? Yep. Go ahead, councillor.
Can I just thank the officers for their efforts in putting this together? I recognise that this issue can generate strong emotions, and indeed the article in the Courier Mail, which I appeared in, was certainly added to the emotions that I refer to. And I want to say very clearly that I apologise for any offence that may have been taken by council staff, especially environmental department. Absolutely no offence was intended, and most importantly, my comments were and are directed at council policy and not at council staff. So I hope that clears that up. In speaking against this motion, I believe that council need to have a good look at the overlays, the environmental overlays, the biodiversity corridors that have been applied to many parts of the council's land. I think it makes it more problematic to carry out hazard reduction of sorts. That's my personal opinion that I've garnered from speaking with many rural property owners that are expressing those concerns. So I hope that these comments can be taken I guess, in my ability to represent the community that I've sworn to represent, and I understand that it may not be popular, but that's my position. So thank you for the officers involved.
Thank you, Councillor Bello. Anyone else speaking for? I'll just say that I'm given confidence in this particular process simply by the fact that it's come up through the fire management group and it's come up through the LDMG, and that's been scrutinised very heavily by the relevant agencies. I also am aware that there is some degree of disquiet about the process or in relation to the process amongst some of the brigades, but certainly there's been no, as the managers pointed out, there's been no refusal of any permits to this point. And certainly I think the message needs to be broadcast loud and clear, not just to our rural fireys, but also to the general community, that burns are not the only solution. There is grazing and there is also slashing as options, to name a few. But certainly going forward, I think planning by the brigades is going to be key for them. We've always said that in terms of planning your burns, you should be starting probably around February, March, towards the end of the summer season for the following season. And ultimately, that way you're a step ahead of it and your permits will well and truly be in place. And there's been nothing in any of the processes we've alluded to here that does not allow for blanket approvals. Mr Mazafari.
That is correct, Mr Mayor.
So on that note, councillors, we'll wrap up debate and I'll go to the vote on this one. So moved by myself, seconded Councillor Friend. All in favour? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Those against? Motion is lost. Thank you, Councillor. Carried, I beg your pardon. Carried. I'm looking at Councillor Bellow's red flag and I'm thinking, Councillor Hutton, Councillor Bellow voted against. Yes, thank you. All right, so we're on to 11:20, councillors, which is the Reef Guardian Council's action plan. And who's delivering this one?
Leith will deliver this one, Mr Mayor.
You're
Good
welcome,
afternoon,
Leith.
Mr Mayor, councillors. The opportunity for us today is to endorse the Council's Reef Guardian Action Plan. The Reef Guardian program is one run by the Great Barrier Reef Marine Park Authority. It's one that we've been involved with for a very long time, and it allows us to work in collaboration with our community and with the agency to deliver projects that will support the Great Barrier Reef. The action plan is attached to the report for this year, and you will see in there we've got a range of projects that Council have already endorsed and some that we might hope to look forward to in the future as well. These projects relate to the areas of climate change, coastal development, land-based runoff and direct use of the Great Barrier Reef, including reef heritage and social values. There are no ongoing issues for staffing, as this process is managed by the Natural Resource Management team with the support of all the other council teams who actually have carriage of some of the projects. So I endorse the new plan and I recommend it for your consideration.
Thank you, Lisa, and can I commend yourself and your officers on the action plan itself. There are some good plans and some good actions. All right, any questions, councillors?
A lot of material to get through, thank you very much. I had, quite by accident, I was fixed to the TV over a couple of sessions on the weekend, looking at blackberry reef and the animals and how they're harmed. And it was just magnificent, actually, and we're on the right track, very much so.
So councillors, can I get a mover and a second? A mover, Councillor Friend, seconded Councillor Eastwood. Councillor Friend, did you wish to speak to the report?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I will. As a champion councillor for Reef Guardian program, which is a stewardship arrangement between local governments and the Great Barrier Reef Marine Park Authority for protecting and managing the reef, I'm really proud and really privileged to speak to this action plan that we must submit as part of the Memorandum of Understanding our council has with the Great Barrier Reef Marine Park Authority. Part of Livingstone's action plan includes implementation of Livingstone's low carbon to 2030 strategy, in-kind support for membership in Queensland Climate Resilience Council's program, in-kind support of Cities Power Partnership, who also partner with the Australian Climate Council, Great Keppel Island Decarbonisation Program, which has been funded externally, Yeppoon Sewage Treatment Plant solar array, saving money into the future for operational costs, and replacement of council-controlled halogen streetlights with LED and solar. Looking at coastal developments, we have beach cleanups and support Capricorn Coast Landcare, Capricornia Catchments and Tangaroa Blue. We support marine turtle habitat protection and also coastal rejuvenation. I personally would like to publicly acknowledge and thank Council's Natural Resource Management team led by Lise Childs, including Matt Baldock, Laurie Rainbird and the whole team. A special gratitude goes to Rebecca Allen from the Great Barrier Reef Marine Park Authority, and I commend this to the table with pride. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Anyone speaking against the recommendation? Would anyone else like to speak for it? All right, we'll wrap up debate. Councillor Friend, did you want to wrap up, or are you all good? All right, so we'll go to the vote. We've got a mover in Councillor Friend, seconder in Councillor Eastwood. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, Councillor Bellow. Noted your vote. All right, thank you, Lise. Thank you, Dave. 1121 councillors, which is the Great Keppel Island Participation Framework. Councillor Watson, you're stepping out. All right, thank you. Noting your conflict of interest. All right. Mr. Bacon, is it you or Sonia or both?
Sonia.
Thank you very much. Over to you, Sonia.
Good afternoon, Mayor and councillors and CEO. Thank you for the opportunity to present this report. As council would be aware, we have been actively involved in the interests of Great Keppel Island and its future for a very long time. And we started conversations with the state government at the end of last year when they asked for recommendations from council on what they thought would be the best way forward in regards to community infrastructure projects. And we did provide that information to them, even though that was not an endorsed process until the end, when we ended up providing the framework to them, and we also recommended that the primary focus be on access to the island. Since then, the state government has now got involved in a master planning process, which they have had 3 meetings for now, 1 on island and 2 external, and they have formed a project reference group with key milestones outlined to those members. Alongside of that, council has developed its own framework that it has presented to councillors at the last briefing session, which recommends advice on the makeup and function of the project reference group, community engagement, plan scope, priorities, constraints and next steps. Now, that was provided to the project manager of the Great Keppel Island Master Planning process, and some of the considerations were included in their terms of reference and some were not, which is the state's prerogative. However, we feel that it is important that council endorse the Great Keppel Island framework as their way forward in participation that they would like to see, and also to agree for officers and council to support the state where they can in kind, providing resources to them. So that's really what this presentation is about. So I'm happy to answer any questions in regards to that. And if councillors wanted to, I do have the presentation that was provided previously to council in the briefing session. I've given that to executive support for any reference if you need to go back to that.
Thank you, Sonia. And just for clarification for the councillors and members of the community, what's council's representation on the planning group?
There is no council representation on the group. I'm sorry, I should have mentioned that. The state has indicated that it is a community-led plan, and it is predominantly made up, this is the state's group, which is the project reference group, made up of island residents, island businesses, Whopper Borough, and also other mainly state government planning personnel to through the process. So there is no council representation. There is 2 council officers, myself and Russell Klaus, that have been nominated to be the liaisons through helping with the master planning process.
Thank you, Sonia. Any questions, councillors? Councillor Mather?
Thanks, Sonia. I noticed here that the CEO has been delegated to as the project coordinator.
As there was no council representation in the actual project reference group that was created by the state, we felt that it would be, if the councillors wanted to obviously have a voice, that they could provide that for any matters in regards to when updates are provided, and we'll continue to brief on the master plan process as it goes forward. As well, the actual project manager has committed to come to provide updates to council in regards to that. We thought that the CEO could actually provide any councillor input direct back through that. That's up to council to determine. The CEO has also provided a alternate recommendation that more talks to the fact that councils endorse the Great Keppel Island Participant Framework in regards to council's referred involvement, even though recognising the state has already moved ahead of that.
It's kind of a funny setup, Mr. Mayor, really, as I see it, that we're in charge of it, so to speak, even though the people are saying this is what we want, this is how we want it. And the responsibility has been tossed over to our CEO, but we're giving in-kind support and technical support and communication support, but we're not allowed to be part of it, to monitor it or steer it or whatever you want to call it.
Those conversations have been had, councillor, and I think you'll find the level of agreement, but the decision has been made at a state level that no elected members, whether they be federal, state or local, will be involved in this particular group.
So,
It's
Mr Mayor,
purely community from their point of view.
so the state has the ultimate authority, obviously. How much do we know that we are going to end up carrying, financially or otherwise, resource-wise, from here on in?
Two things in response to that, councillor. One is that we have received an undertaking that the delegate from State Development will update council regularly on what's going on within the committee and what outcomes or decisions are made, or recommended, I should say. And then secondly, the Minister has undertaken that he will keep us in the loop if there's any sort of proposal or suggestion that we may become or be asked to become responsible for infrastructure on the island.
Well, I can see it coming. This is what I'm saying. So we just wave the flag now. And say that our resources are limited as well, although we want to handle it, we're not really being offered anything.
Well, it's been noted in the minutes of these particular meetings that council's, I suppose, decisions or previous decisions in relation to not wanting to accept responsibility for new infrastructure on the island. So that's been noted in the minutes of this particular group, and the Minister is well aware of it. Not saying that that will necessarily have any influence on his decisions, but he is certainly aware of it, as is the group.
And Councillor Mather, if I may, through the chair, that's also part of the participation framework, is it raises those concerns about council being fully aware of any implications for future infrastructure funding.
Councillor Hutton.
So I guess I'd ask, in terms of part one, recognising that the process has gone beyond the development of a participation framework and the provision is now of their body with 70 odd members, whatever it is there any purpose, is it purposeful for us to endorse something that would be creating parallel, like are we asking them to take 2 steps back, to take a step forward, or I'm looking for some guidance around, do we believe that there's a beneficial outcome that will come from providing a framework to them once the frame's already been developed and in fact the train's already left the station?
I think, Councillor, and this is obviously a decision of Council, it does articulate clearly throughout the framework, not just about council participation, but it's more about raising the past, the background, the steps, what council has done so far, what the next steps could be. So by acknowledging that, and if council agrees on the content of that report, it's saying we as a council this is our input, this is what we believe is the right way forward if we would have had more say, I suppose, in the process. Bearing in mind that we have provided this to the actual project reference group, as I said, the project manager, Nikki Wright, and she has taken components of that framework and included it in the terms of reference. And there may be more that will influence it later on. At the moment, the project reference group just has a terms of reference. They actually haven't fully defined what the master plan process will involve. So components of this could still potentially be included in that process. I'm not sure if that answers your question, but...
Any other questions?
Through you, Mr Mayor, to Mr CEO. Are you happy to be representative for council? Are you happy for the information to come back to you? Are you satisfied? Was this your choice or was it the officer's recommendation?
Mr Mayor, the recommendation is for this position to play the intermediary role as it does for multiple things. Naturally, I'll be using the resources of the organisation to do the legwork and provide the expertise and the like. I think to pick up on Councillor Hutton's question, Sonia's response, the recommendation is intended for the council to establish a formal position in relation to this process for the record. whether it chooses, and part of that position is that that framework actually recommends increased or enhanced council participation in the process. If it wants to force that point, it's entitled to do so. This would be the opportunity to do that. But the recommendation recognises that the process has been established with a group already, and that there will be council involvement, and that the way that council laws might channel in the way that council laws do in any number of different processes, is through the office of the CEO.
Any other questions, councillors? I'm going to foreshadow. Councillor Bello, yeah, sorry.
Yeah. Question is, there's nobody else there?
No, go ahead, councillor.
Yep, given that council has passed the resolution of, I guess, their intent for the 25 million or 26.5 or whatever the amount, can we be assured that council's position is certainly made clear through this process? But it seems to me that we're outside of the tenders on this side, and that's certainly somewhat. I guess I was just looking for some assurances there in relation through Sonia.
Thank you, Councillor Bello. Through the chair again. In response to that, so far the items that have been highlighted by the project reference group for priorities for the master planning process pretty much match to what the council did endorse and to what is also included as priority community infrastructure in the participation framework. You know, there might be some slight differences, but there is agreement from all parties on access to the island is the primary concern. So that is one thing that has been agreed upon. And again, what was passed formally by council as a resolution is again reflected as the priorities in this participation framework.
Okay, just a follow-up question. Just to my understanding, through chair there, is this group tasked with trying to identify infrastructure completely separate to the, to the approved resort and everything in its entirety over there, and it's completely outside of that, and therefore things like access, whether it be jetty or barge or whatever, even if that was nominated within the approved development, this is actually going to look at something outside of that development, yet it could be duplicated if there has to be a proponent come along and is successful during the lease. I'm just trying to understand what is the parameters that they are approaching this in correlation with, you know, the current lay of the land over there.
Councillor Bello, if I can answer that, the actual biggest thing that they want to establish to start with is the actual vision for the island and what does that look like from a community perspective, and whether that includes obviously taking into the considerations that the tower holdings leases are still in place at this point in time. They really don't want to stop now. They want to actually move forward and work with Tower. Tower are part of the project reference group, and they're looking to look at what could align from both the community and the ultimate development. Maybe what's a compromise in between. I'm not sure. I can't speak for everybody, but I can say that they are definitely trying to work with Tower as well as considering the interests of all other parties. So what will come out of such a diverse group, I cannot say. At this point in time, there's been some robust conversations, but everyone agrees, from what I can tell, that access is one of the most important priorities.
Okay, and final question, if I may, on your are you understanding on how they're going to actually, I guess, disseminate the feedback from the individuals? Is it, you know, have an individual vote and the majority contentious, or is it just they all talk about different things and then somebody will go on the refine that into some sort of structured summary of it?
Yeah, Councillor Bell, that was one of the concerns were raised in feedback in regards to the draft terms of reference that they provided to the project reference group, is that the group is purely advisory. The state will make the ultimate decision. So one would hope that obviously they will obviously be listened to. But yeah, I think it's going to be interesting for the project management team to actually go through that process with all different interests. How they're going to arrive at that, I can't say. They do have a program that I shared in the PowerPoint at the briefing session, which outlines 4 on-island workshops, and in between that there'll be teleconferences. And I believe the first one's going to be held in early October. It's a 4-hour session, and it's really about the visioning of the progress for the island.
Thank you, Sonia.
Right, councillors, I'm going to propose that we split this recommendation as well. I struggle very much with point 1. I don't endorse the Great Keppel Island Participation Framework. I think council is a key stakeholder in this and needs to be included in that group. And I would struggle supporting the recommendation in its entirety as it's presented there. Don't have a problem with points 2 or 3. But certainly will not support point 1. So with your indulgence, I'll move that as a alternate recommendation. Alternatively, councillors, if someone else wants to put forward something in the way of another recommendation that is somehow different to that, more than happy to. Yep. What are you proposing, Mr. CEO? All right. Yep, we can throw that up. That's fine. Thank you. Yep. So the CEO's come up with a... Yeah. Yeah. It just...
I've sent that to you, that alternate recommendation just prior to the meeting.
Point. And it goes to your point, Councillor Mather, early on in the discussion around this. I mean, I think it's unreasonable that council's been excluded from this, very much so. Okay. Did you Carl send it through? Oh, she's gone. Right. Mr. CEO, would you mind reading it out?
So, Mr. Mayor, an alternative might be, in my remarks earlier, so this is very much about establishing a council position in relation to this, and whomever the representatives might be then are able to participate in that with that framework in mind. But an alternative recommendation might be that 1, council endorse the Great Keppel Island Participation Framework, including the proposal for direct councillor involvement in the engagement structures, and 2, that council assist the master planning process with professional advisors, communication support and resources permit. I think that's not dissimilar to number 3. I hadn't had a 3, but there might be a 3, and the department be notified accordingly.
Can you send it to Councillor Bello too, please? So, coming your way, Councillor Bello. I empathise. Yeah.
So that's you review on the one now?
Sorry, the one that Carl's just read out. That's, yeah.
The one you got under.
That's the new one. Yes, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, but you didn't want to support the framework.
I'm supporting the framework with the direct inclusion of councillors.
You have a council representative.
Yes.
You're not nominating whether they be an officer or a member?
This is council law. It says council law
Okay.
involvement. So that's point 1 up there. Councillor Mather. Have you got it, Councillor Bello?
Yeah.
Right, so we'll just go through it carefully. So it reads that 1, council endorsed the Great Keppel Island Participation Framework, including the proposal for direct councillor involvement in the engagement structures. And 2, council assist the master planning process with professional advice and communication support as resources permit.
Would it be worthwhile at that point, Mr. Mayor, adding on a 3rd point? Council expresses its disappointment at its exclusion to date in this process.
Yep. Happy with that, councillors?
Are we sending a conflicting message there, though? We're saying in the first paragraph that we will support it on the condition that a councillor be present.
Yep, so we're supporting it on the condition that a councillor will be included, or that there's councillor involvement. And point 3, as Councillor Hutton is proposing, is that we express our disappointment.
We've been excluded this far.
We've been excluded this far.
Yeah, but are we strong enough in the first one? We? Including the proposal.
And maybe
Conditional on the proposal.
maybe perhaps something different. We do welcome the speak to the great on the same page. This will speak to the positive, but pick up example after what we said before. We would initially include, but we certainly welcome the focus and the effect and look forward to the outcomes. But we feel we're worthy.
All right, so point 3 could potentially read, Justine, just updating it. Yeah, it's a good point, yeah. So we change number 1, drop them down, Justine, thanks. No, leave it there. Add a new number 1, yeah. I'll get to that in a minute, if that's all right. So one is that that council welcomes the renewed engagement on Great Keppel Island. By the Queensland Government. And then the rest of it just follows. Council endorsed the Great Keppel Island Participation Framework, including the proposal for direct councillor involvement. Councillor assist the master planning process with professional advice and communications board as a result.
Are we strong enough in 2, including the proposal for direct councillor involvement? Conditional
on the proviso of. So rather than have including,
yeah,
so on the proviso of direct councillor involvement. All right.
She's dangerous on that machine.
All right, so that's the four points hopefully completed, councillors. So just quickly going through again, the council welcomes the renewed engagement on Great Keppel Island by the Queensland Government. 2, council endorse the Great Keppel Island Participation Framework on the proviso of direct councillor involvement in the engagement structures. 3, council assist the major master planning process with professional advice and communication support as resources permit. And 4, express its disappointment at its exclusion so far.
Good as it gets.
So as I said, I'm happy to move that, councillors. Can I get a seconder?
Yeah.
Councillor Mather, thank you. All right, so the motion is live. You're right, Justine? Yep, I'll send it to Councillor Bello.
Thank you. Thank you.
Let us know when you get it, please, Councillor Bello.
Yep, read if you want to read it out.
He just did, that's why he's sending it to you.
Might have been easier for him to come to work.
It's horrible being on these video conferences when you're not in the room itself. Got it? All right. So do you want time to read through it, Councillor Bello?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right. All right, councillors, so I've got Does anyone wish to speak against the recommendation? Anyone else wish to speak for? All right, we'll wrap it up. We'll go to the vote on this one, councillors. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Appreciate the support. Okay, 1122, councillors. Development application for reconfiguring a lot at 181 Pacific Heights Road, Pacific Heights. So, Erin, you're dealing with this one? Righto. Welcome to the table, Erin.
Sorry. So in response to our assessment, despite the deviation from the scheme lot sizes, we're able to support the proposal as it will not compromise the strategic framework and appropriate conditioning can be imposed. I'm happy to answer any questions. There was a PowerPoint, Justine, if you've got, yeah.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I just have a very, very basic question. As we read through all of your DAs that you bring to the table, on page 130, usually we see comments under the different departments, such as no objection or in support. However, I was just concerned there was no comments for public and environment health and natural resource management. Could that possibly mean that there's no remnant vegetation or anything that's going to be impacted?
That's correct.
Great.
That means that there was no element of the scheme that they were required to assess or determine for this one.
Sure. Thank you.
Councillor Mather.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Erin, because it's really on a corner of an existing estate, they're 1 acres in amongst smaller acreages, like quarter acres, or they'd be, what, 800?
They're around, the land to the east of this site is around 700 to 800, 850, and these are around 1,000. So
Okay,
not
not
that
too
much different,
too
but
much. Okay, yeah, because they were urbans, and
Yes.
they've got all trunk infrastructure
yes.
there. Is there any opportunity for them to cut it further in half? If they wish to, would there be any suggestion that they might get approval for that?
These subject lots, I wouldn't expect so, but there is always potential for someone to make an application, and we would consider
Given
that
that
on
corner,
its
that
merits.
corner block there, that just
Yeah.
could end up with traffic problems there with too many people congested. Thank you.
Any other questions, councillors?
Happy to move it, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so we've got a mover and Councillor Bello. A seconder, please. Councillor Hutton, I beg your pardon. Councillor Eastwood is seconding. Councillor Hutton, did you wish to speak to it? Nope. All right. Anyone speaking against? Anyone wish to speak for? Councillor Mather, your light's on?
No.
Okay, right.
Oh, sorry.
Awesome. Okay, we'll go to the vote. So moved Councillor Hutton, seconded Councillor Eastwood. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, Councillor Bello. 1123, request for reduction of development application fees for development permit for an MCU relocatable home park, Svensson Road, Zulsey. Jenna, over to you.
Thank you.
Welcome to the table.
Thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, Mayor and Councillors. Good morning. I'm still in morning mode. Let's go.
It's been a long day.
Good start. So this is, Council has received a request to reduce an application fee for a proposed development for a relocatable home park. It's at 78 Svenson's Road, down at Zilsey. That's the site there on the screen now. The draft plans for approximately 320 relocatable homes with common facilities. The site does hold an existing approval for a retirement facility. The applicant doesn't seek to progress with that land use definition, so they're changing to something that is similar to density or the same density. That's the existing approved plan, and this is what they're proposing to do. It's very similar. So they've requested an application fee reduction of 75%. Officers have considered this and consider this a reasonable request. If someone was to lodge an application for 320 dwellings, the fee would total $127,000 approximately. We've requested, or recommended that 75% be applied, which then would reduce it down, if they applied for 320 dwellings, to about $31,000, which is still quite, it is a significant reduction, but it is considered to be cost recovery for what we would be looking at in an application.
Councillor Mather?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Jenna, was this under delegated authority or code accessible before? Because I don't remember this coming to the table.
It was quite a while ago, this application for the retirement village, 2006. So it would have been impact accessible, sorry, through the chair, it would have been impact
2006?
Yeah. That was a retirement village, but now they're looking to lodge a new application for a relocatable home park.
Yeah, this particular one here, was that approved back? I mean, I'm just wondering, when was this application lodged?
So the current relocatable home
This
park,
one?
it hasn't been lodged yet.
And when was the question though? When was it originally lodged?
So
Okay,
the
it hasn't been lodged yet.
So the one that they're doing the repeat request for, no, it hasn't been lodged
I
yet.
was going to say.
They're just asking in
Asking
the first
for a fee
instance.
reduction.
Okay.
That makes more sense.
Got you,
A fee
Councillor.
reduction can be
Yes, I'm
applied.
thinking, yeah, it makes
Councillor
more sense.
Watson?
Okay.
Councillor Watson?
Can I ask what a relocatable home park is?
Through the chair, it is essentially little homes that get moved to the site. So they're manufactured off-site and brought to the site. How it was explained is that they're tied down a little bit differently and they have different legislation that regulates them.
And who moves into it? Is this like a slum place? Or does it become a slum place?
If you go onto websites like Westbuilt at Warwick, they're really, really nice homes, and they're relocatable in the sense that you put them on the back of a truck and deliver them on site. And so,
Yeah, but the people that move in, are these like low-cost housing, or?
It all depends on what.
I mean, are we going to be encouraging another area like further out at Zilsey sort of thing?
Yeah, I guess it all depends on, the pricing will depend on the market. But,
Yeah, through the chair. So how it's been proposed, so this is their draft plan. It does have like a gated entrance.
That to
is
keep
what
them in, or?
we understand, is that they'll have a gated entrance and you go in and you can use the facility. So they will have facilities on site for people that reside there. They are relocatable homes, but they do have to be tied down to the ground because we are a recycling area. So they will have certain ways that they are tied to the ground. It's not just someone can pick up and move their home away. And the developer will be putting them on, it won't be up to someone to choose their home and then move it there. The developer will be putting them on site, and then someone can purchase one and then pay money, I suppose, in rent or.
So is this like these aged seniors RV park sort of thing, is it? So I've just never seen anything like this.
Potentially, or Oak Tree. So think about Barmarie Road, the accommodation up there. That's all removable dwellings at Oak Tree up there. Yeah, semi-permanent dwellings.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Jenna, could you just explain again why you consider this 75% reduction of fee appropriate and perhaps not a 50% reduction or a 25% reduction?
Yeah, so when we got the request, I had a look at, we have like a little template that we use when people do ask for reductions, a little quotation. I did a quotation and it did come significantly lesser than the $127,000 that a total fee would be. In terms of assessment, we look at what is cost recovery, how much assessment time if we need to put into assessing this one. I put that into the spreadsheet and it did come out similar to the fee of a 75% reduction. so close to the $31,000. Again, $127,000 is quite a significant fee, considering that all of the houses will be the same or similar type of product across the field, and we have previously assessed the retirement village over the same site, so it is utilising the same site, and it has been assessed and approved for a high density development previously.
Councillor Mather.
Thanks. Jenna, whoever assessed the fee in the first instance, I take it wasn't you, did they not?
For the 120,000.
Did they? No, this fee we're talking about now, when was that assessed?
So through the chair, the $127,000 fee is based on the current fees and charges schedule. So it's based on a base fee, and then you get a
when was
per
it
unit.
when was that 127,000 assessed? When was that nominated?
So if they lodge the application today, that's how much the application fee would total based on 320
Okay.
dwellings. So you get a base fee, and it's 388 per dwelling. So it charges per dwelling.
Yeah, I understand that. For them to write in, and I don't know who them is yet, for them to write in and say, hey, look, can you have a look at this? When were they told 127,000?
The fees and charges schedule tells them that that's
Yeah,
what
I know,
the fee
but
would be. Yeah, it was only a month or two ago. Yes, they know that the fee would be.
Did they estimate the fees and charges according to the data that we had on our books? I mean, what I'm saying is, if somebody assessed it as 127,000, did they not use the template?
No, the 127,000, councillor, was assessed according to the current fees and charges. Am I right, ladies? Okay, but now the officers are saying that based on what they're seeing in terms of this development application, they're recommending that be reduced by 75%.
Yeah, I totally understand that. Yeah. I think it has been. I know the fees and charges to 127,000. Who told me that's what it was going to be? They worked that out with themselves. So that they estimated that, and then they came to us and said, hey, look, this looks like it's a bit much for us. Okay, got it. Okay. Now, I thought somebody assessed that and told them what it was in the first place. And I'm wondering, why didn't they use the template that you used? You know,
So the template is an internal. I used ours based on.
Can we get back to the matter at hand? Thank you. All right. Yeah. Well, I'm so pleased you got the answer, councillor. So we'll deal with the recommendation if we can. Then thank you. So any other questions?
Yes, very good question.
Councillor Bello.
Yeah, just for the officer there, we focus primarily on the speed reductions, but not necessarily, or will we vote whether to approve this or not, or do they not need the vote from councillors in terms of the actual approval of the change in the use from retirement to very different use?
Through the chair, this is Councillor Bella. This is just to get a reduction in the fee. They then need to lodge the development application for the relocatable home park and go through the assessment process. It will be impact accessible.
Okay, and that was the public application.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, so moved Councillor Eastwood, seconded Councillor Hutton. Thank you, gentlemen, for moving this along. Did you wish to speak to the report, Councillor Eastwood?
In the interest of brevity, no, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. I'm sure we're all grateful. Anyone speaking against? All right, Councillor Hutton, did you wish to speak to it at all? You can.
Just to thank the officers for the fact that, you know, when taking on board these things, we are looking to make sure that our fees, as we all know, are meant to be cost recovery. So the fact that council officers have come forward with this and said, hey, we can logically see how this equates to a fee that's different to what the fees and charges if we were to do a blanket carte blanche, it tells us that our officers are on the right track, and it also tells us that we're in support of development because.
All right. Anyone else wish to speak to the motion at all before we wrap up? Okay. Councillor Mello, you're all good?
All good, thank you.
Okay, so we've got a mover in Councillor Eastwood, seconded Councillor Hutton. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. And thank you, Jenna. You're here for the next one as well, 1124. Pardon me. A development application for a development permit for reconfiguring a lot 535669 and lot 5 Bungendara Road, Bungendara. Jenna, over to you.
Excuse me, Mr Mayor, I feel I might have to declare a conflict on this one.
In what
Well,
train, councillor?
this is what we were talking about this morning. The inquiries that are taking place at the moment relate to this property.
Well, there's been advice provided to the CEO, to you and to the other councillors involved in this, but if you choose to step out, councillor, that's entirely up to you.
And the advice, I hadn't had that confirmed.
So, Mr Mayor, in relation to Councillor Mather's question, the advice is that there is not a conflict to declare because the matter that's been raised and referred to the agency relates to breach of policy, not assessment of this particular application. It would appear that historically that has been applied previously at a meeting on December 3, 2019, where councillors with similar issues participated in the discussion at the time, and I'm advised that one of your colleagues took advice on the matter prior to that meeting. So my advice would have been that independently, but it appears that someone else arrived at the same conclusion a couple of years ago, and that's reflected in the pattern of attendance at the time.
Thanks, Mr CEO.
So I guess the advice is, councillor.
Based on the advice, Mr Mayor, I'll remain.
Okay. Welcome back, councillor. So.
What was that?
I said welcome back, councillor. All right, so over to you, Jenna, on this one.
Thank you. Good afternoon again. This is a development application for reconfiguring a lot for 3 lots into 4 lots on Bungendara Road. The land is highlighted in blue on the screen. It's 3 lots. This is 1 lot here. The second lot is 3 here, and the third lot is this one here. There we go. So proposed lots 5, 7 and 8 are approximately 10 hectares in area, and proposed lot 200 is approximately 175 hectares in area. Lot 5, lot 8, lot 7 and lot 200. There is an access easement that will service lot 7 that goes through here. Sorry for the shaky hand. And there is another access easement that goes through here servicing lot 5 and lot 200, and lot 8 will have direct frontage onto Bungendara Road. The proposal was impact accessible. The lots don't meet the minimum lot size nominated in the planning scheme. No submissions were received during the public notification period. Justification has been provided to support the deviation from the code, and this was based on the site inspection carried out by officers, the proposed boundary locations addressing the overlays, the boundaries following existing fence lines, and the existing access to the proposed lots. Infrastructure charges will be issued to the amount of $14,750 for the additional lot, and it is recommended for approval subject to conditions. I'll take any questions.
Thanks, Jenna. Any questions, councillor Hutton?
Happy to move it, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Any questions, councillors? Councillor Bello, questions?
None for me, Mr Chair.
Thank you. All right, so we've got a mover in councillor Hutton. Can I get a seconder, please? Councillor Watson, thank you. All right. Councillor Hutton, did you wish to speak to it? No? All right. Anyone speaking against? Councillor, anyone else want to speak for? All right, we'll go to the vote. Moved Councillor Hutton, seconded Councillor Watson. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, Jenna.
Thank you.
1125, change application, minor change for development permit for material change of use, multiple dwelling, 45 units, food and drink outlet and shop, being the Strand development, as I understand it. So, Erin,
That's
it's over
correct.
to you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So this is a change application relating to part of the redevelopment of the Strand site, which we're now referring to in respect of this application as the Mint Apartments. So this change application relates to proposed changes to car parking on the site, a pad mount transformer enclosure added to the Queen Street frontage, an adjusted balcony profile to apartments facing the Anzac Parade elevation, and minor amendments to the internal layout of some of the apartments, but that does not result in any changes to the number of apartments nor bedrooms. There is also a minor redesign to the size of the outdoor recreation area in respect of landscaping and changes to the size of the pool, and then amendments to the ground level tenancies in respect of a minor reduction in gross floor area. Councillors will be familiar with the site, and the elevation plans and layout plans are included in the officer report. The key considerations, the majority of these changes are quite minor in detail and wouldn't necessarily need to go through a full change application. However, with an updated suite of plans, as well as the changes to the on-site car parking, the applicant submitted the full suite of plans. So the key consideration for officers as part of this change was some changes to the allocation of car parking for the site, primarily in relation to the commercial component. The total number of car parking spaces that is being provided on site is 85. The required number of spaces to be provided on site was only 61. However, it's the breakdown of how those are allocated to residential versus commercial that's a question today. Officers are supportive of the configuration that's been proposed by the applicant in respect of allocating all car parking to the residential components of the site, which does allow for at least 2 car parks per unit. And it results in a total deficiency of 4 commercial spaces on the site. However, based on our assessment, this is a minor deviation, and the on-site configuration in terms of access and serviceability, as well as pedestrian access to the site, is generally supports the proposal by the applicant, and we recommend the changes for approval.
Question, Erin, if I may.
Yes.
I think I know the answer, but I'll ask it anyway. The parking provision for the commercial tenancies is a matter between the developer and the tenancies. We don't get involved in that.
Yeah, generally what will happen is through the lease arrangements, the operator and the tenants will discuss how the car parking is allocated to each tenancy.
In my wife's business, that's how it works.
Yeah.
They get allocated a certain number of parks.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Hutton.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask a question in regards to the outcome around the tandem car parks, and in your experience, is that something that's being uptaken or a positive? Is it useful? Is it working?
Yeah, I think it works only where they're allocated to a specific unit, which is what will be the case here. So I'll own a unit and I'll have my tandem car parking space, and I have full control over how I move those 2 vehicles. I don't think it necessarily works where it's in a more commercial arrangement. And
Happy to move, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Any other questions, councillors?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. It's a question to Erin. Thank you. How many of the cars will be utilising the multi-storey car park to access the building?
It's essentially 4 spaces that are missing from this development from a commercial basis. So on that, you can say 4. So and that's not residential.
The answer is 100%.
All of, or into, sorry, I thought you meant utilising spaces.
No. How many cars will be going through the multi-storey car park?
All of them. The access is through
what,
the
60 what?
61.
61.
Sorry, 85. 85.
Okay. Yeah. When this came up in the first instance, I had concerns about that, the development being oversized for what they wanted to do, because they had to use council-owned land, owned facility to get onto their site.
But Councillor, I understand that's a previous agreement.
Is there a question, Councillor?
No, I just needed to know how many cars would be going
All right.
as well as our
could, Mr Mayor, just to clarify for that was the expected outcome by council at the time that it agreed to the construction of that car park, the purchase of some land from the Strand to allow that car park to be constructed. And as a consequence of that, they also had an easement for access purposes. So the parties involved at the time made that as a conscious decision. So it was always going to be that all traffic for that development would come through. And I guess one of the benefits of that in some ways as well, without going back through the history too much, is that by having a single access, you reduce those pedestrian vehicle conflict points. So instead of having 3 or 4 accesses along that road frontage, we instead have one significant access, but it's also controlled because there's a pedestrian crossing, etc. There's lights set up there at that particular one. There isn't one in Hill Street, but certainly in Queen Street there is. So it's actually a better outcome from that pedestrian vehicle conflict, and it's also a better outcome for managing the traffic both on Queen Street and also going into and out of those two land uses.
Councillor Watson.
Just a quick one. Is not sure who can answer this one.
Directed to Erin in the first instance.
Erin is saying, yeah, Erin. If there's an accident when they're going through the car park, and think, are we liable for anything like that, seeing it's our car park?
The issue of liability, Councillor, sorry, and I'll jump in on that one, is they have an access easement over there, so they have a lawful right to be able to drive in and out. So if there is an accident there, the whole liability, I've got no doubt that because we're a public authority, when they do the scattergun approach as to who's going to be responsible, we may end up being pulled into it a bit, but ultimately it'll come down to the facts and circumstances of that particular incident.
All right. Any other questions, councillors, before we... All right, we've got a mover in Councillor Hutton. Can I get a seconder, please? Councillor Eastwood, thank you. All right, Councillor Hutton, did you wish to speak to it?
Only to thank the officers for their work on this, recognising that this is a growth opportunity for the coast, and I look forward to seeing how they engage, both with officers as they continue through this process, but also how they engage with community. And I think it is a signature site. It is really important to the community, both those who look forward to more growth, those who have concerns around heights or densification. It's really important how these parties participate, and to date they've demonstrated a willingness to come and talk, a willingness to collaborate to make sure that we're getting good community outcomes in terms of those pedestrian crossings, in terms of making sure that their design is considerate of the community around them.
Thank you. Councillor Watson, you have a question?
I thought there was a limit, height limit of 5 floors on the beachfront. This has got 7. Has something changed, or?
It still fits within the footprint. It's got 7 floors, but it still fits within the height restriction.
All right. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Anyone speaking against? Would anyone else like to speak for? Councillor Bello? All good? All right, okay. We'll wrap up debate on this one then, councillors. We've got a mover in Councillor Hutton, seconder in Councillor Eastwood. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, Councillor Bello. Saw you. Sorry, that's all right. You're voting against, Councillor? All right, thank you. All right. Which brings us to questions, statements, notices of motion. Thanks to the officers. And the first one is 12.1, which is from Councillor Hutton in relation to a Centre for Excellence. Councillor Hutton.
Yes, I'd like to move the notice of motion sending in my name.
Okay, so the recommendation, councillors, is that council request a report on the cost for the renovation of the hub to restore its technology to state-of-the-art status and the costs to activate the space to achieve its potential as a state-of-the-art centre of excellence for disaster management, innovation and community resilience, inclusive of staffing. Any questions, Councillor? Councillor Friend?
Certainly I have a question to the good Councillor Hutton. On the 26th of August, we sat in a special meeting and we and the council table accepted a resolution of the Black Summer Bushfire Recovery Grants. And within that grant, it was stated that we're going to be asking for $300,000 for the local disaster coordination centre renewal. And to specifically implement new hardware and upgrade technology to ensure local disaster coordination centre can be utilised both in a disaster event, but importantly, but also for the community. So within that $300,000 grant we're asking for, I imagine that there must have been a business case for that. My question to Councillor Hutton is, if the officers already know that they want to upgrade the technology, they've already planned to upgrade the technology, they've requested the funding through the Black Summer Bushfire Recovery Grants, how is your notice of motion different to what's already happening?
Thank you so much for the question. So in terms of the grant application that's been made to upgrade the technology there is no reference to returning to state-of-the-art, which is where we were at the installation of this centre. And so we may be replacing like with like as opposed with like with the latest and greatest. Now, my concern in regards to that is obviously I believe that we want a centre that best meets our community's needs, but more than that, if we are wishing to be a centre for excellence in disaster management, innovation and community resilience, we shouldn't be going like or like for replacement, but like to the highest standard. And a way of achieving that is by finding revenue streams attached to being a centre for excellence in disaster management, which is what I'm hoping to explore through this report.
Certainly, thank you very much, Councillor. That's great. When we all attended, or we didn't all attend, a lot of us attended a meeting at the with the rural fire brigades, and this particular item was brought up to implement new hardware and upgrade the technology. So when they say upgrade the technology, they were discussing upgrade it to something better than what we have. Now, yes, you're quite right, it was state of the art in 2017, and it's now 4 years down the track. So when I imagine they say upgrade, it would be to a higher sense of technology. So how is that, I'll just pose you the question again, how is that different? Thank you.
In 2018, when the Disaster Hub Centre was opened, it did have the latest and greatest technology, and it was sought to be seen as a state-of-the-art facility which wouldn't just serve our community in times of disaster, but also provide an opportunity to create new revenue streams. One of those was through having the capacity to have local disaster management groups from external areas, as well as potentially partnerships with universities, potentially with having disaster groups from Pacific Island nations coming and using this centre to not only have exposure to the technology, but almost as a business tourism opportunity for us. That's what I'm hoping to achieve by us getting this report, is working out what would be the cost for us to provide that, recognising that we are very, very fortunate to have applied for a grant of $300,000 that we may or may not get for this particular project. But more importantly, if we wish to have a centre of this quality and calibre maintained, we're going to have to do this again and again and again. And at the moment, that burden falls right in the hands of the ratepayers of our Shire, because we've not been able to, at this point, due to staffing demands, due to both limitations of capacity and the aspirations and needs of the organisation, we've not been able to generate revenue through alternate means in terms of operating a centre of excellence, which means that we come back to the ratepayers again and again and again. My hope is by providing for whatever this format may take, we actually take out, instead of it being a cost to the community, we maintain state-of-the-art status through technology, through our staffing, through the revenue we generate external to our community. Our community gets the benefit. We're not looking at replacing it at our expense every time it needs to be replaced every couple of years. Everyone's a winner in that scenario, as well as providing training and things to those who might need it and opportunities.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. I appreciate that answer, and it was a very good answer. However, I'm not aware that this technology has ever come at a cost, huge cost to the ratepayers within our community, as it was a grant to begin with. And I was remiss in saying 2017 because it wasn't 4 years ago, it's only 3 years old. So therefore, if you can explain to me where the ratepayers already pay into this facility and into the technology, that would be handy. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much for the question. So just to give you a piece of information that may be missing. When this centre was developed, it actually was at a cost to the community of $6.225 million, which was funded $3.35 million under the Natural Disaster Resilience Program, which is an initiative of the state and federal government, and a contribution of $2.875 million from Livingstone Shire Council ratepayers. Now, as ratepayers are both members of the Queensland community and the Australian community, we were funding both sides of that coin. So we did make a contribution towards the cost of it in the first instance. If we don't receive a grant, which I would still say as Queensland members, we are offering to, when we get a grant from either the federal and government, we're still ultimately funding it in some way. We would then be coming back again to the ratepayers saying, hey, we want this technology, or we need this technology, so we'd be asking ratepayers to fund it directly. This is an opportunity for us to find a sustainable way forward that means that that burden gets lifted off the shoulders of ratepayers, but also has a great outcome for our community in activation of the space and provides a business opportunity for potential business tourism.
Councillors, I've just received, Councillor Friend, I've just received a note or an email from Dave Maz. He says the upgrade to the hub is to upgrade the local disaster coordination centre and the boardroom to a Teams environment, also to provide a better capable video wall. Don't know whether that helps.
You did mention there was a screen that more things could be done.
So I would like to move my motion if I can, Mr Mayor, and then
Surely can. Okay, so lots of Councillor Friend, you're done with the questions. We can go to debate. All right, thank you. So Councillor Hutton is moving. Can I get a seconder? Councillor Eastwood, thank you. All right, Councillor Hutton, did you wish to speak to the motion again?
Yes, please, Mr Mayor. Fellow councillors, for me, this is about trying to provide a sustainable future for a centre that is beyond the scope of what many regional communities can afford to maintain and keep. The reality is that we had a grace and a gift that was received in terms of a post-disaster environment where we were able to receive the funding, recognising that we had some weaknesses in our current disaster management arrangements prior to that. However, for us to maintain this, we need to make sure we're getting best bang for our dollar in terms of how it's used, but also best bang for our dollar in it meeting its full potential. Now, as much as it has been said by many members of the community that the sign on the front of the building in bright big yellow with the black wording which says Centre of Excellence to Disaster Management, Innovation and Community Resilience seemed out of touch with what we were doing, it was because at the time there was a vision and an ambition for that site to provide a state-of-the-art facility which wouldn't just serve our community in times of disaster, but also provide opportunities for having local disaster managed groups from elsewhere coming in, getting to experience and use the newest of technologies in a safe place. An opportunity for disaster management practitioners, people from Pacific Island nations to all come and use that space. Now, to do that, we required something more than what we've currently got in terms of staffing, in terms of being able to present it in that way. We have in our midst a very, very capable manager of disaster management. However, we also recognise that with restructures that have occurred, that more and more his pool's being pulled across the organisation into fields that are outside of that disaster frame, which means that we can't expect him to be able to do it all. If we wish to maintain this asset for our community at state-of-the-art status, finding revenue streams is a way that we can do that. By investigating the cost, and it may be that we find out that it's going to cost $200,000 a year to pay for an officer who's going to run a facility that, if we're lucky, might generate $200,000 a year, in which case we go, okay, so it's not worth our while trying to invest in that direction. It may be that we find that the cost is, that there's opportunity in that market space, and for us, we can renew our assets, keeping us at the bleeding front of this space with no cost to our community because we're able to make that investment. And that's why I'd like to see us come back to that vision. It only hit me when we were addressing this item and saying, oh, we're going to have to renew some of that stuff. It's 3 years old. It's going to be $300,000. And I went, oh, we've not yet actually achieved its true potential or its true purpose. But I also recognise that we didn't have the capacity within our organisation currently to do that, which is why I would like us to investigate what would we need if we were going to create that potential capacity to allow us to achieve that vision and that ambition that was held back in 2018.
Of course you can.
Councillor, Hutton, have we ever had anyone visit us to do that?
Not on the scale that would generate revenue for us, but we have had groups, including the LDMG from out in Emerald, who's come in at least once to have a go at, because nowhere else in regional Queensland can you find a setup where they have the rows of the desks, where they have the screens all set up, where they have the technology in place that you can do a practice exercise like what we can do. Since we have built our facility up north, and I'm not sure if it's Townsville or Cairns, has sought funding to do a similar exercise in terms of creating a permanent space that meets that need. And obviously having Kedron, the State Disaster Coordination Centre, which has that format, this was something that was unique and an opportunity for us, but for us to maintain it, we need to find those revenue sources.
All right. So, councillors, we've got a mover in Councillor Hutton, second on Councillor Eastwood. Is anyone speaking against? Councillor Friend.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you to the good Councillor Hutton, and I really do understand what you're saying and where you're coming from. My idea why I'm speaking against this is because I have complete faith in the officers of council for trying to obtain the correct funding so that the ratepayers won't actually have to foot the bill like they did in the building of the whole centre in the first place, because that was a 50-50 grant. So we still haven't refurbished the ground middle floors at all to allow it to be leased. The technology is 3 years old, and as the good councillor said himself, that we do have something special here in Livingstone that other councils don't have, and yet they are just about to embark on that. I do have faith that the officers will actually obtain some funding to upgrade what is needed to be upgraded without any cost to the ratepayers whatsoever. I look at our whole day today, a very long day, and all of the money that we're juggling with funds to get some CapEx work underway, to talk about Joscali, to talk about Werribee and Doonside Bridge. Where are these funds coming from? We're taking them from other areas to fund something. Also, the officers are absolutely inundated with reports, and for this time period, I am speaking against it, with certainly in great respect of Councillor Hutton and his ideals. However, I do believe that the officers have what it takes to work this out and move forward with the technology that's needed within that area. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Anyone speaking for? Councillor.
I'll be very brief, Mr. Mayor. I'm not in the habit of spending money where it's not necessary, but what we're asking here is for a report on the cost. We're not spending any money except for someone's time to give us a report as to see what's necessary and what cost would be apportioned to that and what the urgency is. So I don't have a problem getting that report.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone speaking against? Councillor Bello, you want to make any comments at all?
No, thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, Councillor Eastwood, did you want to make a comment?
Yeah, look, I was just going to pretty much say what Councillor Mather said. We're just after a report that's what's been asked for, and to see what the costings will be. So I'm quite happy to support that.
All right, thank you, councillors. Councillor Hutton, did you want to wrap up at all? Okay. All right, we'll go to the vote on this one. We've got a mover in Councillor Hutton, a seconder in Councillor Eastwood. Those in favour? Those against? Motion is carried. Thank you, councillors. Next. Green. Councillor Bello, was you green, weren't you? Yep. Councillor. Yeah, it's getting a bit dark, Councillor Bello, we've got your notice of motion in relation to the Capricorn Coast Outrigger Club. Would you like to present your motion, please? Can someone put the red light on, please? Thanks.
I understand a lot of work has been done in the past by the officers. Certainly I commend them for their efforts thus far, but I believe there's an opportunity that we just can't let go to try and establish this club in a more permanent presence. I don't know where that can be, but I would just love the organisation to take it on as a pet project almost, to be able to come back to the table, whether it be 3 months, 6 months, 12 months, whatever the case may be, to put forward potential sites so that this club can actually truly reach its potential. So I'm happy to move it, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Bello. If I can ask you a question at this stage, in your discussions with the Outrigger Club, are they welded on to Lammermoor Beach, or are they prepared to entertain other potential venues?
Yeah, no, good question, Mr. Chair. The Lammermoor Beach has certainly been very suitable for them, but in speaking with the club president, their eyes are open. They're a little bit probably, I guess, like our officers that have tried very hard in the past, but they're a little bit tired, and I just hope that there's a collaboration by all parties to see if we breathe new life into this, what can be achieved.
Thank you. Any other questions of the good councillor? All right, so we've got a mover in Councillor Bello, a seconder in Councillor Eastwood. Councillor Bello, do you want to make any further comments about your report?
Oh, Mr. Chairman, you'll have to indulge me. Can you see that book there, Mr. Chair?
The Night Dragon, yeah.
Yeah, the Night Dragon. What's that relevance? Well, that's about a cold case that was solved, the Whiskey A Go-Go fire bombing that happened in Brisbane. I think about 16 people were killed. What's the relevance? Well, the detective that reopened that case only 2 years ago was the son of the late John Dowie. John Dowie's a wonderful community champion of our community, Mr. John Dowie. He's since passed, but his son Mick Dowie was the detective that reopened that case, and through fresh eyes they were able to solve that terrible crime that happened 30 odd years ago. I'm hoping that with fresh eyes we can look at this and try and find a permanent site that is fit for purpose for the Outriggers, so that they can be one of the greatest clubs in Queensland, which they arguably are already. But they need a home, and we need to find a way forward for them. So that's what it's about. Thank you.
Thank you for your passion, councillor. Any questions of the good councillor? No. All right, so we've got a mover and a seconder, Councillor Bello. Councillor.
I just want to say, Mr Mayor, I hope it doesn't take as long as it did to find a home for the seniors or a home for the deep water port for the fishing club.
We'll all be a bit older, councillor. Mover, Councillor Bello, seconder, Councillor Eastwood, all in favour. Thank you. Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, councillors.
All right. Councillor Bello, over to you again. This is your notice of motion in relation to the Black Summer bushfire recovery grants.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just very briefly again, just building on the good work that you led through the previous discussions, where I think we've pitched to about $6.5 million worth. In speaking with some of the rural people out there, I'm just hoping that we could go for gold for the total amount and give ourselves every opportunity, recognising, as Brett Bacon said earlier on, it looks like it's going to be very well competed for. But I'd like to give it the best shot we can. There's, I think, up to 2024 to spend the money if you are successful, and primarily the areas around water access, I believe, which came through heavily after the Cobblewell fires in that Bungendara, Bungendara, Cobblewell area. So I'm just hoping that we can push for the maximum and give ourselves a chance. Thank you.
Any questions of Councillor Bello? Councillor Friend.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Bello. My actual question is to Mr. CEO. Today we learnt that there's $8 million of capital works carryover into the next financial year. We also learnt that there's about 1,041 applications for these particular grants. If we were to try to obtain the full $10 million, would further projects be put forward or put off to undertake these projects for the grant, for that extra? So we've currently applied for 6.3 million. So if we were to apply for 10 million, would we then have to put off other projects to undertake them for a certain time? And my second part of that question is, do we have the project managers to actually look to do that?
Mr. Mayor, I've made a couple of references today that we do have a full and in fact oversized capital program already, and we will be in front of you in the next month or two, scrutinising the existing commitments that we have made that might contemplate not proceeding with some current projects on the agenda, including some funded projects. The list that was assembled for this particular funding program, as you know, grew from 2.5 to 6.5 million through a process that was a little bumpy. Like the other examples we've given today, that will put some additional pressure on that oversized program that we already have. Identifying a further $3.5 million worth of projects, not only about the program, but just our ability to assemble competent applications in the remaining fortnight before the program closes. I would question our ability to do that well, and certainly if we were successful, discharge those projects well.
Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Hutton.
Recognising the comments of the CEO, I guess my question is to both the CEO, but firstly to Councillor Bello. Are you aware of any groups that we would be able to auspice who ultimately would be taking on the burden of producing their applications and ultimately would be, you know, under council's guidance, able to enact these projects if we were to get them? Or and to the CEO, is that something that we would consider as a potential option?
My response to that, I'm not aware of groups that we could auspice as such, but I am coming from comments by rural brigades, especially in that the northern area around Darley Creek and all that section out there that was heavily impacted, Bungadarra, that the issue of water access was very much identified as an area that needs investment. So I'm probably more trying to represent their concerns in order to achieve greater resilience there. But I do understand and certainly recognise the challenges with it at this later in stage, but felt it was worth the effort.
All right. Mr. CEO.
Mr Mayor, just in closing out Councillor Hutton's question, I was present at a meeting where some representatives of the Keppel Group Rural Fire Brigades offered to complete the applications for a number of projects that I don't know whether they ended up on our list or not, but certainly from the projects that have been contemplated that are generally either roads projects or water connections or the like, I'm all for as much working bee effort and unskilled, unqualified sort of assistance around the place. I just think all of the projects that we're contemplating really have to be done by us or overseen by us, and that's where I just question our capacity to do those things.
Any other questions? Councillor Friend.
Yes, thank you. Mr Mayor, as the chair of the LDMG, why wasn't the full $10 million applied for in the first place?
The projects that were put up, there was no real contemplation, as I recall, apart from one or two individuals who really sought the full $10 million. I mean, it was a matter of identifying the projects that the brigades thought or deemed worthy, and the ones that were ultimately endorsed by the local disaster management group. And that just happened to total that $6 million approximately that we're currently seeking, Councillor. Any other questions, councillors? All right, so we've got a mover in Councillor Bello, I'm taking it. Councillor Bello, you're moving this one, clearly?
Yes, please, Mr Chair.
Seconding Councillor Hutton. All right, so Councillor Bello, do you wish to speak to your motion again?
No, I believe I've said enough. Thanks, Mr Chair.
All right. Is anyone speaking against? On that basis, councillors, I will, and I know Councillor Bello and I have had a conversation privately about his motion, so he knows where I'm coming from, but ultimately my gauge for this is what's actually come through the local disaster management group. The projects they've endorsed are the ones, obviously, that I feel obliged and committed to support. Some of the ones that are being put forward by the good deputy include certain things that the rural fire people, the area supervisors, for example, didn't deem worthy of inclusion. And I'm thinking in particular things like road accesses into rural fire sheds. They were discounted by the senior fireys in this region because their view is that there are priorities greater than that currently facing the rural fire service. So on that basis, you know, I take them at their full value. And you might argue that there's some sort of disconnect between the rurals, the fireys, and you know the senior management of fireys in the QFIS. But ultimately, from the LDMG, I take what advice I get from the LDMG very seriously. The whole concept of this is really about, you know, what's being recommended and promoted to me through the LDMG. Now, I take that, as I said, very, very, very seriously. There was another point that I was going to make, but for the life of me, I can't think of what it is.
It's late in the day, Mr. Chair.
Sorry?
It's late in the day.
Yes, it is, yeah. All right, so anyone else wish to speak to the motion? In support of? Anyone else speaking against? Oh, that was the other comment I was going to make. Please indulge me, councillors. Was I've always been wary about applying for maximums. The fact that a $10 million pool may or may not be available to me doesn't necessarily mean that that's what you should apply for. In fact, I think it's quite strategically sound at times not to apply for the maximum. And I acknowledge Councillor Bellows' enthusiasm and his desire to do the right thing by the rural fireys, and in fact I admire him for that, but I certainly have my own view in terms of whether you should or should not apply for the maximum amount of funding, and I certainly don't believe that's the appropriate thing. All right, Councillor Eastwood.
I will speak just quickly for it, Mr. Mayor. I just had a flashback to a previous mayor, and I think that I will take whatever we can get, and if we can get 10, then we'll work out the jobs after that and priorities after that. But I think that if it's on offer and available, I think we should go for it.
Righto. Anyone speaking against? Councillor Friend?
I have, is it too late for a question?
No.
Thank you. My question is, am I correct in saying it's not about applying for a pool of money? You must have some sort of project put up for that pool. You just can't apply for the pool. You must actually have a project and put that forward.
Correct.
And we've only got 2 weeks to do so.
Correct.
Thank you.
All right. Councillor Mather, question?
Question too, Mr. Mayor. Do we know what the fireys have put up as their submission? Have we ever been given a list?
Yes, we have. Yes, what was endorsed at that last meeting when we discussed this.
At night, that's the night meeting.
Yeah.
Yes,
No,
yes.
no. It's the special meeting of council we convened to consider this.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes,
that's right.
yes,
The early morning
yes.
meeting. Yeah.
Yes, well, I'm going to support the motion, Mr. Mayor, because I'm a realist as far as you know what you want, you know what you need, you know how much money is there. I believe that we've got probably one of, if not the biggest case for opportunity to start to pay back or catch up on some of the damage and the restoration of public confidence. And if we do go for, I wouldn't say the maximum, but if we can get additional funding for some of the other things that the likes that would have assisted in transferring water on the day. I know that there are still problems up there. So I'm going to support it, Mr. Mayor.
All right, well, that's entirely your choice, Councillor. So we'll go to Councillor. Do you have another question, Councillor? She's speaking for it, yep. You're speaking for or against, Councillor? Righto, all right. Councillor Hutton, the floor is yours. Yeah.
In speaking on the motion, I think that what's been identified is that that blue sky thinking, and that, you know, that when there's an opportunity, we need to make sure that we're reaching above. And I admire the instincts of council to, as a group, to have gone beyond that $4.2 million envelope or whatever it was and actually go for some $6 million. My concern is, with just as we create hope, we also create false expectation, and my concern is that whatever we put forward in the next 2 weeks, are we doing ourselves justice in giving us the opportunity to put in great applications? Are we giving false hope to the brigades that they're going to get, even knowing that, you know, we're unlikely to get the 6 million, but we're aspiring for it? Are we creating a false hope in seeking further than that? And thirdly, are we putting the reputation of our council in terms of our partnerships with the states and feds? They go, oh, this wasn't quite up to the standard that we'd normally receive. Like, normally every time it's a quick tick when it comes from Livingstone, because you know that it's got the facts and the figures, and it's, you know that you can trust what you see before you. The risk that the CO has identified is around, what if we can't achieve it? And, you know, there are plenty of times in my career as a councillor I've gone, no, well, it's about reprioritisation, and we'll find a way. But there also comes a time when you go, well, are you setting yourself up, are you setting the organisation up to fail, to have reputational damage, because we are simply reaching too far, too fast? And that's my fear with only 2 weeks left. I think if we had the benefit of, you know, the month that we had to actually go and say, okay, what are some of the quick, easy wins, or can we auspice so that the Keppel Brigade actually can be in charge of getting some of those cement sections done in front of brigade sheds, because they can organise a private contractor and council basically just auspices them for applying? Then I think we probably would have been in with a chance, and we wouldn't be creating competition for ourselves, but just reaching for the maximum blue sky, thinking, what can we get out of this? My fear is, with such a short time frame, we're not likely to be able to auspice others. We're not setting them up for success, and I fear that we're setting up both our organisation for pain and strain and potential reputational damage. So on this occasion, when I balance those things out with such a short time frame left, and recognising that I have already asked officers that I'd like to see the applications that we are putting in, to make sure that, you know, for my own sake, that we are getting as much as we can into those applications for the existing ones, that I don't think I'll be able to take this next step and push forward for another $4 million worth of projects. I just worry that maybe that's one step too far, and maybe as the day gets old, so I may be becoming a little bit greyer.
All right. Okay, councillors, we wrap up debate. I think everyone's had a say. So we've got a mover in Councillor Bello, a seconder in Councillor Hutton. We'll go to the vote. All in favour of the resolution? We've got 3, Councillor Eastwood, Councillor Bello and Councillor Mather. Those against? Councillor Ireland, Councillor Hutton, Councillor Friend and Councillor... sorry? Watson, thank you very much. Sorry, Councillor Watson. All right. All right, so up to 12.4, Councillor, notice of motion from Councillor Mather in relation to beach permits. Justine, you okay? No.
The system's not doing what it's meant to do.
If you need us to stop, yell out.
I thought it was in relation to the notice of motion.
No, I just said again.
Right.
Technology, it's not anything else.
All right, Councillor Mather, your notice of motion about beach permits.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Are we not vacating over there?
No, the gentleman just
I thought it was Dunkirk all over again. Okay. Yes, so moved, Mr. Mayor. Staff be authorised to contact all Queensland councils to identify which ones may have introduced permits for driving on beaches, with the intention of gathering information involving, but not restricting to, the following: the legislation which governs permits, method of obtaining the permits, the costs involved, what's applied to approvals, penalties applied to non-compliance, and who monitors and patrols the behaviour of permitted drivers?
Questions of Councillor Mather? Councillor Bello, any questions?
Do we get a second, Mr Mayor?
The only question, Mr Chair, is Councillor Mather aware that previously the officers have stated categorically that a permit system is not an option, or have I misunderstood the officers previously?
May I answer that, Mr Mayor?
Well, the question was directed at you.
I don't care what the officers have said. I'm asking that we explore the coastal councils to see who has the permit. Does anybody have a permit, and what's involved in those permits? If someone can make half a dozen phone calls and find that nobody has, then we'll leave it at that. I'll come back with another solution. But at this particular point, we need to explore, are there permits out there? Who's got them? How are they functioning? This is a journey of knowledge. If we find that nobody's got them, then that's something we've learned today.
Right. Other questions? Councillor Watson. I got your name right this time.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, Mum remembers it. If I may ask Councillor Mather, what do you hope to get from having the permits? What do you hope to, what is the positive of having?
We've bandied the prospect of having permits for the beach, because what I see is happening here, we're prepared to spend $1 million to counteract misbehaviour.
That wasn't a critique, Councillor, either.
I'm sure it was a technology problem.
He blew his nose.
Hey, what have I done?
Put yourself on mute when you're not talking, when you're blowing your nose.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry.
Councillor Mather thought that was a critique of her motion, Councillor.
I didn't say things to me. No, we've talked often about permits. We've had all sorts of responses, but we really haven't got any facts from those councils, if there are any, who have the permits in place. I know Fraser Island, I think they delegate to the council, from what I'm told. Some of my neighbours from Fraser Island. So I just need to get some facts, Mr Mayor, so we know, are they a possibility? Are they too onerous? Are they too costly? Because what we're doing, we're afraid to venture out and deal with these hoons. But yet we're prepared to look at $1 million to try and keep them away from the houses. I really think we're going about it the wrong way, at least at this point in time. If we can get the information, come back to the table and say, look, nobody out there has the permits because of this, that or the other. But we must at least do that. And if it means making half a dozen phone calls to get those answers, I don't think that's a costly exercise, Mr Mayor.
All right, Councillor Friend, question?
Thank you. Mr Mayor, Councillor Mather, I absolutely would love to have the permits myself. That would be something I would jump at the chance at. Because Farnborough Beach is a gazetted road, it can
Councillor, this is the question time. You got a question at the moment?
Sorry.
You're right.
Thank you.
I'll save it to debate. Thanks, Councillor.
I'll jump in. So we had a beach permit system some years ago, and I remember in particular when our local law people.
Is there a question here too?
Well, no. I'm just saying.
No, you can't just say.
I haven't got there yet.
Right,
I haven't got the question mark read bit yet. Hang on a second. Look, all I'm saying is, we at the time,
Had the permit back then.
the permits were there. Our local law officers couldn't stop them, so I can't see what's going to change. Steve, question. I can't see what's going to change by having a permit system again.
Well, I don't know where it went wrong, to be quite honest, because so much happened in that time. There were probably 4 councils throwing all of their policies and practices into the ring. And I can't recall what the reason was or what the reason they stopped. But I do know that it's been said since, oh, we couldn't do it, it was illegal, there's a road involved. Of course there's a road involved.
Oh, we might entertain some more questions if anyone's got any.
Yes, I have a question. My question is for Mr Bacon, Director. Would you please explain as of about 2012 why the permit system was retracted under Rockhampton Regional Council.
I had a trial council, which that wasn't my area at the time, but my understanding it was found that it was not enforceable because it's a road reserve. So you can't actually issue permits to use a road reserve. It's no different to whether you can't issue a permit for you to drive down Anzac Parade or Durham Place or any other street. That's a road reserve. You're told to drive down the reserve.
So because it was a road reserve, we can't enforce any permits, and it's quite. It would be. Would it? Do you think? And Mr. CEO will bring you into this as well. Do you think it would be illegal to actually have a permit system when and a paid permit system for revenue when we can't enforce it? Would that be illegal?
Not so much a case of is it illegal, it's just not enforceable.
Because we,
Councillor Mather, hang on, I'm still entertaining questions here, Councillor Mather. Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Vella, you're good?
I'm happy to second the motion in the absence of anybody else, Mr Chair, just to move things along.
All right, so we've got a mover in Councillor Mather, a seconder in Councillor Bello. Now, Councillor Mather, do you wish to speak to your motion again?
just to respond to Brett, thank you for that. I would ask the question myself, if we had permits at the time, who did due diligence to get us those permits at that stage? If we had permits and we were acting upon them, whether they were successful or not's another thing, who said it's okay to do it? We must have had good advice at the time. Whether we did or we didn't, it's gone, like a lot of other things during amalgamation. But what we're doing now, because what I'm thinking at this particular point in time, we are going about this the wrong way. At least our intentions are honourable, they're protracted, and they're unsuccessful at this point in time. And if we're looking at starting to create new roads because the roads that they're driving on can't be controlled, we're barking up the wrong tree. I'm looking for a solution outside the square. And I think we have to have a starting point, and this is the starting point I want. Does anybody out there have authority to do it, and are they doing it? How are they doing it if it's successful? Is the legislation there? If there's not, let's get some.
You got a question, Councillor?
No, I've got something that I'd like to read that's from the Queensland Post and Wildlife.
All right, we've got a...
And in regards to pit permits, that's all.
You're speaking against or for?
A possibility of
For, okay. Well, hang on, Councillor, I'm going to speak against. I admire Councillor Mather's passion and zeal in terms of trying to arrive at a solution here.
I will too. You watch me.
I certainly hope you do, Councillor, but I just want to reply to a couple of comments you've made. First of all, you said that we're afraid to take on the Hoons. Well, we're not afraid to take on the Hoons. We're not taking on the Hoons because it's not our role, and that's been clearly and unambiguously stated to us by the Queensland Police Service. And as recently as our community engagement with the Bangley residents 2 Saturdays ago, that message was again reiterated to us fairly quickly. Admittedly, a lot of the residents had disappeared by the time the police arrived, but certainly we had challenged them and asked them that question yet again. And the answer was unequivocally, it's a road. We have no jurisdiction on that particular beach, not to enforce anything, not to issue permits, not to do anything. The fact that permits were previously issued by council, I take your point, but in terms of the context of what I've just said, that it's a road reserve, we have no jurisdiction, the fact that we issued permits previously is irrelevant because it clearly was unlawful. And so on that basis, and on the basis of the Queensland Police Service advice, Councillor Mather, I won't be supporting your motion.
I have respect for that, Mr Mayor.
Can I suggest a not different tack to it? So at the moment, you can get a permit called a vehicle access permit for Bribie, Fraser, Morton, North Stradbroke. And it's a beach permit access, but it's through national parks.
It's
Exactly.
So,
That's the advice we've been given
yeah,
previously,
so,
councillor.
okay, so, well, obviously I haven't been allowed to be part of it, so
Yep.
all I'm getting at is, why don't we hand it to Queensland Parks? Because part of that's a national park up there.
Well, if I can respond to that, and we're sort of deviating from debate here a little bit, but certainly our local member for Keppel, Brittany Lauger, has been talking to Queensland Parks on just that issue, and also with DNR. And at this point, I haven't heard back from that. All right. Anyone speaking for the motion?
Yeah, just quickly, Mr. Chair. Yep. I was thinking about a person who's convinced against their will is not convinced at all. If this exercise provides the absolute clarity and fact that will be sufficient for all councillors to know categorically what is the lay of the land, well, it won't be a wasted exercise. My understanding is that the permits are not an option, and the only place they're used is where there's national parks, as Councillor Watson has referred to. But to get that thoroughly and clearly provided to councillors, I believe is something that would be of benefit to at least put them to bed completely. So happy to support it. Thank you.
Anyone speaking against? Anyone else want to speak for?
Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Rees was before you, Councillor. I think Councillor Bello cut him off last
He
time.
did cut me off.
Sorry.
You're forgiven. Yeah, look, I do follow Councillor Bello's sentiments. We need to, this has to be sorted out once and for all, black and white, and we can just either put it to bed or move forward. I imagine we will be putting it to bed, but at least we're going to sort of know categorically the truth of the matter. I mean, having a permanent system does worry me in that I wouldn't want to be a council officer approaching people doing the wrong thing. So that can be a problem. But as far as the permits go, I think we should look at it. I don't think we should put too much time, too much money into it, but we need to have an answer so that we can maybe keep Councillor Mather quiet. I said that in a lovely way.
I know, but you did.
Councillor Friend. Everyone's got lights on. Can we turn your lights, Councillor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In agreement with yourself, I'm still going to vote for this, and for the same reason as Councillor Bello and Councillor Eastwood. As the portfolio holder of local laws, I happen to know exactly why permits are not permitted. It is a government gazetted road. We have no jurisdiction. We cannot enforce them, let alone charge for something that we cannot enforce. And as Councillor Watson said, all of those other areas that do have beach permits and driving, and I've driven all over Bribie Island because that was my second home. It is national parks and wildlife. So it's great that the member for Keppel is looking into this for us. I disagree with everything here because I already know the answers. However, I'm going to vote for it to give Councillor Mather satisfaction in knowing once and for all.
You've already spoken, Councillor.
I just want to apologise to Councillor Mather. It was getting late and that was just meant in jest.
All right. Okay, Councillor Mather, do you want to wrap up?
Oh, just very
Councillor
quickly.
Hutton, did you want to speak? I beg your pardon. Sorry.
Just momentarily to say that I'll be supporting it because I believe that if the cost is 40-cent phone calls to 15 councils, well then it's a small price to pay to have an equivalently that information. I also think there's an opportunity with the Coastal Council Forum that will be at the LGAQ conference, that if there is, other councils are probably dealing with the same thing with their own challenge, and it might not be that they're using permits. And if we go and say, hey, are you using permits? The answer we're going to get is yes or no. But if we go, hey, are you having the challenge in regards to people hooning on beaches and dunes, and what are you doing about it? We might be able to have a different conversation, and that's potentially an opportunity when we have the Coastal Councils Forum as part of the LGAQ conference at the end of October, which hopefully, again, as the good councillor is desiring, is it's about finding a solution, and I admire her tenacity in continuing to seek the answers.
Councillor Mather, do you want to wrap up?
Thank you very much for that little addition, Councillor Hutton. It's a journey of discovery to find the information that we need, the facts. there's nothing more I can say, Mr Mayor, except to say that it's just saved me 14 phone calls if I get the support that I'm hoping for. We'll be smarter than this. If we find that there's nothing out there, I've got another plan that I'll bring to the table in time, but I certainly find it disappointing, to say the least, to find the police have always got something else on when I need them, and there have been very few instances when that's occurred, but they're never there.
All right, so we'll go to the vote on this one, councillors. We've got a move of Councillor Mather, seconded Councillor Bello. Councillor Bello has indicated his support. All in favour? I'm sorry, I'm voting against. I beg your pardon. It is late in the day. Yeah. Sorry. All right. So all in favour? Thank you. Those against? Right. Councillor Mather, next is you on your seeking interagency information.
Reciprocal information sharing arrangements to aid the regulation of illegal unlawful disposal of waste material, including asbestos, within the Shire for both agencies. This, we spoke about this morning with our visitors, Mr Mayor.
Yeah.
And this is a motion that's gone to the conference as well.
Yep.
So this is basically a formality to endorse the deal.
All right. All right, moved Councillor Mather, seconded Councillor Friend. Any discussion, councillors? I'm hoping we can just go straight to the vote on this one. All right. All right, Councillor Mather.
I did have a question, Mr Mayor, but it's actually directed towards the CEO. So in terms of the motion that we have going towards to LGAQ, talking about the partners in government process, is this an extension of, or is this considered within that, or is this alternate? In your mind, where does this fit in terms of the existing framework? Is this an extent? Yeah.
This would be if the council's motion to amend the partners in government agreement, it would certainly make this transaction a lot simpler. It would pave the way, but this is really a request to the local agency about their interactions with local folks. So I would see them as separate, but certainly if the partners in government agreement got enhanced, that would make this a lot simpler.
Okay, you happy, Councillor Hutton? Okay. All right, so we've got a mover, Councillor Mather, seconded Councillor Friend. All in favour?
Oh, hang on, Mr Chair. Just, I'm summing up, am I?
You probably don't need to, Councillor, because you just got a unanimous vote.
I understand where Councillor Hutton was coming from. It just needs a word change in the legislation. And I'd have to say, Mr Mayor, it says background here, but there is no background. And I think in future we'd like to see the background. If it's only one paragraph, go with this, because rather than have to look at another set of documents. Because this did have a background to it, to answer your very question, Mr Mayor. And if we could, yeah, and it's there, so I did have it, Mr Mayor.
All
It
right,
just
so
needs one word change, that's all.
can I go to the vote now, Councillor? Thank you very much. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, Councillor Bello. All right. Not by a long shot, Councillor. We're on to item 13, urgent business. Councillor Mather, you had something you raised earlier in the meeting?
Well, it was just a thought at the time in relation to Joss Lee, and I've got it in rough form here, but I was thinking along the lines of, because it's outside of the community, it's well recognised by the federal government, their contribution over time historically to our country. And I would hope that there would be funding available for such a community who are disadvantaged. They don't have everything that we've got here in the rural urban areas. That's their choice. But I remember only if they would be able to sell go over the river. And I have one of my friends who was water boarding in the town water. But because the grazing that's taking place there, and walls have been put up, and water has been redirected from out here.
Right, so,
We ended up doing that, so, but that didn't go with the government, that was done in my house. But what I'm thinking of, because it's recognised, well recognised by all, both levels of government, all levels of government, I think there must be some money up there, or down there in Canberra, that can recognise the need for these people to continue with their cultural practices. And although that's a lot of money, I don't know what we can do with money when we get it. But,
well, in lieu of a resolution, councillor, to that effect, would you be happy if we just asked the CEO to investigate possible sources of funding for the South Sea Island or the Joscali community, I beg your pardon?
yeah, I think if we make specific approach to those state and federal members, because I know that they're looking for some friends of it now.
Beds, huh?
Yes. I mean, it's always nice to have a letter from us, officially from us, and I'm happy to do that.
Well, if we just ask the CEO to follow up with you, councillor, and draft a letter and just, I guess, research what funding opportunities there may be.
They don't get much from
No.
They don't ask for anything.
No.
And they don't.
All right. Happy, councillor Mather, with that?
Yes, thank you.
All right. All right, councillors, we're going to move into committee closed session now, so I'll move a procedural motion that we do that. All in favour? Carried. Thank you very much. We need a seconder? Yeah, no, okay. I'll get a seconder, thank you. Councillor Hutton, thank you very much.
We'll just go again.
We can do that once you go.
Yes, second.
I moved. Can I get a seconder, please? Councillor Mather, thank you. All in favour? Moving into closed session. Right, thank you. All right. Turn off the live stream. So the recommendation is that council accept offer 1 presented for the purchase of lot 1 on survey plan 285453, also known as 1 Pineapple Drive, Hidden Valley. Moved Councillor Hutton. Do I get a seconder? Councillor Eastwood. Councillor Hutton, did you want to speak to it? All right. It's in the report. Did you? All right.
Press 0 and then ring this number.
So we're back on live stream, Jossie? Okay. We're back on live stream, yes. Okay. We got you, Councillor Bello. Yeah, perfect. Thank you. I can see you. Okay, so if you give me your green or your red, you're all good.
You can see me.
I can see you. Yeah. All right. All right. So we've got Councillor Hutton and Councillor Eastwood moving. Okay. Did you want to speak to it, Councillor Hutton? Sorry. No, all right. Anyone speaking against?
Thank you.
Adam, did you get the separate emails? We're dealing with 4.4, the last one. The potential sale of lot 1 Pineapple Drive, etc. Did you get the email with the split motions on it? Those are the recommendations. We've just split them. Rather than being in one recommendation, we've split them out.
Okay, so we're dealing with number 1, which is lot 1.
All right. So we've got a mover in Councillor Hutton, a seconder in Councillor Eastwood. Councillor Hutton's waived his right to speak to it, although no doubt he'll want to sum up. Anyone speaking against?
Both resolutions, unless they're the same person, they both refer to offer 1. How do we distinguish the two lots?
From the reports.
From the reports.
One refers to offer 1 for the purchase of lot 1, and the second recommendation refers to offer 1 for the purchase of lot 10, and they're as contained within that report.
Yes, but is anybody reading that? I think it's the same person who's purchased both lots.
No, I don't think so. Okay. All right, so Councillor Friend, you're speaking against?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. 3 words: locals supporting locals. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Anyone speaking for? Okay, anyone speaking against? Councillor Watson.
I'm just, I like offer 2 simply because they are locals, and we know that if they get the go ahead, we get the money in 30 days. I just look at that as money in the bank.
All right, thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak for the resolution? Councillor Bello?
No, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
I'm
Okay, I'm going to speak against as well for the reasons outlined by Councillors Friend and Watson. I believe that this is a local business that wants to expand. We should be supporting our local people. As much as I love the idea of this new flash concept with lots of different tenancies at a strata title, I think on my personal view is that I would prefer to support a local business that wants to expand. Yes, it's a slightly less amount of money. They're perhaps not employing as many people potentially as the other development would, but they are still potentially employing a lot more people, which is good for our economy. So I'm more than happy to support the other proponent.
And just to remind councillors too that if you do that, ensure that you do also put in the reasons for that, so that that's clarified.
Supporting local businesses is a sufficient reason, Mr. Director? Yeah. All right. Councillor Bella, do you want to speak against?
I need to reiterate the strength of this local company and the opportunity to get behind them in this position that they've identified. I believe this presents the best option. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bella. Anyone else wish to speak to the motion at all? All right, we'll wrap up debate. We've got a... Yep.
I'm looking forward to the opportunity to convincing you all to change your mind. 3 words: grow the pie, grow the Shire. If we have the opportunity for new business growth, for new residents to join our Shire, and for additional immediate income, both in terms of the amount that's offered to be paid, as well as the additional income that will come from extra rates generated from the land, what we're actually doing is growing the rates base of our Shire. It provides opportunities for people who are here locally who are looking to start a business by having those opportunities for startups. It provides the opportunity for new residents and ratepayers to come and join us, and it grows the pie. Now, while I support the growth and support the expansion of existing businesses, this is a unique lot. It is the entry statement to the Gateway Industry Park. If I have the choice between accepting one that's offering a higher amount of money, that's going to have a higher number of employees across a higher number of businesses and grows the pie, grows the Shire, that's the choice that I'd make every day of the week, and I'd encourage my councillor colleagues to consider that in terms of their vote today.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. All right, debate's now wrapped up, councillors. We'll go to the vote on this one.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to speak on it.
Well, Councillor Hutton was the mover, councillor, and he's just wrapped up, sorry.
Who wrapped up?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't realise he was wrapping up. Okay.
Mm.
There you go.
All right, so we've got a mover and Councillor Hutton, a seconder, and Councillor Eastwood. All in favour? Those against?
Mr. Chair, can you please just indulge me to help me with, I actually can't see you.
All right, so I'll just tell you, Councillor in favour were Councillor Hutton, Councillor Eastwood and Councillor Mather.
Okay.
Okay,
No.
and against, please? Councillor Bello, are you against?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, thank you. So the motion is lost.
Does that mean the other one's on it?
No.
We'd actually have to have another vote for another resolution, because if we need a resolution, it's like this one.
All right, so councillors, we're going to entertain another resolution so that council accept offer 2 presented for the purchase of lot 1, etc., etc. Sorry? Offer 2. For once today, Sonia, I got it right.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're clear on that? That council accept offer 2 presented for the purchase of lot 1 on survey plan 285453, also known as 1 Pineapple Drive in Valley. All good? Okay. In that council is desirous of supporting local business growth. Is that okay, Mr. Bacon? Desirous. You're right.
This one doesn't go up, and we're going to go back.
Of supporting local business growth.
You probably did, so.
Moved Councillor Friend, seconded Councillor Watson, thank you. All right, Councillor Friend, did you want to speak to the motion? All right. Anyone wish to speak against, want any more debate on this, councillors? Okay, go for your life.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. It's sometimes said that councils are poor developers, and perhaps this might be an example of why that could be said. It's argued that we support a reduced return for investment in terms of the price we'll accept for the land. It's argued we accept a reduced number of people employed on the site and reduced opportunity to grow the pie, and on a site that is ultimately the signature site on the entrance to our Gateway Industry Park, which ultimately council, if it's a developer, wishes to sell for the highest return across the park. Instead of choosing an option which had some visual amenity attached to it, we're looking at something that is much more of an industrial nature in probably the commercial side of the Gateway Park. I don't believe that this is the right construction. I don't believe that this is the right purchase, and I think that perhaps in a desire to have locals supporting local, what we're actually doing is locals holding the community back from growing. Locals holding the community back from growing the pie, so that there's more residents, more people paying rates, more people contributing to make our Shire bigger and better. I fully support the expansion of this individual business. I believe that, you know, they have been a good resident and ratepayer of our Shire, but even if the price was the same, I actually don't believe it should be on this site. And if that means that I will be voting against this today, then I'm happy to do so, because of the fact that we've taken great diligence and care, recognising that it's not a fire sale. We haven't needed to take every purchase. In fact, you know, the report for this item reflects the fact that only earlier this year we rejected a purchase offer on this block because of the price was too low and because it wasn't really what we were looking for on that block. If we don't need to, we have to make a conscious choice around what we want to see and what we want to grow, and for me, this is just not it.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. No, you can't, Councillor.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Go.
You're in you were in confidential, you're no longer. All right, anyone speaking for the resolution, please? Okay. Councillor Bella, you want to speak for the resolution?
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to be extremely annoying to everybody, and it's late in the day, but I'm going to be convinced by Councillor Hutton's argument there. Whilst I shouldn't make an apology for it, but I understand it is frustrating given the hour of the day. So on those grounds, I won't be supporting the motion.
Okay. All right. So, councillors, Councillor Eastwood, are you sort of speaking in support?
No, I was speaking
Against,
the
sorry.
motion, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, for the reasons that have already been stated, but also, you know, and I am very, very much for local business, but I don't believe that this is going to stop local business, and particularly this local business expanding in our area. But what it does do, it's going to allow. Actually, no, that's speaking to the other, going back to the other motion, so I'll just leave it at that. Actually.
All right. Okay, Councillor Friend. Anyone else want to speak before I go to Councillor Friend to wrap up? All right, Councillor Friend.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've said it earlier, locals supporting locals. When it comes to local business, there's a sense of loyalty. There's a sense that these local businesses start and then expand and get larger and employ more locals, and have done for many, many years. Supporting locals is not just about the dollar, it's about loyalty to those who currently live, work, play and love within our Shire. And it's really important that they look to us for assistance. They look to us to support them as much as they support every single person that they employ that live within our Shire and have done. Locals. Locals mean the world to so many people. And I am speaking for this because I am proud to back a local business who wants to expand, who wants to get larger, who wants to be nationally renowned, and I for one am very, very happy with this decision.
Thank you, councillor Friend. Okay, so debate's now closed. We'll go to the vote on this, councillors. We've got a mover and councillor Friend, seconded councillor Watson. All in favour? Okay. Those against? Councillor Bello?
Yeah, that's my hand. Will go up against, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, so can we have against, please, again? Motion is lost. Ultimately, it just collapses. No, you can't. No. Right, so nobody, we don't get an outcome on lot 1, not for a while yet.
Lot 10, councillors.
Yeah, lot 10. Could you find the CEO, please?
Yep.
He's actually to the third. Yeah.
Oh, right.
This is all part of that one.
Second one. Second one.
Giving back for point one. Lot 10's the one.
Right.
Yeah. Correct.
Okay. All right. So we'll go to what, 1.1 now, Roslyn Bay Kiosk? Oh yes, I beg your pardon, sorry. Yep.
So I'm happy to move this parcel of land we purchased as per offer.
Okay, I'll second that. Okay, councillor Hutton, did you want to speak to it? All right, thank you. Anyone wish to speak to this? I'll just open the floor. All right, all good, councillors? We'll go to the vote then. All in favour? Councillor Bello, you're voting in support of this one? This is lot...
Just to clarify...
lot 10
just
on
so
one,
I'm
lot 10.
100% sure.
Yeah, lot 10, bud.
Yep, okay.
You're voting in support?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so carried unanimously, I believe. Thank you. All right, now this is lot 13 on survey plan at 13 Macadamia Drive, Hidden Valley. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Moved councillor Eastwood, seconded councillor Hutton. Eastwood and Hutton. Right, councillor Eastwood, do you want to speak to it at all?
Not necessarily, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Anyone wish to speak to the motion before we go to the vote? Councillor Watson. Yep.
No, I can't, sorry.
No?
Because I can't name the business or anything, can I?
No.
Just make,
Well, I can say what they are though,
no.
can I? No, I'll just leave it.
Yeah, it's all right. Okay. All right. All right, councillor May, your lights on?
No, no, sorry.
Behave, councillor Watson. All right, so we'll go to the vote on this one, councillors. We've got a mover and councillor Eastwood, seconded councillor Hutton. All in favour? Councillor Bello, you in favour of this one?
Yes, yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Carried unanimously. All right, back to 1-1, the Roslyn Bay Kiosk. Oh, really? Okay. Right, sorry, we'll get this one done, that's my fault. Okay, we approve the future sale of the remaining vacant parcel of land, lot 1-1, 5 Macadamia Drive. Lot 11, 1-1. I was being facetious.
Councillors,
Lot 11, 5 Macadamia Drive. It's been a long day.
Councillor, this is basically is just to prevent us having to wait to bring it back to a future council meeting. If we get an offer that is above the recent market value, that we can then, the CEO can then sign off on the sale of that. So it's just more of a time thing because we believe that we will have offers on it. It's up to council to determine that. It was just a suggestion that instead of bringing every offer to council for a decision, that's the last one. We've already had interest from a couple of parties, so that we would just be able to get it done quicker.
It's not on our thing. It's not on our agenda.
Yeah.
It's not on the public agenda. It's only on the
All right, councillor, does everyone understand the intent of this? It's just giving the officers the ability, delegating them the ability to sell this block at or above market valuation, which is what we're required to do.
Yes, Mr Chair.
Councillor Hutton, you're pointing at something?
Just that this particular lot isn't referenced in the list of lots and lot size and
That's because we haven't had any offers on it. Sorry, councillor. So in that list of lots, we only put in there the lots that we've sold and the lots that we have offers on, which are the highlighted ones.
So this lot 5 then?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's right. I was just looking for its valuation on there.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's street versus.
All right. So councillors, we understand the intent of this? Okay, all right. Moved, seconded. Moved Councillor Eastwood, seconded Councillor Hutton. All in favour? Councillor Bello, you're in favour?
Yes, yes, Mr Chair.
Thank you. All right.
Mr Mayor, may we just have a look at all of these before we ask the CEO to come back in? I'm just
Sure.
going to go back to the top one. Council resolution. Yep. Yeah, and just one down. Thank you. So, yeah, I just saw councillors Eastwood, Friend and I have voted in the negative. Or which one? Oh, okay. That council accept offer 2. Well, I didn't vote.
Oh, that's the wrong way around.
Yeah, it's probably just probably that.
Okay.
No, that's not even the right name.
Just highlight it, we can fix that up more.
Well spotted.
Possibly just put the wrong way around, I think.
Yeah, what's it?
Yeah.
No, is that correct now?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay, so back to the kiosk. Thank you. All right, councillors, you've had the discussion in the confidential session. Okay, so the recommendation is that the current arrangements for compensation. Pardon me. No, can we need to take the. Really?
30th of December.
Well, that shouldn't have been in confidential in that case. It shouldn't have been on the. If it was in confidential, it shouldn't have been in the recommendation.
Yeah,
December.
Yeah. I need to change the date. Yeah.
31st.
No, 6 months. 31st of December, 2021. Yeah. 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 All right. Can we have the resolution back down again, please? Thank you. All right, everyone understand what we're voting on, councillors? So I'm going to move.
Just to clarify, Mr Chair, it's the what?
So I'll just read it out to you, Councillor Bello.
Thank you.
The current arrangement for compensation with the owners of the Roslyn Bay kiosk for the use of kiosk amenities by members of the public who are not patrons be concluded as at the 31st of December 2021.
Yep, thank you.
We need to include that the appropriate zoning be placed as accordance with the report.
ASAP.
An appropriate zoning to be placed at the designated locations.
Directing people to the public
Prior
amenities.
to the very first.
All right. So we'll make it two parts to that, Justine. That one, okay, and yep, you're right, catch up. And two, yeah, the appropriate signage. Be placed at appropriate locations, directing the public to the public amenities. At the earliest possible date, I guess. Public at the harbour, should we put that there as well? All right, so Councillor Bell, I'm going to read that out to you.
Thank you.
All right, so the recommendations in two parts. That one, the current arrangement for compensation with the owners of the Roslyn Bay kiosk for the use of the kiosk amenities by members of the public who are not patrons be concluded as at the 31st of December 2021. And two, appropriate signage be placed at appropriate, okay, I'll just put signage, the directional signage maybe.
Yep.
Directional signage be placed at appropriate locations, directing the public to the public amenities at Roslyn Bay Harbour at the earliest possible date. You okay with that?
Yes.
Do you want me to read it again? Or are you right?
No, thank you. That's
All
good.
right. Okay. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Move Councillor Mather, seconded Councillor Watson. Any discussion on this one, councillors, before we go to the vote? All right. Okay, Councillor Hutton.
Yeah, I'm speaking against this because when this solution was identified to the issue of people who are coming off Kent Beach looking for toilet facilities, it was a low-cost solution that had very low impact on council and basically got council out of providing facilities that were closer to the foreshore. While I can respect the officer's arguments in regards to the provision of disability-friendly facilities and the upgrade of recent facilities, they are still such a mile away for people who are coming off Kent Beach that they're not going to go down and look into amongst all the boats down at the fishing area. They're not going to assume to go down towards the co-op. For a low-cost solution where basically allowing a business who was providing a community service to be in a small way recommended for something that council was not in a mind to spend $150,000 developing our own toilet block for. I can respect the change to this to make it resolved at the 31st of December as opposed to the 30th of June. I think that's a good and logical change, but still in my heart of hearts, I think if the arrangement wasn't broke, why fix it?
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Anyone else want to make a comment on the report? Councillor Mather.
Well, I think the problem
You're
is
summing up, Councillor?
not summing up, Mr. Mayor.
Before you do that, I'll just check no one else wants to speak. Councillor Bello?
I'll be speaking against the resolution, so help me out if you may. I think
I've just essentially opened the floor up, Councillor, so if you want...
Yep, okay.
Councillor Mather's going to wrap up in a minute. She's moved,
Yep.
she's moved the motion.
Yep, thank you.
Over to you, Councillor Bello.
Oh, yeah, well, speaking against the recommendation to terminate the agreement, I actually think it's a good collaboration that's been in partnership, given that there is the absence of a toilet block at the northern end in a very, very popular area. The other facilities are clearly been positioned to accommodate the boating community, especially in summer when you've got hundreds of metres of black bitumen to cross for a family with young children or often in bare feet coming off the beach. I think it's a very small price to pay. I know it is out of sync with, I guess in some ways with, we don't have that relationship with other businesses, but I think this is quite unique on those grounds. I look at it pragmatically and I think it's a good collaboration. So I'll be speaking against it. Pardon me.
Right. Thank you, Councillor Bello. Anyone else speaking before we go to Councillor Mather, please wrap up. All right, Councillor Mather.
Mr. Mayor. Mr. Macarella was very reasonable in his request at the time because of the patronage. I don't think anybody actually undertook the number of persons utilising his facilities, but we took him at his word and we were reasonable in our offer to compensate him for that use. I don't know of any other organisation or business who allows people to use their facilities and have council subsidise them. So the first thing we've got to recognise is we've had so many inconsistencies with agreements in this Shire that we're trying to pull them all into a consistent method of operation. And it's really hard for staff to do our will when they've got so many rules applying to so many different people for so many reasons. The reasons sound reasonable at the time, but over time you start to look at them and think, well, hang on, we've moved on from that. And we've really got to get our act together and be a little bit consistent. And we are doing that. And no doubt Mr. Macarella won't like me for doing this, but I think he's a reasonable man and he will see that we've got new facilities down there, which we didn't have before. And if we put the signage up, as our staff have offered, and suggest the key to him, we're not in the habit of putting up another toilet block in that area anytime soon. That was the intent back then because it was meant honourably. But clearly we do not have the money and there's no intent. So perhaps council could look at something in the middle of the beach on the facilities there, if that is needed in the future. We should look at that, something central to the beach and not at one end or the other because it's a long beach like all the beaches. But I'm very happy with this decision, Mr. Mayor, and I'm sure Mr. Macarella will appreciate and understand what we are trying to do.
All right, thank you, Councillor Mather. All right, we're going to go to the vote now. Councillors, mover, Councillor Mather. Pardon me, seconded, Councillor Watson. All in favour? So we've got Councillor Watson, Councillor Friend, Councillor Mather. Those against? Councillor
Yes,
Bello,
Mr. Chair.
you're against? Okay, we've got Councillor Eastwood, Councillor Hutton, Councillor Ireland and Councillor Bello. The motion is lost. So the existing arrangement, I'm assuming, Mr. CEO, will stand.
Indeed, Mr. Mayor. If that reflects the will of the council, then yes, the arrangement will continue.
All right, 3.3, councillors, application to purchase unallocated state land described as lots 52 and 133 on USL 42157. Okay, so we've got the recommendation there, councillors, that we resolve to advise the Department of Resources that council has an interest in being appointed as joint trustee of land at Kunnawarra, described as lots 52 and lot 133 on USL 4157 with Durhamball Enterprises Proprietary Limited upon the land being dedicated as a reserve for environmental purposes, and 2, authorise council officers to begin negotiations with Durhamball Enterprises Proprietary Limited in relation to joint trusteeship and management of the land. You moving, councillor?
I have a question.
Okay, councillor Friend.
Thank you. My question is to the CEO. It's proposed that we become a trustee in relation with Durhamball Enterprises. However, it also says to purchase the unallocated state land. So I believe that may be an error. Acquire, because purchase indicates that money will be changing hands, and that's not what I was under the impression of.
I think either way we can change it to acquire, Mr. CEO. Where's the word acquire, councillor?
Oh, it's up the top in the summary.
Oh, in the summary, right. Yeah, it's not part of the recommendation, all right. Cool. Yeah. So we just...
There's no contemplation in the recommendation if that becomes the motion about purchasing or acquiring. I'm not sure about the reference in the summary, but certainly if the council resolves the recommendation, then it's not about purchasing or acquiring.
All right. Okay, councillors, any other questions on this one? Yes, it is. That's correct.
There are multiple ways of spelling Rumble, so it just depends.
And I know it's using a number of ways too.
Yeah, so this is the way that it's written in the land use agreement with the state and federal governments, but there are times when they actually themselves will do DH.
I just didn't want to cause any disrespect, that's all.
No, thank you, councillor Mather. All right, so any other questions on this one, councillors? Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Move, councillor Friend. Seconded, councillor Mather. Councillor Friend, do you want to speak to this one?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just think this is very important to become joint trustees with the traditional custodians of the land in which we actually meet every day, every week. I think that by learning from them and their ways to actually enhance the environment will teach our officers a tremendous amount. Our officers are already well educated in land management, especially the natural resource management team, but they actually also think that this is a very good partnership with Dirumble for Livingstone Shire. I commend it to the table.
Thank you, councillor Friend. Anyone speaking against? Would anyone else like to speak for? Councillor Bella, do you want to speak for it?
No, I won't speak, Mr. Chair, but happy to support the recommendation.
Thank you. All right, so we'll go to the vote on this one, councillors. Moved, councillor Friend, seconded, councillor Mather. All in favour? Councillor Bella, you're in favour,
Yep.
obviously?
Yep, Mr. Chair.
Carried unanimously. Yep. Thank you. All right, councillors. Councillor Hutton.
Mr. Mayor, I am just wondering if we can take, and recognising everyone is very keen to go, I would seek the opportunity for us to get some advice from the CEO prior to closing the meeting, just in potentially around that lot 1, and if there's any opportunity for us to review the actions that have been taken here tonight. And so, Mr. CEO,
With absolute respect to the CEO, I don't think the advice is going to be any different, councillor, but I'm certainly happy to ask him. You have a look at the resolution, Mr. CEO. Both of the offers were rejected. So ultimately now, as far as we know, the matter can't, unless there's a rescission of one of those resolutions, the matter can't now be revisited for at least 3 months, according to our policy.
If there was somebody missing here today, it would have been good because if you had another extra member at the next meeting.
Adam's missing.
I heard that, Rosie.
Certainly my recollection is the commentary to the local government. Commentary to the local
Councillors,
government.
you're getting advice here if you want to listen to it.
While I'm looking up this council's specific standing orders arrangements, the then commentary to the Local Government Act made particularly contemplated there being no need for rescission and used to talk about subsequent motions unless there was specific reference in our standing orders to there being a cooling off period, if you like. But as far as I know, that's only for rescission motions, not for substantive motions.
I seem to have a recollection of something in our meeting procedures around a 3-month period, councillor.
Resolution of council may not be amended or repealed unless notice is given. A motion to repeal or amend resolution is defeated. A motion to repeal, yeah, but it's only to repeal. Where a motion to repeal
reconsider the matter of the sale of lot 1 or 2 or something to that effect.
No, I stand corrected. Do you want some time to ponder on that one, Mr. CEO? Yeah, I think I'd prefer some written and considered advice within the next day or so, Mr. CEO. Well, happy days if we can. Okay. All right. So on that note, Councillor Hutton, we'll close the meeting. Thank you for your attendance, and thanks to those people who've taken the marathon with us today, or not. We'll see you next time. Thank you very much.